Good afternoon, everybody, or perhaps I should say also good evening and good morning to some of our listeners across the world. Welcome to A Diversity of Kipling, 24 hours of readings. We're coming to you from Bateman's, Kipling's own home. He came here in 1902 and spent 33 years here, sometimes in great happiness and sometimes very sadly. Our diversity is aiming to introduce some of his work which you will know, and some more which you will have never heard of. I think diversity is certainly the right term for what we're going to offer, from biting social satire to splendid soldier stories, early science fiction, wonderful, enduring children's tales, and world-spanning travel writing. And of course, moving on to important war poetry. With that in mind, at the height of the centenary commemorative years of the 1914-18 war, we think it appropriate to ask Tony and Valmai Holt to start today's proceedings with an examination of Kipling's position as a war poet. Their credentials for doing so are their 40-plus years of studying Kipling and the wars he wrote about, of leading tours to their battlefields, including, of course, the Loos battlefield so significant to Kipling. And, of course, of writing many books about. To the society they are probably best known for their biography, still the only one, of Rudyard's son John. They entitled it My Boy Jack, with a question mark. I invite Tony and Valmai Holt to give us Kipling's position as a war poet.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Alma and I feel extremely honoured to be opening this programme of tributes to the great writer Rudyard Kipling, especially so as we are at his home, Bateman's, and we are in the middle of the centennial years of the First World War. But first about John Walker, our chairman. It's his enthusiasm and the long, determined hours of hard work which have made this amazing Kipling marathon possible. And I'm sure that we are all most grateful and appreciative. John asked us to preface the poems we had chosen to read today with a short introduction, examining Rudyard's position as a war poet. However, what we have concluded in our preparation is that it is difficult to separate the poet from the writer of well-observed short stories and poems, which themselves deal with many aspects of service family life, and war. We would prefer to call him a war minstrel and chronicler in verse and in prose.
Kipling's passion for, even at times perhaps an obsession with, the military may date back to his birth in Bombay on the 30th of December 1865, and his early formative years in the India of the Raj. However, it must be more significant that after his traditional return to England for his education, Rudyard was then enrolled at Westward Ho, a school designed to produce officer material for the British Army. It was obvious, however, that Rudyard, mainly because of his poor eyesight, and because it was also by then apparent that he would pursue a literary rather than a military career, would never join their ranks. On his return in 1882 to Lahore, a garrison town, he got to know and love the military. Soon their characters appeared in stories such as Soldiers 3 in 1888, the three being the feisty, lovable rogues Mulvaney, Learoyd, and Orthois, to be echoed in World War I by Bruce Bairnsfather's Old Bill, Bert and Alf, and also in Plain Tales from the Hills. Many of the poems, which became national favourites, established Kipling as the soldier's poet, were much quoted, and many set to music, appeared as departmental ditties between 1890 and 1892. They include Danny Deever, Tommy, and Gunga Din. Happily, you'll hear renditions of all three later. Gunga Din's perhaps the most popular and most quoted of all the ditties, especially for its immortal last line,
"You're a better man than I am, Gunga Din."
There followed many poems with a military flavour, snippets of which remain in the British poetic memory, the currently inappropriately named Fuzzy Wuzzy, as well as other poems offered later in the programme, such as Mandalay, the poor little lambs who've lost their way in Gentleman's Rankers, the Queen's Shilling in Private Authoress's Song, and far too many more to name here and now. But here's probably some lines that you've heard before.
"We don't want to fight, but by jingo if we do, we've got the ships, we've got the men, we've got the money too."
This was written by George William Hunt during the Russo-Turkish War of 1878. Jingo is thought to be a corruption of by Jesus, and jingoism means aggressive, warmongering patriotism. It exemplifies the general public's opinion of Rudyard Kipling, which haunts him to this day, of him being jingoistic, a strong feeling thought to have been expressed in poems such as Recessional and The White Man's Burden. The former, written in 1897, is actually considered by most Kipling students to be anti-jingoistic, and is probably mainly remembered for the words often used in ceremonies of remembrance today. Lest we forget. Lest we forget. In the poem, although expressing fierce pride in the British Empire, Kipling, while not overly religious, warns of the danger should, if, drunk with power, we loose wild tongues that have not thee in all. It was probably when the Boer War broke out in 1899 that Kipling could first to be considered a war poet. There came first the extraordinarily popular The Absent-Minded Beggar. It was a blatant fundraising plea for the families of soldiers who'd gone out to South Africa and raised what was then the huge sum of £250,000. It was set to music by Sir Arthur Sullivan. By this time, the Kipling family habitually wintered in South Africa in a house called the Woolstack, a gift from Cecil Rhodes. Arriving as usual once war was declared, Kipling visited troops at the front and was asked by Lord Roberts to write for the new army newspaper, The Friend. He also had several assignments as a war correspondent. The Islanders, published in 1901 by the Times, was to become one of the most controversial of all Kipling's war poems. In it, Rudyard criticised Britain for not taking military service as seriously as playing the games for which England is famous. The lines,
"Ye contented your sons with the flannelled fools at the wicket or the muddied oafs at the goals,"
fuel the outrage which continued to George Orwell's days. In 1941, Orwell wrote, "During 5 literary generations, every enlightened person has despised him. Kipling is a jingo imperialist. He is morally insensitive and aesthetically disgusting." The 1418 War is the period in which Kipling is most personally involved as a war chronicler and at his most prolific. During 1913 and the beginning of 1914, he strongly believed and loudly proclaimed the war to be inevitable. He was anxious about what he saw as a lack of preparedness. When when war was finally declared on the 4th of August, the Kipling family was staying in Ryder Haggard's house near Lowestoft. He and his son John, by this time keen to join the services, originally the Navy, together watched destroyers and gunboats passing up and down the coast. And Rudyard wrote in his wife's Carrie's diary, "Incidentally, Armageddon begins." John now set out on a series of attempts to enlist, always rejected because, like his father, his eyesight was too bad for him to pass a medical. Eventually, Rudyard prevailed on his old friend Lord Roberts to get the boy a commission in the newly formed Irish Guards. From now on, Rudyard lived the military life vicariously through his son. His call to arms poem, published in the Times on the 1st of September, was "For all we have and are, which ends. No easy hope or lies shall bring us to our goal, but iron sacrifice of body, will, and soul. There is but one task for all, one life for each to give. What stands if freedom fall? Who dies if England live?" The life that Rudyard had to give was, of course, John's. More short stories with a wartime theme followed. Sea Constables showed his deep technical knowledge of the Navy. He attended many naval manoeuvres and also his hatred of the war. Then came the powerful story of cruel revenge and retribution, Mary Postgate, which is also to be offered later in the programme. Meanwhile, John's training continued apace, eagerly followed by Rudyard. Eventually, his battalion sailed to France on the 18th of August 1915. By this time, many of his friends and contemporaries had already been killed, and his parents, while of course proud of him, were inwardly terrified that they might lose him too. But Rudyard was able to sublimate those feelings through his exciting assignments as a war correspondent, where he was able to visit the front lines near Verdun, the Argonne, and Alsace, as well as the English lines. In his frequent letters of advice to John, such as how to operate in a trench, he exclaimed that he was having rather a good time. Then, on the 25th of September 1915, came John's baptism of fire, his first experience of active service in the Battle of Loos. It was to be his last, for on the 27th of September, in his first major attack, John was shot, his body never found again, and on the 2nd of October, the terrible news that he was missing came to Batemans. Rudyard was devastated. It's no exaggeration to say that he was never the same again, mentally or physically. And all his future writing was tainted by this terrible loss of his man-child. He and Carrie threw themselves into trying to discover what had happened to John, and Rudyard forged a close relationship with the boy's officers and men in countless interviews. One significant outcome was that in 1917 he was asked by Colonel Douglas Proby, as a memento to his son's service, to embark on a mammoth task: the writing of the history of the Irish Guards in the Great War in 2 volumes. The 1st Battalion and the 2nd Battalion in which John served. It was a completely new venture for him, one tinged with painful memories of John, who's only tersely mentioned a couple of times. It involved hours and hours of further research and interviews, and Kipling remarked, "This will be my great work. It is being done with agony and bloody sweat." Finally published in 1923, the volumes were received with universal admiration. John Buchan wrote, "No other book can be written exactly like this, compiled by a man of genius who brings to his task not only a quick eye to observe and a sure hand to portray, but a rare spirit of reverence and understanding." Parallel to this enormous effort, which exhausted him in body and mind, Kipling also agreed to the 1917 request of Fabian Ware, founder of the Imperial War Graves Commission, to serve as one of its commissioners. First he wrote a pamphlet entitled "The Graves of the Fallen" in 1918. His special responsibility was then to write the epitaphs on many of the Commission's war memorials, and also inscriptions on graves of soldiers known to have been buried originally in a particular cemetery, but whose bodies were subsequently lost. Their glory shall not be blotted out. They became known as Kipling memorials. In 1922, on the visit of King George V, the cemeteries and memorials then being constructed along the Western Front, Kipling accompanied the monarch and wrote a booklet prefaced by the poem "The King's Pilgrimage, King George V's Visit to War Cemeteries in France." Actually, of course, they were also in Belgium. Our king went forth on pilgrimage, his prayers and vows to pay to them that saved our heritage and cast their own away. It had the personally charged refrain: "All that they had, they gave, and they shall not return for those that have no grave where any heart may mourn." Throughout these years, Kipling's writing, often coloured by his son's death, continued. His poem "A Nativity" expressed the overwhelming loss and grief of parents, including himself and Parry, who had no grave at which to mourn, as Mary did for Jesus. The cross was raised on high, the mother grieved beside, but the mother saw him die and took him when he died. Whereas with Parry, the question is it well with the child? Is it well? The watching mother prayed. "For I knew not where he fell, and I know not where he is laid." The religious element is echoed much later in the well-known and much acclaimed 1924 story, The Gardener, which will be read next. We must also mention Kipling's Epitaphs of the War, which are short, often extremely bitter poems. Many show personal feelings, such as "An Only Son." "I have slain none, except my mother. She, blessing her slayer, died of grief. for me and the beginner. On the first hour of my first day in the front trench, I fell. Also, common form. If any question why we died, tell them, because our fathers lied. Did this represent some feelings of guilt by Rudyard, who, knowing that John's eyesight was inadequate, managed to get him accepted in the Irish Guards, thereby causing his death? Perhaps. But note the frequent use of, or implication of the word lies, in a more general sense, in poems such as The Children, which we recite later. The best known of such poems is probably My Boy Jack, which we shall read in full. The title leads to the common misconception that Jack was John's family name. It wasn't. The family dog was called Jack, and the poem refers to the fact that John had at first wished to serve in the Navy.
Have you news of my boy Jack?
Not this tide.
When do you think he'll come back?
Not with this wind blowing, and this tide.
Anyone else had news of him?
Not this tide. For what is sunk will hardly swim, not with this wind blowing, and this tide.
Oh, but what comfort can I find?
None this tide, nor any tide. Except he did not shame his kind, not even with that wind blowing and that tide. Then hold your head up, all the more this tide and every tide, because he was the son who bore and gave to that wind blowing and that tide. So where does Rudyard Kipling stand among other war poets and writers? Notably the 1418 war, in which we're also involved in these 2014-2018 centennial years. The distinguished Kipling, Andrew Lycett, whose contributions you'll hear later, wrote in 2014 bemoaning the fact that in the roll call of writers and poets with a connection to the First World War, one name has been conspicuously absent, that of Rudyard Kipling. Commentators seem reluctant to include Britain's first, and to this date the world's youngest ever, Nobel Prize laureate for literature, in the same breath as Wilfred Owen and Rupert Brooke, those doomed youths who told so movingly of the horrors of total warfare on the Western Front. Kipling remains the jingo imperialist of Orwell's jibes 70 years ago. We agree. But in the canon of this multifaceted author, as we touched upon, we must also include the period of the military in the Raj, the pre, during, and after the Boer War period, the interwar years leading to World War I, throughout it, and post-World War I. His work was so prolific and diverse, as well as being the poet, chronicler, and advocate of British services, the sympathetic champion of their families, especially in bereavement, and the military historian. We must recognize that he was also the passionate, sometimes virulent patriot and imperialist. Yet we feel he fully deserves his place beside Brooke, Graves, Owen, Sassoon, and the other much studied and proclaimed war poets. One poem would seem to us to qualify him for that position for its heartfelt passion and moving personal grief, written in a rhythmic form. It is The Children, and we'd ask that you hear the searing, unanswerable question in the final lines of the first and last stanzas. These were our children who died for our lands. They were dear in our sight. We have only the memory left of their home treasured sayings and laughter. The price of our loss shall be paid to our hand, not another's hereafter. Neither the alien nor priest shall decide on it. That is our right. But who shall return us the children? At the hour the barbarian chose to disclose his pretences and raged against man, they engaged on the breasts that they bared for us the first felon stroke of the sword he had long time prepared for us. Their bodies were all our defences, while we wrought our defences. They bought us anew with their blood, forbearing to blame us those hours which we had not made good when the judgment o'ercame us. They believed us and perished for it. Our statecraft, our learning, delivered them bound to the pit and alive to the burning, whither they mirthfully hastened as jostling for honour. Not since her birth has our earth seen such worth loosed upon her. Nor was their agony brief, or only once imposed on them. The wounded, the war-spent, the sick, received no exemption. Being cured, they returned and endured, and achieved our redemption, hopeless themselves of relief, till death, marvelling, closed on them. That flesh we had nursed from the first in all cleanness was given to corruption, unveiled and assailed by the malice of heaven, by the heart-shaking jests of decay, where it lolled on the wires, to be blanched or gay-painted by fumes, to be cindered by fires, to be senselessly tossed and retossed in stale mutilation from crater to crater. For this we shall take expiation. But who shall return us our children?
Here in Kipling's well-loved home, Bateman's, with an audience of, excuse me, with an audience of Kipling aficionados and cognoscenti, Andrew Lycett's view would probably be upheld. However, a random questioning of young people over the past few weeks, asking them, what does the name Rudyard Kipling mean to you? Produced not one response that mentioned the words war poet, while some, knowing of the Jungle Book stories, did not know who wrote them. So where does Kipling stand amongst the war poets? Ladies and gentlemen, Kipling stands where each one of us, as individuals, see him standing.
There should be a brief pause there for a wonderful beginning. Thank you very much indeed, Velma and Tony. You've set us off. We have 23 and a half hours to go, but you've splendidly begun for us. Thank you very much. You'll have every proof that this is a live recording because you'll hear us coming and going. We're in Carrie's study at present, above the hall, where Carrie was able to look down through windows and watch visitors arriving and make sure that those who were not welcome were not welcomed. But we're also going to make sure that we're ready with our next reading. I'm going to invite our president, Roger Ayres, the president of the Kipling Society. I'm the chairman of the Kipling Society, just starting my second and final year as chair, and we've been a society since 1927. I wasn't around then. We were very busy in those early years, and we need to build up more members. So one of the jobs I'm going to do while Roger is preparing himself is to advertise the Kipling Society website, one of the best literary websites in the world. You can sign on there and find out about his work. We have a reader's guide which can give you all kinds of detailed information and help you to read and understand his work more closely. But also we have a range of other interests which you can join in with. So this is an advertisement break, partly to make sure that we have one or two more members joining us even as I speak. Now I'm going to ask Roger Ayres to read The Gardener, which follows on very neatly indeed from our first piece. It was first written in 1925 and collected in Debits and Credits in 1926. Roger, please, The Gardener.
Thank you very much, John. The Gardener is one of those works that Kipling produced as part of his role as the literary advisor to the Imperial War Graves Commission. And when this work, The Gardener, was published, he had been in that post for some 7 or 8 years. And one of the things that he continually tried to do was to make sure that all the missing, the killed in the First World War were recognized, and that the families of those soldiers who died knew that there was somewhere that bore the name of the dead soldier, and somewhere that they could possibly go and visit. The Gardener. One grave to me was given, one watch till judgment day, and God looked down from heaven and rolled the stone away. One day in all those years, 1 hour in that one day, his angel saw my tears and rolled the stone away. Everyone in the village knew that Harold Turrell did her duty by all her world, and by none more honourably than by her only brother's unfortunate child. The village knew too that George Turrell had tried his family severely since early youth, and were not surprised to be told that, after many fresh starts given and thrown away, he, an inspector of Indian police, had entangled himself with the daughter of a retired non-commissioned officer and had died of a fall from a horse a few weeks before his child was born. Mercifully, George's father and mother were both dead, and though Helen, 35 and independent, might well have washed her hands of the whole disgraceful affair, she most nobly took charge, though she was at the time under threat of lung trouble, which had driven her to the south of France. She arranged for the passage of the child and a nurse from Bombay, met them at Marseille, nursed the baby through an attack of infantile dysentery due to the carelessness of the nurse, whom she had to dismiss, and at last, thin and worn but triumphant, brought the boy late in the autumn, wholly restored, to her Hampshire home. All these details were public property, for Helen was as open as the day, and held that scandals are only increased by hushing them up. She admitted that George had always been rather a black sheep, but things might have been much worse if the mother had insisted on her right to keep the boy. Luckily, it seemed that people of that class would do almost anything for money, and as George had always turned to her in his scrapes, she felt herself justified, for her friends agreed with her, in cutting the whole non-commissioned officer connection and giving the child every advantage. The christening by the rector under the name of Michael was the first step. So far as she knew herself, she was not, she said, a child lover, but for all his faults, She had been very fond of George, and she pointed out that little Michael had his father's mouth to a line, which made something to build upon. As a matter of fact, it was the Turrell forehead, broad, low, and well-shaped, with the widely spaced eyes beneath it, that Michael had most faithfully reproduced. His mouth was somewhat better cut than the family type, but Helen, who would concede nothing good to his mother's side, vowed he was a Turrell all over, and there being no one to contradict, the likeness was established. In a few years, Michael took his place, as accepted as Helen has always been, fearless, philosophical, and fairly good-looking. At 6, she wished to know why he could not call her Mummy, as other boys called their mothers. She explained that she was only his auntie, and that aunties were not quite the same as mummies, but that if it gave him pleasure, he might call her Mummy at bedtime, for a pet name between themselves. Michael kept his secret most loyally, but Helen, as usual, explained the fact to her friends, which when Michael heard, he raged. "Why did you tell? Why did you tell?" came at the end of the storm. "Because it's always best to tell the truth," Helen answered, her arm round him as he shook in his cot. "All right, but when the truth's ugly, I don't think it's nice." "Don't you, dear?" "No, I don't." And as she felt the small body stiffen. "Now you've told, I won't call you Mummy any more, not even at bedtime." "But isn't that rather unkind?" said Helen softly. I don't care. You've hurted me and my insides. And I'll hurt you back. I'll hurt you as long as I live. Don't talk like that, dear. You don't know. I will. And when I'm dead, I'll hurt you worse. Thank goodness. I shall be dead long before you, darling. Huh. Emma says never know your luck. Michael had been talking to Helen's elderly, flat-faced maid. Lots of little boys die quite soon. So will I. And then you'll see. Helen caught her breath and moved towards the door, but the wail of "Mummy, Mummy" drew her back again, and the two wept together. At 10 years old, after 2 terms at a prep school, something or somebody gave him the idea that his civil status was not quite regular. He attacked Helen on the subject, breaking down her stammered defences with the family directness. "Don't believe a word of it," he said cheerily at the end. "People wouldn't have talked like they did if my people had been married. But don't you bother, Auntie. I found out all about my sort in English history and Shakespeare bits. There was William the Conqueror to begin with, and heaps more, and they all got on first rate. 'Twon't make any difference to you, my being that, will it?" "As if anything could," she began. "All right, we won't talk about it any more if it makes you cry." He never mentioned the thing again of his own will, but when 2 years later he skilfully managed to have measles in the holidays, as his temperature went up to the appointed 104, he muttered of nothing else, till Helen's voice, piercing at last his delirium, reached him with the assurance that nothing on earth or beyond could make any difference between them. The terms at his public school and the wonderful Christmas, Easter and summer holidays followed each other, variegated and glorious, as jewels on a string, and as jewels Helen treasured them. In due time, Michael developed his own interests, which ran their courses and gave way to others, but his interest in Helen was constant and increasing throughout. She repaid it with all that she had of affection, or could command of counsel and money. And since Michael was no fool, the war took him just before what was like to have been a most promising career. He was to have gone up to Oxford with a scholarship in October. At the end of August, he was on the edge of joining the first holocaust of public schoolboys who threw themselves into the line. But the captain of his officer training corps, where he had been sergeant for nearly a year, headed him off and steered him directly to a commission in a battalion so new that half of it still wore the old army red and the other half was breeding meningitis through living overcrowdedly in damp tents. Helen has been shocked at the idea of direct enlistment. But it's in the family, Michael laughed. You don't mean to tell me that you believe that old story all this time, said Helen. Emma, her maid, had been dead now several years. I gave you my word of honour, and I give it again, that it's all right. It is indeed. Oh, that doesn't worry me. It never did, he replied valiantly. What I meant was, I should have got into the show earlier if I'd enlisted, like my grandfather. Oh, don't talk like that. Are you afraid of its ending so soon, then? No such luck. You know what Kay says. Yes, but my banker told me last Monday it couldn't possibly last beyond Christmas, for financial reasons. Hope he's right, but our colonel, and he's a regular, he says it's going to be a long job. Michael's battalion was fortunate in that, by some chance, which meant several leaves, it was used for coast defence among shallow trenches on the Norfolk coast. Then sent north to watch the mouth of a Scotch estuary, and lastly held for weeks on a baseless rumour of distant service. But the very day that Michael was to have met Helen for 4 whole hours at a railway junction up the line, it was hurled out to help make good the wastage of Luce, and he only just had time to send her a wire of farewell. In France, luck again helped the battalion. It was put down near the salient, where it led a meritorious and unexacting life while the Somme was being manufactured, and enjoyed the peace of the Armentières and Normandy sectors when that battle began. Finding that it had sound views on protecting its own flanks and could dig, a prudent commander stole it out of its own division under pretence of helping to lay telegraphs, and used it round Ypres at large. A month later, and just after Michael had written Helen that there was nothing special doing and therefore no need to worry, a shell splinter, dropping out of a wet dawn, killed him at once. The next shell uprooted and laid down over the body what had been the foundation of a barn wall, so neatly that none but an expert would have guessed that anything unpleasant had happened. By this time, the village was old in experience of war, and English fashion had evolved a ritual to meet it. When the postmistress handed her 7-year-old daughter the official telegram to take to Miss Tyrrell, she observed to the rector's gardener, "It's Miss Helen's turn now." He replied, thinking of his own son, "Well, he's lasted longer than some." The child herself came to the front door weeping aloud, because Master Michael had often given her sweets. Helen, presently, found herself pulling down the house blinds one after one with great care, and saying earnestly to each, "Missing always means dead." And then she took her place in the dreary procession that was impelled to go through an inevitable series of unprofitable emotions. The rector, of course, preached hope and prophesied word very soon from a prison camp. Several friends, too, told her perfectly truthful tales, but always about other women, to whom, after months and months of silence, their missing had been miraculously restored. Other people urged her to communicate with infallible secretaries of organizations who could communicate with benevolent neutrals, who could extract accurate information from the most secretive of Hun prison commandants. Helen did and wrote and signed everything that was suggested or put before her. Once, on one of Michael's leaves, he had taken her over a munition factory, where she saw the progress of a shell from blank iron to the all but finished article. It struck her at the time that the wretched thing was never left alone for a single second. "And I'm being manufactured into a bereaved next of kin," she told herself, as she prepared her document. In due course, when all the organisations had deeply or sincerely regretted their inability to trace, etc., something gave way within her, and all sensation, save of thankfulness for the release, came to an end in blessed passivity. Michael had died, her world had stood still, and she had been one with the full shock of that arrest. Now she was standing still, and the world was going forward, but it didn't concern her. In no way or relation did it touch her. She knew this by the ease with which she could slip Michael's name into talk, and incline her head at the proper angle, at the proper murmur of sympathy. In the blessed realization of that relief, the armistice with all its bells broke over her and passed unheeded. At the end of another year, she'd overcome her physical loathing of the living and returned young, so that she could take them by the hand and almost sincerely wish them well. She had no interest in any aftermath, national or personal, of the war, but, moving at an immense distance, she sat on various relief committees and held strong views. She heard herself delivering them about the site of the proposed village war memorial. Then there came to her, as next of kin, an official intimation, backed by a page of a letter to her in indelible pencil, a silver identity disc, and a watch, to the effect that the body of Lieutenant Michael Turrell had been found, identified, and reinterred in Hagensala 3rd Military Cemetery. The letter of the row and the grave's number in that row duly given. So Helen found herself moved on to another process of the manufacture, to a world full of exultant or broken relatives, now strong in the certainty that there was an altar upon earth where they might lay their love. These soon told her, and by means of timetables made clear, how easy it was and how little it interfered with life's affairs to go and see one's grave. So different, as the rector's wife said, if he'd been killed in Mesopotamia or even Gallipoli. The agony of being waked up to some sort of second life drove Helen across the Channel, where, in a new world of abbreviated titles, she learnt that Hagensala 3rd could be comfortably reached by an afternoon train which fitted in with the morning boat, and there was a comfortable little hotel not 3 kilometres from Hagensala itself, where one could spend quite a comfortable night and see one's grave next morning. All this she had from a central authority, who lived in a board and tar paper shed on the skirts of a raised city, full of whirling lime dust and blown papers. By the way, he said, you know your grave, of course? Yes, thank you, said Helen, and showed its row and number typed on Michael's own little typewriter. The officer would have checked it out of one of his many books, but a large Lancashire woman thrust between them and bade him tell her where she might find her son, who'd been a corporal in the Army Service Corps. His proper name, she sobbed, was Anderson, but coming of respectable folk, he had of course enlisted under the name of Smith, and he'd been killed at Dicky Bush in early 15. She had not his number, nor did she know which of his 2 Christian names he might have used with his alias, but her Cook's tourist ticket expires at the end of Easter week, and if by then she could not find her child, she should go mad. Whereupon she fell forward on Helen's breast, but the officer's wife came quickly from a little bedroom behind the office, and the 3 of them lifted the woman onto the cot. They're often like this, said the officer's wife, loosening the tight bonnet strings. Yesterday she said he'd been killed at Hooge. Are you sure you know your grave? It makes such a difference. Yes, thank you, said Helen, and hurried out before the woman on the bed should begin to lament again. Tea, in a crowded mauve and blue striped wooden structure with a false front, carried her still further into the nightmare. She paid her bill beside a stolid, plain-featured Englishwoman, who, hearing her inquire about the train to Hagensele, volunteered to come with her. I'm going to Hagensele myself, she explained. Not to Hagensele 3rd, mine is sugar factory, but they call it La Rosière now. It's just south of Hagensele 3. Have you got your room at the hotel there? Oh, yes, thank you. I've wired. That's better. Sometimes the place is quite full, and at others hardly a soul. But they put bathrooms into the old Lion d'Or. That's the hotel on the west side of the sugar factory, and it draws off a lot of people, luckily. It's all new to me. This is the first time I've been over. Indeed, this is my 9th time since the armistice, not on my own account. I haven't lost anyone, thank God, but like everyone else, I've a lot of friends at home who have. Coming over as often as I do, I find it helps them to have someone just look at the place and tell them about it afterwards. And one can take photos for them too. I get quite a list of commissions to execute. She laughed nervously and tapped her slung Kodak. There are 2 or 3 to see at Sugar Factory this time, and plenty of others in the cemeteries all about. My system is to save them up and arrange them, you know. And when I've got enough commissions for one area to make it worthwhile, I pop over and execute them. It does comfort people. I suppose so, Helen answered, shivering as they entered the little train. Of course it does. Oh, isn't it lucky we've got window seats? It must do, or they wouldn't ask one to do it, would they? I have a list of quite 12 or 15 commissions here. She tapped the Kodak again. I must sort them out tonight. Oh, I forgot to ask you. What's yours? My nephew, said Helen, but I was very fond of him. Ah, yes, I sometimes wonder whether they know after death. What do you think? Oh, I don't. I haven't dared to think much about that sort of thing, said Helen, almost lifting her hands to keep her off. Oh, perhaps that's better, the woman answered. The sense of loss must be enough, I expect. Well, I won't worry you any more. Helen was grateful, but when they reached the hotel, Mrs. Scarsworth, they had exchanged names, insisted on dining at the same table with her. And after the meal, in the little hideous salon full of low-voiced relatives, took Helen through her commissions, with biographies of the dead where she happened to know them, and sketches of their next of kin. Helen endured till nearly 9:30, ere she fled to her room. Almost at once there was a knock at her door, and Mrs. Scarsworth entered, her hands holding the dreadful list clasped before her. Yes, I know, she began. You're sick of me, but I want to tell you something. You aren't married, are you? Then perhaps, well, it doesn't matter. I've got to tell someone. I can't go on any longer like this. But please, Mrs. Scarsworth had backed against the shut door, and her mouth worked dryly. In a minute, she said, you know about these graves of mine I was telling you about downstairs just now. They really are commissions. At least several of them are. Her eye wandered round the room. What extraordinary wallpapers they have in Belgium, don't you think? Yes, I swear they're commissions. But there's one, you see, and he was more to me than anything else in the world. Do you understand? Helen nodded. More than anyone else, and of course he oughtn't to have been. He ought to have been nothing to me. But he was. He is. That's why I do the commissions, you see. That's all. But why do you tell me? Helen asked desperately. Because I'm so tired of lying. Tired of lying, always lying, year in and year out. When I don't tell lies, I've got to act 'em, and I've got to think 'em, always. You don't know what that means. He was everything to me that he ought to have been. The one real thing, the only thing that ever happened to me in all my life. And I've had to pretend he wasn't. I've had to watch every word I've said and think out what lie I'd tell next for years and years. How many years, Helen asked? 6 years and 4 months before and 2 3/4 after. I've gone to him 8 times since. Tomorrow will make the 9th. And I can't go to him again with nobody in the world knowing. I want to be honest with someone before I go. Do you understand? It doesn't matter about me. I was never truthful, even as a girl, but it isn't worthy of him. So I had to tell you. I can't keep it up any longer. Oh, I can't. She lifted her joined hands almost to the level of her mouth and brought them down sharply, still joined, to full arm's length below her waist. Helen reached forward, caught them, and bowed her head over them and murmured, "Oh, my dear, my dear." Mrs. Scarsworth stepped back, her face all mottled. "My God," she said, "is that how you take it?" Helen could not speak, and the woman went out. But it was a long while before Helen was able to sleep. Next morning, Mrs. Scarsworth left early on her round of commissions, and Helen walked alone to Hagensee III. The place was still in the making, and stood some 5 or 6 feet above the metalled road, which it flanked for hundreds of yards. Culverts across a deep ditch served for entrances through the unfinished boundary wall. She climbed a few wooden-faced earthen steps, and then met the entire crowded level of the thing in one held breath. She did not know that Hagensee III counted 21,000 dead already. All she saw was a merciless sea of black crosses, bearing little strips of stamped tin at all angles across their faces. She could distinguish no order or arrangement in their mass, nothing but a waist-high wilderness, as of weed-stricken dead, rushing at her. She went forward, moved to the left and the right hopelessly, wondering by what guidance she should ever come to her own. A great distance away there was a line of whiteness. It proved to be a block of some 200 or 300 graves whose headstones had already been set, whose flowers were planted out, and whose new-sown grass showed green. And here she could see clear-cut letters at the ends of the roads, and referring to her slip, she realized that it was not here she must look. A man knelt behind a line of headstones, evidently a gardener, for he was firming a young plant in the soft earth. She went towards him, her paper in her hand. He rose at her approach, and without prelude or salutation asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Lieutenant Michael Turrell, my nephew," said Helen slowly, and word for word as she had said many thousands of times in her life. The man lifted his eyes and looked at her with infinite compassion before he turned from the fresh-sown grass towards the naked black crosses. "Come with me," he said, "and I will show you where your son lies." When Helen left the cemetery, she turned for a last look. In the distance she saw the man bending over his young plants, and she went away, supposing him to be the gardener. The story is ended with the poem The Burden. One grief on me is laid, each day of every year, wherein no soul can aid, whereof no soul can hear, whereto no end is seen, except to grieve again. Ah, Mary Magdalene, where is the greater pain? To dream on dear disgrace each hour of every day, to bring no honest face to aught I do or say, to lie from morn till e'en, to know my lies are vain. Ah, Mary Magdalene, where can be greater pain? To watch my steadfast fear attend my every way, each day of every year, each hour of every day, to burn and chill between, to quake and rage again. Ah, Mary Magdalene, where shall be greater pain? One grave to me was given, to guard till judgment day, but God looked down from heaven and rolled the stone away. One day of all my years, 1 hour of that one day, his angels saw my tears. and rolled the stone away. The end.
I have read that story many times. I understand it differently each time I read it, and now again I have taken more from it. You'll be pleased to hear that we're recording all of this material not only on YouTube, but also in high quality, and we will separate off each of these readings and offer them to people on the internet who need to hear a story read so moving. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We now have a moment or two while Roger makes his way out. And please, Roger, could you ask Pamela and Janice to come up? I'm going to use this time for some education. You may have detected an educationalist here. What I need to do is to tell a truth which is so little understood about one of the poems we've heard, My Boy Jack, and John, and Kipling's own relationship with his public. We're so used these days to grief being there in front of our eyes. Have you, like me, ever groaned in agony when the camera closes in to catch a tear running down the face of the bereaved parent or child? So if Kipling did not write My Boy Jack about his son Jack, but instead about John, was there a Jack? Well, John died in September 1915, and at a battle, a great naval battle, Jutland, in early 16, a young ship's boy called Jack Cornwell was on board HMS Chester. He was, like any boy of his age, keen to take his part in the war, and he joined up as a ship's boy. It was necessary for him to be on one of the turrets of Chester, and a strike on the deck in front of the turret sent fragments flying up underneath the skirting, and the boy was mortally wounded. Chester made its way back to Grimsby. The boy died, and he was buried with 25 others in a pauper's grave. And here comes the key to My Boy Jack in my mind, because the papers, the Sketch and the Mirror, took up the story. And after a long campaign, in later 1916, the boy was disinterred, reburied with full military honours and a VC. And with that in mind, I feel, Kipling wrote his story, his poem, his expression of public grief about the loss of a boy at sea, the boy Jack, My Boy Jack. Of course, My Boy Jack is partly about John. And so people have asked me from time to time, did he actually write something about John? And in the few minutes I have to spare here, I'm going to share with you an extra poem not listed. It's called A Recantation. If you come to this wonderful old house, the volunteers who staff the rooms will help you in all kinds of ways. And if you go into the parlour, they will even play a music box. Well, not actually a music box, but it has circling tunes from which you can guess that it's actually something even more dramatic. A recantation. What boots it on the gods to call, since, answered or unheard, we perish with the gods and all things made, except the word? Ere certain fate had touched a heart by 50 years made cold, I judge thee, Lydie, and thy art, o'erblown and overbold. But
But he of whom bereft I suffer vacant days, he on his shield not meanly left, he cherished all thy lays. Witness the magic coffer stocked with convoluted runes, wherein thy very voice was locked and linked to circling tunes. Witness thy portrait, smoke defiled, that decked his shelter place. Life seemed more present, wrote the child, beneath thy well-known face. And when the grudging days restored him for a breath to home, he, with fresh crowds of youth, adored thee, making mirth in Rome. Therefore, I humble, join the hosts loyal and loud, who bow to thee as Queen of Song. And ghosts, for I remember how, never more rampant, rose the hall at thy audacious line than when the news came in from Gaul, thy son had followed mine. But thou didst hide it in thy breast, and capering took the brunt of blaze and blare, and launched the jest that swept next week the front. Singer to children, hours possessed, sleep before noon, but thee wakeful each midnight, for the rest no holocaust shall free. Yet they who use the word assigned to hearten and make whole not less than gods have served mankind, though vultures rend their soul. I have a moment or two to praise this wonderful house, while James McGrath, the wizard who is helping us to prepare, is making sure we have the first of our recorded contributions. The implication always in coming to Bateman's for me is that I'm going to see again things I know so well and feel those things that seem much more than they might to a casual visitor. And then I meet someone who is actually coming here for the first time and know that they too are moved by what they feel about this beautiful place. Someone that I brought down to see the wonders of Bateman's in the past was a student at Canterbury at the University of Kent. And I've known several students from there. One of them has contributed a piece, although she is back home now in China. And King Z offers us a piece which is probably fairly well known to you. Quite recently, we've had an excellent film of the Jungle Book, which masqueraded as Disney's Jungle Book, but nonetheless was recognizably Rudyard's. And there are pieces of it which we recognize when we go. I was allowed to go to see the Jungle Book film. My wife told me that if I grumbled or stamped out halfway through, she wouldn't speak to me again. I enjoyed it thoroughly. This is a piece from the Jungle Book, actually from the second Jungle Book. And I remember with pleasure my youngest grandson telling me that he'd just discovered there were 2 Jungle Books. It was collected in Songs from Books, but of course, in 1895, it was new to the world. And this is the song Mowgli heard behind him as he left the jungle. Out song in the jungle in English and Mandarin.
The Out Song from the second Jungle Book. Car. Anger is the egg of fear. Only lidless eyes are clear. Cobra poison none may leach. Even so with cobra speech. Open talk shall call to thee strength whose mate is courtesy. Send no lunge beyond thy length, lend no rotten bough thy strength. Gauge thy gape with buck or gold, lest thy eye should choke thy throat. After gorging, wouldst thou sleep? Look, thy den is hid and deep. Lest a wrong by thee forgot, drawn thine killer to the spot. East and west and north and south, wash thy hide and close thy mouth. Pit and rift and blue paw brine, middle jungle follow him. Wood and water, wind and tree, jungle favor go with thee. Mandarin 卡，愤怒是恐惧的蛋，只有没睫毛的眼睛才明亮。眼镜蛇的毒液无人能躲，眼镜蛇的话语也是如此。广博的话语会告诉你，力量，它的伴侣是谦逊。不要不自量力去攻击，也别荒废了你的力气。莫要过时路或扬，免得你的眼睛欺骗了你的喉咙。吃饱之后要睡眠，让你的窝深又隐秘，以免你的疏忽忘记使杀手来到你的屋里。东西南北洗你的皮，嘴巴紧闭，洞穴石缝，蓝色水池的边缘。中部丛林与它同在，水木枫树，丛林的恩宠伴随着你。
Thank you so much. That was a great honour for me to have something passed on from across the world. And it reminds us that we are actually live to the world now. If you have Twitter and would like to keep up to date, then go to @Bateman'sNT. That's BATESMANSNT. And you can hear what's coming next. And we are keeping remarkably to time. So I have a chance now to invite another live reader, Pamela Morgan, who's going to give us 2 poems. And I always have to remember that Kipling actually preferred to call them verse. If you buy a book of Kipling's poetry, you'll find it usually labelled as verse. And here's a small advert. If you do decide you've liked something you are hearing and you want to find out more about it, then all good bookshops can offer you over 500 of Kipling's verse for £3.99. Very good value indeed. Pamela Morgan is going to give us Giffin's Debt and the White Man's Burden. Giffin's Debt is in Departmental Ditties in 1886. The White Man's Burden first came out in the Times in 1899, but it's collected in The Five Nations, which came out in 1903. Pamela, please.
This poem, Giffin's Debt, is set in India in the days of the Raj. And this is how I imagine it. There, each settlement or city of any size had its club. Men would gather there after work, but you also had men from outlying districts who perhaps saw few fellow Europeans until they came into town on leave or on business and stayed at the club. In this poem, I imagine a group of men sitting around with their brandy and cigars after dinner, catching up on the gossip, perhaps with people who haven't been around for some time. Then someone asks, "What happened to old Giffin? I heard he got cashiered." And then one of them tells this tale, though I think I can hear others chipping in with their bit as well. The poem is called Giffin's Debt, though Giffin is not actually mentioned by name in the poem. And it starts off with the rather frightening Latin word in primis, which actually means to start at the beginning or in the first place. Okay, here's the story that we learn about Giffin. In primis, he was broke. Thereafter left his regiment and later took to drink. Then, having lost the balance of his friends, went Fanti, joined the people of the land, turned 3 parts Mussulman and 1 Hindu, and lived among the Gauri villagers, who gave him shelter and a wife or twain, and boasted that a thorough full-blood Sarb had come among them. Thus he spent his time, deeply indebted to the village shof, who never asked for payment, always drunk, unclean, abominable, out at heels, forgetting that he was an Englishman. You know, they damned the Gauri with a dam, and all the good contractors scamped their work, and all the bad materials at hand was used to dam the Gauri, which was cheap, and therefore proper. Then the Gauri burst, and several 100,000 cubic tons of water dropped into the valley, flop, and drowned some 25 villagers, and did a lac or 2 of detriment to crops and cattle. When the flood went down, we found him dead, beneath an old dead horse, full 6 miles down the valley. So we said he was the victim to the demon drink, and moralized upon him for a week, and then forgot him, which was natural. But in the valley of the Gauri, men beneath the shadow of the big new dam relate a foolish legend of the flood, accounting for the little loss of life, only those 25 villagers, in this wise. On the evening of the flood, they heard the groaning of the rotten dam, the voices of the mountain devils. Then an incarnation of the local god, mounted upon a monster-neighing horse and flourishing a flail-like whip, came down, breathing ambrosia to the villagers, and fell upon the simple villagers with yells beyond the power of mortal throat, and blows beyond the power of mortal hand, and smote them with his flail-like whip, and drove them clamorous with terror up the hill, and scattered with the monster-neighing steed their crazy cottages about their ears, and generally cleared those villages. Then came the water, and the local god, breathing ambrosia, flourishing his whip, and mounted on his monster-neighing steed, went down the valley with the flying trees and residue of homesteads, while they watched, safe on the mountainside, these wondrous things, and knew that they were much beloved of heaven. Wherefore, and when the dam was newly built, they raised a temple to the local god, and burnt all manner of unsavoury things upon his altar, and created priests, and blew into a conch, and banged a bell, and told the story of the Gauri flood with circumstance and much embroidery. So he, the whiskified, objectionable, unclean, abominable, out at heels, became the tutelary deity of all the Gauri Valley villages, and may in time become a solar myth.
Absolutely splendid. Thank you very much indeed. The second piece also requires some explanation. So, the white man's burden. Thank you.
In 1776, our American colonies broke away from the embryo British Empire and became the United States of America. In 1898, after a war with Spain, the USA acquired the Philippines and Cuba and a few other places, in fact had an empire of their own. Kipling knew a lot about empire, especially the obligations it brought, and he wrote The White Man's Burden to tell the Americans what was expected of them, almost a job description. Today we find the poem patronizing, but it reflects the attitude when it was written. Some find it racist, and on one level it is. But consider this little-known fact, which I learnt from the Kipling Society website. In America, at that time, the term white man meant straight and decent. The white man's burden. Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best you breed. Go, bind your sons to exile to serve your captives' need. To wait in heavy harness on fluttered folk and wild, your new-caught sullen peoples, half devil and half child. Take up the white man's burden, in patience to abide, to veil the threat of terror and check the show of pride. By open speech and simple, and 100 times made plain, to seek another's profit, to work another's gain. Take up the white man's burden, the savage wars of peace. Fill full the mouth of famine and bid the sickness cease. And when your goal is nearest, the end for others sought, watch sloth and heathen folly bring all your hopes to naught. Take up the white man's burden, no tawdry rule of kings, but toil of serf and sweeper and tale of common things. The ports ye shall not enter, the roads ye shall not tread. Go make them with your living and mark them with your dead. Take up the white man's burden and reap his old reward, the blame of those ye better, the hate of those ye guard. The cry of hosts ye humour are slowly towards the light. Why brought ye us from bondage, our loved Egyptian night? Take up the white man's burden, ye dare not stoop to less, nor call too loud on freedom to cloak your weariness. By all ye cry or whisper, by all ye leave or do, the silent, sullen peoples shall weigh your gods and you. Take up the white man's burden, have done with childish days, the lightly proffered laurel, the easy, ungrudged praise. Comes now to search your manhood through all the thankless years, cold edge with dear-bought wisdom, the judgment of your peers.
I have to fill time a little while we ask our next readers to come up. And I'm going to be speaking. We have our next speaker, please. Mr. Janice. Janice and Robin, please. It makes it more real to have a short hiatus as we work, and it's as well to make the bridge by pointing out that that very treaty that provided for the Philippines to become effectively a colony of the United States was set for only 10 years, so that together with Cuba and Puerto Rico, they would be ruled by their own people after 10 years. How strange to feel that some of those words, which have been taken sometimes totally wrongly, and sometimes still seen as a measure of modern times, are in fact something special about the 1890s and 1899, when that particular story came to its fullest point. I'm very glad here to have with me our next speaker, Janice Lingley, who has decided to take some material from a winter notebook. And I'm just going to say, Janice, over to you from a winter notebook.
Though we may not necessarily think of Kipling primarily as a writer with a genius for describing the natural world or evoking the spirit of place, when he resorts to this mode of expression, we are provided with some memorable prose. The scene is brought vividly before us, power, originality, and lucidity of the writing seem quite spontaneous. At its best, the expression achieves prose poetry. One thinks, for example, of the wonderful description in Kipling's Courageous of the seascape of the fishing schooner We're Here must negotiate on her homeward passage, and in Kim, the evocation of the awe-inspiring immensity of the Himalayas. Kipling's Courageous was written in Vermont, and Kim had its origins in this significant period of Kipling's literary life. So for my reading, I have selected passages from an article entitled From a Winter Notebook, in which Kipling describes with brio the splendid panorama of the New England seasons. The article was published in 1900 in Harper's Magazine, but it was written earlier, in 1894, the year The Jungle Book appeared in London and New York. Towards the end of the summer of the previous year, Kipling and his wife Carrie, with their baby daughter Josephine, had moved to a new home situated on a hillside in the village of Dummerston, 5 miles from Brattleboro. The house had been built specially for the young couple and named Naulaka. Previously, they had rented a small cottage on the Balestier estate. Here is a passage about their life in Vermont from a letter Kipling wrote in January of 1893 to his cousin Margaret and Kyle. Josephine thrives, and we are well content. In a few weeks now we shall take her out into the open. I wonder if you can realize weather that only goes above freezing for half an hour at midday sometimes, and yet is dancing, clear, dry, buoyant weather. Last night the glass outside marked 15 below zero and 22 degrees in some of the River Valley farms, but the air was dead still with a sparkle in it. Day after day, the sun comes up in a cloudless sky, burns across the snow, and goes out, clear to the last glitter. There is neither dust nor smoke nor defilement of any kind. Even the snow does not cling to the boot, but kicks up like fine sugar, so frozen it is. The trees are emperors with their crowns on, and icicles 5 and 6 feet long hang from our eaves. It's all like life in a fairy tale, life when one sings and shouts for joy of being alive. What is it about from a winter notebook that especially appeals to me? Firstly, Kipling speaks to us directly, and we are admitted into excellent company. Secondly, the references to wild flowers are beguiling. I am glad that they received due notice, for they are as beautiful, I think, as any found in tamer locations. Thirdly, Kipling's descriptions of winter in Vermont have links for me with another writer I admire, the American Robert Frost, whose seasonal poems of farming in New England are a delight. For example, The Pasture, The Tuft of Flowers, October, and Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. And last, but by no means least, it would appear that for Kipling, life in Vermont was the inspiration of some of the best writing for and about children that we have, setting standards for writers following in his wake. From a winter notebook. We had walked abreast of the year from the very beginning, and that was when the first bloodroot came up between the patches of April snow, while yet the big drift at the bottom of the meadow held fast. In the shadow of the woods and under the blown pine needles, clots of snow lay till far into May, but neither the season nor the flowers took any note of them, and before we were well sure winter had gone, the lackeys of my Lord Baltimore in their new liveries came to tell us that summer was in the valley, and please might they nest at the bottom of the garden. Followed summer, angry, fidgety, and nervous, with the corn and tobacco to ripen in 5 short months, the pastures to reclothe, and the fallen leaves to hide away under new carpets. Suddenly, in the middle of her work on a stuffy, still day, she called a wind out of the northwest, a wind blown under an arch of steel-bellied clouds, a wicked, bitter wind with a lacing of hail to it, a wind that came and gone in less than 10 minutes, but blocked the roads with fallen trees, toppled over a barn, and blew potatoes out of the ground. When that was done, a white cloud shaped like a dumbbell whirled down the valley across the evening blue, roaring and twisting and roaring all alone by itself. A West Indian hurricane could not have been quicker on its feet than our little cyclone, and when the house rose a tiptoe like a cockerel in act to crow, and a 60-foot elm went by the board, and that which had been a gusty road became a roaring torrent, all in 3 minutes, we felt that the New England summer had Creole blood in her veins. She went away, red-faced and angry to the last, slamming all the doors of the hills behind her, and Autumn, who is a lady, took charge. No pen can describe the turning of the leaves, the insurrection of the tree people against the waning year. A little maple began it, flaming blood-red of a sudden where he stood against the dark green of a pine belt. Next morning there was an answering signal from the swamp where the sumacs grow. 3 days later, the hillsides as far as the eye could range were afire and the roads paved with crimson and gold. Then a wet wind blew and ruined all the uniforms of that gorgeous army, and the oaks who had held themselves in reserve buckled on their dull and bronzed cuirasses and stood it out stiffly for the last blown leaf, till nothing remained but pencil shading of bare boughs, and one could see into the most private part of the woods. Frost may be looked for till the middle of May and after the middle of September, so summer has little time for enamel work or leaf embroidery. Her sisters bring the gifts: spring, windflowers, Solomon's seal, Dutchman's breeches, Quaker ladies, and trailing arbutus that smells as divinely as the true May. Autumn has goldenrod and all the tribe of the asters, pink, lilac, and creamy white by the double armful. When these go, the curtain comes down, and whatever powers shift the scenery behind work without noise. In tropic lands you can hear the play of growth and decay at the back of the night silences. Even in England the tides of the winter air have a set and a purpose, but here they are dumb altogether. The very last piece of benchwork this season was the trailed end of a blackberry vine, most daringly conventionalized in hammered iron, flung down on the frosty grass an instant before people came to look. The blue bloom of the surface was still dying along the central rib, and the side sprays were cherry red, even as they had been lifted from the charcoal. It was a detail, evidently, of some invisible gate in the woods, but we never found that workman, though he had left the mark of his big cloven foot as plainly as any strayed deer. In a week the heavy frosts with scythes and hammers had slashed and knocked down all the roadside growth and the kindly bushes that veiled the drop off the unfenced track. There the seasons stopped a while. Autumn was gone, winter was not. We had time dealt out to us, mere, clear, fresh time, grace days to enjoy. The white wooden farmhouses were banked round 2 feet deep with dried leaves or earth, and the choppers went out to get ready next year's stores of wood. White pine, hemlock, and spruce share this country with maples, black and white birches, and beech. Maple seems to have few preferences, and the white birches straggle and shiver on the outskirts of every camp. But the pines hold together in solid regiments, sending out skirmishers to invade a neglected pasture on the first opportunity. There is no overcoat warmer than the pines in a gale, when the woods for miles round are singing like cathedral organs, and the first snow of the year powders the rock ledges. The mosses and lichens, green, sulphur, and amber, stud the copper floor of needles, where the feathery ground pine runs aimlessly to and fro along the ground, spelling out broken words of half-forgotten charms. There are checkerberries on the outskirts of the wood, where the partridge, he is a ruffed grouse really, dines, and by the deserted logging roads, toadstools of all colours sprout on the decayed stumps. Wherever a green or blue rock lifts from the hillside, the needles have been packed and matted round its base, till, when the sunshine catches them, stone and setting together, look no meaner than turquoise in dead gold. The woods are full of colour, belts and blotches of it, the colours of the savage, red, yellow, and blue. Yet in their lodges there is very little life, for the wood people do not readily go into the shadows. The squirrels have their business among the beeches and hickories by the roadside, where they can watch the traffic and talk. We have no grey ones hereabouts. They are good to eat and suffer for it. But 5 reds live in a hickory hard by, and no weather puts them to sleep. The woodchuck, a marmot and a strategist, makes his burrow in the middle of the field, where he must see you ere you see him. Now and again a dog manages to cut him off his base, and the battle is worth crossing the fields to watch. But the woodchuck turned in long ago, and will not be out till April. The coon lives, well, no one seems to know particularly where Brer Coon lives, but when the hunter's moon is large and full, he descends into the cornlands, and men chase him with dogs for his fur, which makes the finest kind of overcoat, and his flesh, which tastes like chicken. He cries at night sorrowfully, as though a child were lost. For undistracted people, winter is one long delight of the eye. In other lands one knows the snow as a nuisance that comes and goes and is sorely manhandled and messed at the last. Here it lies longer on the ground than any crop, from November to April sometimes, and for 3 months life goes to the tune of sleigh bells, which are not, as the southern visitor once hinted, ostentation, but safeguards. The man who drives without them is not loved. The snow is a faithful barometer foretelling good sleighing or stark confinement to barracks. It is all the manure the stony pastures receive. It cloaks the ground and prevents the frost bursting pipes. It is the best, I had almost written the only, road maker in the States. On the other side, it can rise up in the night and bid the people sit still as the Egyptians. It can stop the mails, wipe out all the timetables, extinguish the lamps of 20 towns, and kill man within sight of his own doorstep or hearing of his cattle unfed. No one who has been through even so modified a blizzard as New England can produce talks lightly of the snow. Imagine 48 hours of roaring wind, the thermometer well down towards zero, scooping and gouging across 100 miles of newly fallen snow. The air is full of stinging shot, and at 10 yards the trees are invisible. The foot slides on a reef polished and black as obsidian, where the wind has skinned an exposed corner of road down to the dirt ice of early winter. The next step ends hip deep and over, for here an unseen wall is banking back the rush of the singing drifts. A scarped slope rises sheer across the road. The wind shifts a point or two, and all sinks down as sand in the hourglass, leaving a pothole of whirling whiteness. There is a lull, and you can see the surface of the field settling furiously in one direction, a tide that spurts from between the tree boles. The hollows of the pasture fill while you watch, empty, fill, and discharge anew. The rock ledges show the bare flank of a storm-chased liner for a moment, and whitening back under. Irresponsible snow devils dance by the lee of a barn where 3 gusts meet, or stagger out into the open, till they are cut down by the main wind. At the worst of the storm there is neither heaven nor earth, but only swizzle into which a man may be grooved. Distances grow to nightmare scale, and that which in the summer was no more than a minute's bareheaded run is half an hour's gasping struggle, each foot won between the lulls. Then do the heavy timbered barns talk like ships in a cross sea, beam working against beam. The winter's hay is ribbed over the long lines of snow dust, blown between the boards, and far below in the byre the oxen clash their horns and moan uneasily. The next day is blue, breathless, and most utterly still. The farmers shovel away to their beasts, bind with chains their large ploughshares to their heaviest wood sled, and take of oxen as many as Allah has given them. These they drive, and the dragging share makes a furrow in which a horse can walk, and the oxen, by force of repeatedly going up to their bellies, presently find foothold. The finished road is a deep double gutter between 3-foot walls of snow, where by custom the heavier vehicle has right of way. The lighter man, when he turns out, must drop waist deep and haul his unwilling beast into the drift, leaving Providence to steady the sleigh. In the towns, where they choke and sputter and gasp, the big snow turns to horsepondine. With us it stays still. The wind, sun, and rain get to work upon it, lest the texture and colour should not change daily. Rain makes a granulated crust over all, in which white shagreen the trees are faintly reflected. Heavy mists go up and down and create a sort of mirage, till they settle and pack round the iron-tipped hills, and then you know how the moon must look to an inhabitant. At twilight, again the beaten-down ridges and laps and folds of the uplands take on the likeness of wet sand, some huge and melancholy beach at the world's end, and when day meets night it is all goblin country. To westward the last of the spent day, rust-red and pearl, illimitable levels of shore waiting for the tide to turn again. To eastward, black night among the valleys, and on the rounded hill slopes a hard glare that is not so much light as snail slime from the moon. Once or twice, perhaps, in the winter, the northern lights come out between the moon and the sun, so that through the two unearthly lights is added the leap and flare of the aurora borealis. In January or February come the great ice storms, when every branch, blade, and trunk is coated with frozen rain, so that you can touch nothing truly. The spikes of the pines are sunk into pear-shaped crystals, and each fence post is miraculously hilted with diamonds. If you bend a twig, the icing cracks like varnish, and a half-inch branch snaps off at the lightest tap. If wind and sun open the day together, the eye cannot look steadily at the splendour of this jewellery. The woods are full of the clatter of arms, the ringing of bucks' horns in fight, the stampede of mailed feet up and down the glade, and a great dust of battle is puffed out into the open, till the last of the ice is beaten away, and the cleared branches take up their regular chant. Again the mercury drops 20 and more below zero, and the very trees swoon. The snow turns to French chalk, squeaking under the heel, and their breath cloaks the oxen in rime. At night a tree's heart will break in him with a groan. According to the books, the frost has split something, but it is a fearful sound, the grunt of a man stunned. Winter that is winter in earnest does not allow cattle and horses to play about the fields, so everything comes home, and since no share can break ground to any profit for some 5 months, there would seem to be very little to do. As a matter of fact, country interests at all seasons are extensive and peculiar, and the day is not long enough for them when you take out that time which a self-respecting man needs to turn himself round in. Consider, the solid, undisturbed hours stand about one like ramparts. At a certain time the sun will rise. At another hour, equally certain, he will set. This much we know. Why, in the name of reason, therefore, should we vex ourselves with vain exertions? An occasional visitor from the cities of the plains comes up, panting to do things. He is set down to listen to the normal beat of his own heart, a sound that very few men have heard. In a few days, when the lava of impatience has dried off, he ceases to talk of getting there or being left. He does not desire to accomplish matters right away, nor does he look at his watch from force of habit, but keeps it where it should be, in his stomach. At the last he goes back to his beleaguered city, unwillingly, partially civilized, soon to be re-savaged by the clash of 1,000 wars whose echo doth not reach here. The air which kills germs dries out the very newspapers. They might be of tomorrow or 100 years ago. They have nothing to do with today, the long, full, sunlit today.
How wonderful to feel that there may be some Vermont people out there
Yes.
listening to that.
I hope
So well chosen. Thank you very, very much indeed, Janice. I'm so grateful to you for preparing that for me. When I had the crazy idea of a 24-hour reading, I realized it might be a 24-hour reading by me, but not at all. I've had so much support, particularly from those people who have just come forward with something that is their favorite. Could you ask Mike to come up for us? We're going to need him in a moment. Thank you very much. And I'll take a moment to say a couple of thank yous. The first and the most serious is certainly to the staff and the volunteers here at Bateman's, which is a National Trust property. That means that it's looked after with care, with enthusiasm, with great forethought. Some of the work that goes on here just amazes me. And to find that they're prepared to put up with the kind of thing that we're asking them to do, to take up one whole room for one whole day and one whole night, and also to provide us with such a wonderful tech man as James McGrath. We are wondering whether this is actually the first of its kind, the first 24-hour non-stop reading of any author's work. And maybe this is a challenge to other literary societies to prepare, but they're going to need to have a James McGrath and a National Trust to do the work for them, which has been done for me, and also friends prepared to step forward as Robin Mitchell has done. Now, Robin has a new hip.
Thank you, yes.
And has struggled his way up here very silently, prepared to do his part. He's going to offer us something which was first published in St. James' Gazette in 1890. It's The Last of the Light Brigade. And again, it needs an explanation. So, Robin, over to you. Robin Mitchell, a past volunteer here at the National Trust at Bateman's, and also a past member of the Kipling Society's own council. Robin, The Last of the Light Brigade.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In 1890, there was an anniversary reunion of survivors of one of the celebrated Victorian feats of arms and the condition that these survivors were in. It will not take you a moment to know which was the feat of arms, but this poem, which describes the history and background of the event, shows Rudyard Kipling's strong belief in what is now called the military covenant and his extreme annoyance when, through needless thoughtlessness, complacency, and ignorance, casualties and deaths have occurred and the covenant has been broken. The last brigade, the Light Brigade. There were 30 million English who talked of England's might. There were 20 broken troopers who lacked a bed for the night. They had neither food nor money. They had neither service nor trade. They were only shiftless soldiers, the last of the Light Brigade. They felt that life was fleeting. They knew not that art was long, that though they were dying of famine, they lived in deathless song. They asked for a little money to keep the wolf from the door, and 30 million English sent them £20 and 4. They laid their heads together. They were scarred and lean and grey. Keen were the Russian sabres, but want was keener than they. And an old troop sergeant muttered, "Let us go to the man who writes. The things about balaclava that kiddies at school recites. They went without bands or colours, a regiment 10 files strong, to look for the master singer who had crowned them all in his song. And waiting his servant's order, by his garden gate they stayed, a desolate little cluster, the last of the Light Brigade. They strove to stand to attention, to straighten the toil-bowed back. They drilled on an empty stomach, the loose-knit files fell slack. With stooping of weary shoulders, in garments tattered and frayed, they shambled into his presence, the last of the Light Brigade. The troop sergeant was speaker, and begging your pardon, he said, you wrote of the Light Brigade, sir. Here's all that isn't dead. It's all come true what you said, sir, regarding the mouth of L. For we're all of us nigh to the workhouse. We thought we'd call and tell. No, thank you, we don't want food, sir. But couldn't you take and write, a sort of to be continued, and see next page of the fight? We think that someone has blundered, and couldn't you let them tell them how? You wrote, they were heroes once, sir. He's right, we are starving now. The poor little army departed, limping and lean and forlorn, and the heart of the master singer grew hot with the scorn of scorn, and he wrote for them wonderful verses that swept the land like flame, till the fatted souls of the English were scourged with the thing called shame. O 30 million English who babble of England's might, behold, there are 20 heroes who lack their food tonight. Our children's children are lisping to honour the charge they made, and we leave to the streets and the workhouse the last of the Light Brigade.
What an exemplary reading. Thank you so much. That was really, really good. Thank you. Now, if you are fascinated by that story and would like to know more, you could go to kiplingsociety.co.uk, and there you will find a reader's guide, which has been built up over many years, chiefly by the efforts of John Radcliffe, who is our website editor, and much, much more. John, with his group of contributors, has produced notes on all of the prose and a very, very good proportion of the verse. So if you need to check something as simple as the date of first publication, it will be there. But there'll also be explanations of the background to the poem, and maybe sometimes some explanation of the text. And here and there, that's very, very necessary. But thank you again, Robin. We're now going to move on to something which I'm going to take part in, instructed by one of our readers, Pamela Morgan, and I'm going to call on another member of the society, our treasurer, Mike Kipling, who's going for the part of the young soldier. Can you do that, Mike? Yes. So I'm going to invite Pamela to introduce us, ready to do one of the pieces which T.S. Eliot, who was, of course, one of our vice presidents in his day, described as a poem. He was not convinced that much of Kipling's work was poetry, but he named this as one. Pamela. We have Danny Deever.
We have Danny Deever.
What are the bugles blowing for?
Said files on parade.
To turn you out, to turn you out.
The colour sergeant said.
What makes you look so white? So white?
Said files on parade.
I'm dreading what I've got to watch.
The colour sergeant said. While they're hanging Danny Deever, you can hear the Dead March play. The regiment's in Hollow Square, they're hanging him today. They've taken off his buttons off and cut his stripes away, and they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning.
What makes the rear rank breathe so hard?
Said files on parade.
Bit of cold, bit of cold.
The colour sergeant said.
What makes that front rank man fall down?
Said files on parade.
Touch the sun, touch of the sun.
the colour sergeant said. They're hanging Danny Deever. They are marching of him round. They have halted Danny Deever by his coffin on the ground, and he'll swing in half a minute for a sneaking shooting hound. Oh, they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning,
His cot was right-hand cot to mine.
said files on parade.
He's sleeping out and far tonight.
Colour sergeant said,
I've drank his beer a score of times.
said files on parade.
He's drinking bitter beer alone.
The colour sergeant said, they are hanging Danny Deever. You must mark him to his place, for he shot a comrade sleeping. You must look him in the face. 900 of his county and the regiment's disgrace, while they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning,
What's that so black agin the sun?
said files on parade.
It's Danny, fighting hard for life.
The colour sergeant said,
What's that whimpers overhead?
said files on parade.
It's Danny's soul that's passing now.
The colour sergeant said, well, they're done with Danny Deever. You can hear the quickstep play. The regiment's in column and they're marching us away. Ho, the young recruits are shaking and they'll want their beer today after hanging Danny Deever in the morning.
What a performance. Thank you very much indeed. Remember, we are recording these. You can hear it live on YouTube. You may be doing that now. You can hear it again on YouTube because it'll be recorded. You can sit down with your computer or your smartphone for 24 hours and hear the lot right through again. But we're also intending to separate these off and offer them on our website as read material for those who do want to hear something read in an experienced and very dramatic way. Thank you so much for that. That's really good. So thank you to Janice Lingley from A Winter's Notebook, to Robin Mitchell for The Last of the Light Brigade, and a chance for me to make sure that you are clear that you're hearing the Kipling Society members and friends, the National Trust staff, and the volunteers who work here 363 days a year. So if you've not yet come down to Bateman's, please do soon. My friends from across the world have come here and all have remembered it with great joy. It is a wonderful place, one of the most visited places in the National Trust's enormous numbers. Pamela Morgan has done another 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 pieces for me, and she was so concerned earlier that it was wrong that she should have so many. But they are small pieces and they are perfect pieces. And so I'm going to invite her in a moment or two to read us Pink Dominoes and The Question. When Pamela submitted these pieces, she had assumed that I would be keeping them together in their obvious pairings. And she quietly noticed that I didn't do that. And in common with so many people who have contributed to this 24 hours, she didn't complain. My reason for doing it was that my title was A Diversity of Kipling. It was partly named that because A Diversity of Creatures, one of Kipling's collected sets of stories, came out in 1917. So we're seeing the 100th anniversary of a volume. But much more, I wanted to make it clear to those who think that Kipling is If, or Kipling is The Way Through the Woods, or Kipling is A Smuggler's Song, that there are at least another 1,200 poems, or verse, if you stick with Kipling's description, to look at and enjoy. Some of them do need explanation, some of them need backup detail, and the website is there always for you. But we're going to move on to listen to Pink Dominoes, which was first published in the Civil and Military Gazette in 1886, but collected together in that famous early departmental ditties in 1890. And if you're a book collector, do note that you're going to need more than just one volume of the departmental ditties, because Kipling collects different verses in different editions of the departmental ditties. and there are many editions. And then she'll go on to do The Question, which was in sea warfare, and I think the final poem in that volume, but then collected in one of the volumes of verse which you're going to hear more of, The Years Between, published in 1919. Pamela, Pink Dominoes and The Question, please.
Kipling wrote a number of poems in his Lahore similar days on the devious ways of getting a better job. And this poem is one of them. It's called Pink Dominoes. Now, you'll appreciate once I start that it's a young man who is talking. I apologise you've got an old lady doing it, but use your imagination. Pink Dominoes. There are fools who kiss and tell, wisely has the poet sung. Man may hold all sorts of posts if he'll only hold his tongue. Jenny and me were engaged, you see, on the eve of the fancy ball, so a kiss or two was nothing to you or anyone else at all. Jenny would go in a domino, pretty and pink but warm, while I attended clad in a splendid Austrian uniform. Now, we had arranged through notes exchanged early that afternoon at number 4 to waltz no more, but to sit in the dark and spoon. I want you to see that Jenny and me had barely exchanged our troth, so a kiss or two was strictly due by, from, and between us both. When 3 was over, an eager lover, I fled to the gloom outside, and a domino came out also, whom I took for my future bride. That is to say, in a casual way, I slipped my arm around her, with a kiss or two, which is nothing to you, and ready to kiss I found her. She turned her head, and the name she said was certainly not my own, but ere I could speak, with a smothered shriek, she fled and left me alone. Then Jenny came, and I saw with shame she doffed her domino, and I had embraced an alien waist, but I did not tell her so. Next morn I knew that there were 2 dominoes pink, and one had cloaked the spouse of Sir Julian Bowes, our big political gun. Sir J was old, and her hair was gold, and her eye was a blue cerulean, and the name she said when she turned her head was not in the least like Julian. Now, wasn't it nice, for want of pice forbid us twain to marry, that old Sir J in the kindest way made me his secretary? It's good, isn't it?
I've heard it so often that
Yes, but now, as John said, the whole tenor of this thing that we're doing is contrast. And that goes from the very, very frivolous of Pink Dominoes to something very, very heavy to do with the First World War. And we had a talk earlier on about Kipling as a war poet. This is indeed a poem about the war, but it's not about the fighting. It's political. Because Kipling wanted the United States to enter the Great War, as the World War I was called at the time. He offered to go on a speaking campaign there, but he was vetoed by the Foreign Office. I think they felt he might be a bit of a loose cannon. In this poem, for which, again, it's me reading it, but it needs an American accent. You have to assume the American accent. America is contemplating the moral cost of surviving intact a war which cost millions of lives. So the question is the United States considering the question of whether or not they should enter the war, and what are the consequences morally of not doing so. Brethren, how shall it fare with me when the war is laid aside, if it be proven that I am he for whom a world has died? If it be proven that all the good and the greater good I will make were purchased for me by a multitude who suffered for my sake, that I was delivered by mere mankind vowed to one sacrifice, and not as I hold them battle blind, but dying with open eyes, that they did not ask me to draw the sword when they stood to endure their lot, that they only looked to me for a word, and I answered I knew them not. If it be found when the battle clears, their death has set me free, then how shall I live with myself through the years which they have bought for me? Brethren, how must it fare with me, or how am I justified, if it be proven that I am he for whom mankind has died? If it be proven that I am he who, being questioned, denied.
Very special indeed. Thank you so much for that. Now we are preparing in a moment for the second of our recorded pieces, and we need to bring in Ray Beck, who is going to be offering us a longer piece shortly. And it gives me a moment or two to segue, to make the join for the next stage on. Because we have a situation where we're moving smoothly on to a piece by a professional voice artist, a member of our society and an academic who has written on Kipling, but is also finding work using her beautiful voice to record material commercially. And she's been kind enough to offer us something really special here with When Earth's Last Picture is Painted. It's only a 2-minute piece, so it's worth giving it a little introduction. And in particular, it might be important to point out that in 1892, when it was written, Kipling was newly married and living in Vermont. So when we listen to this piece, we imagine him boiling over with joy, no doubt. He was married in the spring here and then went out to live in Vermont, and his daughter was born in the December. And early on in their time in Vermont, they lived in Bliss Cottage. That seems so right. And those of you who know Kipling's own life story, which is so fascinating and which we should not spend too long talking about, is a point here maybe that When Earth's Last Picture is Painted is a recognition of the way time is going by? Or is it in fact a song, as I said, of joy? Erin Lutit reads for us When Earth's Last Picture is Painted.
When Earth's last picture is painted. When Earth's last picture is painted, and the tubes are twisted and dried, when the oldest colours have faded, and the youngest critic has died, we shall rest, and, faith, we shall need it, lie down for an aeon or two, till the Master of all good workmen shall put us to work anew. And those that were good shall be happy, they shall sit in a golden chair, they shall splash at a 10-league canvas with brushes of comet's hair, they shall find real saints to draw from, Magdalene, Peter, and Paul, they shall work for an age at a sitting, and never be tired at all. And only the Master shall praise us, and only the Master shall blame, and no one shall work for money, and no one shall work for fame, but each for the joy of the working, and each, in his separate star, shall draw the thing as he sees it, for the God of things as they are.
Erin, that was a wonderful piece of work. If you're listening to us now, thank you very much for it. I think you will agree that the quality of the other readings from amateurs has been right up there too. Things are going very, very well. I do hope whispered conversation didn't come in then. We're organising our next act in, but he's not on for a while yet, because I'm very glad to say I'm going to call on Pamela Morgan for another 2 pieces. And these 2 are Delilah and The Exile's Line. And once again, I hope you'll see the contrast I was hoping for. The first, Delilah, was in the first edition of Departmental Ditties in 1886, a very strange publication. We have, or had, just 1 copy of this in the Kipling Society Library up at Haileybury. and it was ours partly because it had been damaged by fire and therefore was not worth as much as it might be. We have since been able to buy another copy, which is in fact a facsimile. And for those who are out there who are book collectors, the interesting point is that the facsimile is actually rarer than the first edition of Departmental Ditties, though of course not worth as much financially. Delilah then from Departmental Ditties, and the Exile's Line, published in the Civil and Military Gazette, which was Kipling's early experience as a journalist, but then collected in the definitive edition, which is the one that you can walk in and buy at your local good bookshop for $3.99 as the collected verse of Kipling. And I hope I'm selling a few of those as we work. So Pamela, can I call on you once again to offer us Delilah and the Exile's Line?
Now, Delilah is, first of all, nothing to do with Tom Jones. This is to do with the Bible. You ought to recollect that Delilah was a woman of the Philistines who was given the job of seducing Samson in order to find out what was the source of his strength. It's a tale of seduction, not necessarily in the modern sense of the word. And it's got a twist in it. It's Kipling's twist on the story of Delilah. Delilah Aberystwyth was a lady, not too young, with a perfect taste in dresses and a badly bitted tongue, with a thirst for information and a greater thirst for praise, and a little house in Simla in the prehistoric days. By reason of her marriage to a gentleman in power, Delilah was acquainted with the gossip of the hour, and many little secrets of the half official kind were whispered to Delilah, and she bore them all in mind. She patronized extensively a man, Ulysses Gunn, whose mode of earning money was a low and shameful one. He wrote for certain papers, which, as everybody knows, is worse than serving in a shop or scaring off the crows. He praised her queenly beauty first, and later on he hinted at the vastness of her intellect with compliment unstinted. He went with her a-riding, and his love for her was such that he lent her all his horses, and she galled them very much. One day they brewed a secret of a fine financial sort. It related to appointments to a man and a report. 'Twas almost worth the keeping. Only 7 people knew it, and Gunn rose up to seek the truth and patiently ensue it. It was a viceroy's secret, but perhaps the wine was red, perhaps an aged counsellor had lost his aged head, perhaps Delilah's eyes were bright, Delilah's whispers sweet. The aged member told her what 'twere treason to repeat. Ulysses went a-riding, and they talked of... Ulysses went a-riding, they talked of love and flowers. Ulysses went a-calling, and he called for several hours. Ulysses went a-waltzing, and Delilah helped him dance. Ulysses let the waltzes go and waited for his chance. The summer sun was setting, and the summer air was still. The couple went a-walking in the shade of Summer Hill. The wasteful sunset faded out in turquoise green and gold. Ulysses pleaded softly, and that bad Delilah told. Next morn, a startled empire learnt the all-important news. Next week, the aged counsellor was shaking in his shoes. Next month, I met Delilah, and she did not show the least hesitation in affirming that Ulysses was a beast. We have another viceroy now. Those days are dead and gone, of Delilah Aberystwyth and most mean Ulysses Gunn. Now, as they say, in complete contrast. And I've taken liberties with this poem. John has given me permission, I think a little grudgingly, because I'm not going to read a whole poem. I'm filleting the poem for my own reasons. Kipling wrote this story about the P&O, the shipping line, more of which anon. And it's a funny poem. It's a mixture of a diatribe against the slowness and incompetence of the P&O and an observation on the cost to individuals and individual families of working with the empire. I'm sure if you've seen TV adverts for cross-channel ferries and for exotic cruises with the P&O, you'll be familiar with their red, blue, yellow and white house flag. In Kipling's day, the P&O plied the route to India, and Kipling called it the Exiles Line, which is the title of the poem. But the Exiles Line also means the family line of people being exiled out to India to work there. So what I have done is I've taken out all these lines about the P&O, and I've just concentrated on the lines that are about working in India and travelling backwards and forwards. The tragedy of all our East is laid on those white decks beneath the awning shade. Birth, absence, longing, laughter, love and tears, and death unmaking ere the land is made. And midnight madnesses of souls distraught, whom the cool seas call through the open port, so that the table lacks one place next morn, and for one forenoon men forego their sport. The shadow of the rigging to and fro sways, shifts, and flickers on the spar deck snow, and like a giant trampling in his chains, the screw blades gasp and thunder deep below. For the same wave that meets our stem in spray bore Smith of Asia eastward yesterday, and Delhi Jones and Brown of Midnapore tomorrow follow on the self-same way. Linked in the chain of empire one by one, flushed with long leave or tanned with many a sun, the exiles' line brings out the exiles' line and ships them homeward when their work is done. Yea, heedless of the shuttle through the loom, the flying keels fulfil the web of doom. And Green of Kensington, estrayed to view in 3 short months the world he never knew, stares with blind eyes upon the quartered flag, and sees no more than yellow, red, and blue. But we, the gypsies of the East, but we, waifs of the land and wastrels of the sea, come nearer home beneath the quartered flag than ever home shall come to such as we. Bound in the wheel of empire, one by one, the chain gangs of the East from sire to son, the exiles' line takes out the exiles' line and ships them homeward when their work is done. For all the soul of our sad East is there beneath the house flag of the P&O.
I approve of the way you cut that. It worked remarkably well. Thank you so much, Pamela. I'm going to let Pamela go now, I think. You've contributed enormously, as so many people have, to this. Thank you very much indeed. I'll ask you on your way out, if you see Sue Maxwell, send her in, because we're preparing the next stage on. And I have a moment or two. To spare. I want to make sure that as I move on, I try to stay as close to the published times as possible. So far, we've been a little early each time, but the implication has always been that those people out there who have a particular piece they'd like to hear may sign on at the right time and discover we've started earlier. We will do our best to stay on time as we go. And we have a recording shortly to offer you, which I know many people were very interested in. One of the great things about being the honorary librarian of the Kipling Society has been making friends across the world. When I first started, I boasted about 4 particular friends I'd made. One was a strawberry farmer in Norway, yes, halfway up a mountain on the side of one of the great fjords he lived. One, who I'm sorry to say has passed on now, was a lighthouse keeper in a sound off Canada, who found that he had time to spare not only to take part in conversations with me on the internet, but also to run the Nutwood Society. And if you didn't know what the Nutwood Society is, I'm going to send you away to find out. One, believe it or not, from Japan, was a crash dummy designer. We have to have crash dummy designers, but to find one who wanted to correspond with me about Kipling was a joy. And one, and perhaps the most interesting of all if I ever get to Australia, is the archivist for one of the largest wine companies in Australia. So I've made some very good friends, and one of them was Inga Brogger, and Inga offered me the poem Mandalay, but in Danish. She was very concerned that it would be correct for what we're aiming to do. Well, for all the Danes out there who have been waiting for this, here it comes. First published in the Scots Observer in 1890, but then collected in a collection we haven't mentioned so far very much, Barrack Room Ballads in 1892. Over to Inga with Mandalay in Danish.
My name is Inger Brugger. I'm Danish and have been for quite some time working on a PhD thesis on Rudyard Kipling's short stories for the University of Copenhagen. I'm going to read one stanza of Kipling's famous poem Mandalay. However, I'll read the first stanza of the Danish translation of Mandalay, not Kipling's original. In Denmark, this poem is probably the best known of Kipling's poems, precisely because of this brilliant translation by the Danish critic Kai Friis Møller. Kai Friis Møller translated the poem in 1936, but he translated it into standard Danish. There is very little use of slang and nothing equivalent to the Cockney accent of the original. The same year, a Danish composer, Erling Winkel, put the poem into music, writing a very different tune from the one known to an English audience. The tune is very melancholic but beautiful, and it emphasizes the sad tone of the poem, and also the more genteel feel of this Danish version. To demonstrate this, I'm going to sing the first and the last stanzas of Mandalay using this Danish tune, but first I'll read the first stanza. Ved den grå mulmejn pagode med sit blik mod havets blå, sidder der en Burma-pige, ak og mig hun tænker på. Visker palmesuset ikke, synger templets klokker ej. Kom igen, soldat fra England, kom igen til Mandalay. Kom igen til Mandalay af flotiljens gamle vej. Husker du Pagajens dunken fra Rangoon til Mandalay? Den vej til Mandalay, fuld af flyvefisk i leg, og hvor solen brød som torden frem bag Kina-bugtens kaj. Ved den grå mulmejn pagode med sit blik mod havets blå, sidder der en Burma-pige, ak og mig hun tænker på. Visker palmesuset ikke, synger templets klokker ej. Kom igen, soldat fra England, kom igen til Mandalay. Kom igen til Mandalay, af flotiljens gamle vej. Husker du Pagajens dunken fra Rangoon til Mandalay? Den vej til Mandalay, fuld af flyvefisk i leg, og hvor solen brød som torden frem med Kina-bugtens kaj. Sejl mig ud der øst for Suez, der hvor sidste mand er først, hvor de 10 bud ikke gælder, og hvor folk kan føle tørst. For nu kalder templets klokker, og jeg ønsker kun jeg lå ved den grå mulmejn pagode og betragtede havets blå. Ak, den vej til Mandalay, hvor flotilje tog den vej, med de syge under solsejl, da vi gik til Mandalay. Den vej til Mandalay, fuld af flyvefisk i leg, og hvor solen brød som torden frem bag Kina-bugtens kaj.
That was delightful. That was, oh, wonderful. A little while ago, I was invited out to Kiev to a conference, and I had to learn some Ukrainian. I see I must also learn some Danish. So if you're listening, thank you, Inga. That was wonderful. We now have, well, what I'm going to read as the recrudescence of Imre, because in 1891, in a volume called Mine Own People, Kipling actually published our next piece with that title. Thank heavens he changed it afterwards to The Return of Imre. And I'm going to invite one of our past council members and a well-known performer of Kipling to music as well as he's going to do today as a reader, Raybeck. Raybeck, please, The Return of Imre.
Thank you. The Return of Imre is a slightly supernatural story of Kipling's set in India in the mid to late 1800s. And it illustrates the great gulf that there was between the British population and the Indian population during those times. Return of Imre. Imre achieved the impossible. Without warning, for no conceivable motive, in his youth, at the threshold of his career, he chose to disappear from the world, which is to say, the little Indian station where he lived. Upon a day he was alive, well, happy, and in great evidence amongst the billiard tables at his club. Upon a morning he was not, and no manner of search could make sure where he might be. He had stepped out of his place. He had not appeared at the office at the proper time, and his dog cart was not upon the public roads. For these reasons, and because he was hampering in a microscopical degree the administration of the Indian Empire, that empire paused for one microscopical moment to make inquiry into the fate of Imre. Ponds were dragged, wells were plumbed, telegrams were dispatched down the lines of railways to the nearest seaport town, 1,200 miles away. But Imre was not at the end of the drag ropes, nor the telegraph wires. He was gone, and his place knew him no more. Then the work of the great Indian Empire swept forward, because it could not be delayed, and Imre, from being a man, became a mystery, such a thing as men talk over at their tables in the club for a month, and then forget utterly. His guns, horses, and carts were sold to the highest bidder. His superior officer wrote an altogether absurd letter to his mother, saying that Imre had unaccountably disappeared, and his bungalow stood empty. After 3 or 4 months of the scorching hot weather had gone by, my friend Strickland of the police saw fit to rent the bungalow from the native landlord. This was before he was engaged to Miss Yougle, an affair which has been described in another place, and while he was pursuing his investigations into native life. His own life was sufficiently peculiar, and men complained of his manners and customs. There was always food in his house, but there were no regular times for meals. He ate standing up and walking about, whatever he might find at the sideboard, and this was not good for human beings. His domestic equipment was limited to 6 rifles, 3 shotguns, 5 saddles, and a collection of stiff-jointed mahseer rods, bigger and stronger than the largest salmon rods. These occupied one half of his bungalow, and the other half was given up to Strickland and his dog, Tietjens, an enormous rampur slut who devoured daily the rations of 2 men. She spoke to Strickland in a language of her own, and whenever, walking abroad, she saw things calculated to destroy the peace of Her Majesty the Queen Empress, she returned to her master and laid information. Strickland would take steps at once, and the end of his labour was trouble and fine and imprisonment for other people. The natives believed that Tietjens was a familiar spirit, and treated her with a great reverence that is born of hate and fear. One room in the bungalow was set apart for her special use. She owned a bedstead, a blanket, and a drinking trough, and if anyone came into Strickland's room at night, her custom was to knock down the invader and give tongue till someone came with a light. Strickland owned his life to her when he was on the frontier, in search of a local murderer, who came in the grey dawn to send Strickland much farther than the Andaman Islands. Tietjens caught the man as he was crawling into Strickland's tent with a dagger between his teeth, and, after his record of iniquity was established in the eyes of the law, he was hanged. From that date, Tietjens wore a collar of rough silver and employed a monogram on a night blanket, and the blanket was of double-woven cashmere cloth, for she was a delicate dog. Under no circumstances would she be separated from Strickland, and once, when he was ill with fever, made great trouble for the doctors, because she did not know how to help her master, and would not allow another creature to attempt aid. McConnaught of the Indian Medical Service beat her over the head with a gun butt before she would understand that she must give room for those who could give quinine. A short time after Strickland had taken Imre's bungalow, my business took me through that station, and naturally, the club quarters being full, I quartered myself upon Strickland. It was a desirable bungalow, 8-roomed and heavily thatched against any chance of leakage from rain. Under the pitch of the roof ran a ceiling cloth, which looked just as neat as a whitewashed ceiling. The landlord had repainted it when Strickland took the bungalow. Unless you knew how Indian bungalows were built, you would never have suspected that above the cloth lay the dark 3-cornered cavern of the roof, where the beams and the underside of the thatch harboured all manner of rats, bats, ants, and foul things. Tietjens met me in the veranda with a bay like the boom of the bell of St. Paul's, putting a paws on my shoulder to show that she was glad to see me. Strickland had contrived to claw together a sort of meal which he called lunch, and immediately after it was finished went out about his own business. I was left alone with Tietjens and my own affairs. The heat of the summer had broken up and turned to the warm damp of the rains. There was no motion in the heated air, but the rain fell like ramrods on the earth and flung up a blue mist when it splashed back. The bamboos and the custard apples, the poinsettias and the mango trees in the garden stood still while the warm water lashed through them, and the frogs began to sing among the aloe hedges. A little before the light failed, and when the rain was at its worst, I sat in the back veranda and heard the water roar from the eaves and scratched myself because I was covered with a thing called prickly heat. Tietjens came out with me and put her head in my lap and was very sorrowful, so I gave her biscuits when tea was ready, and I took tea in the back veranda on account of the little coolness found there. The rooms of the house were dark behind me. I could smell Strickland's saddlery and the oil on his guns, and I had no desire to sit amongst those things. My own servant came to me in the twilight, the muslin of his clothes clinging tightly to his drenched body, and told me that a gentleman had called and wished to see someone. Very much against my will, but only because of the darkness of the room, I went into the naked drawing-room, telling my man to bring the lights. There might or might not have been a call awaiting. It seemed to me that I saw a figure by one of the windows, but when the lights came there was nothing save the spikes of the rain without, and the smell of the drinking earth in my nostrils. I explained to my servant that he was no wiser than he ought to be, and went back to the veranda to talk to Tietjens. She had gone out into the wet, and I could hardly coax her back to me, even with biscuits with sugar tops. Strickland came home, dripping wet, just before dinner, and the first thing he said was, "Has anyone called?" I explained with apologies that my servant had summoned me to the drawing-room on a false alarm, or that some loafer had tried to call on Strickland, and thinking better of it, had fled after giving his name. Strickland ordered dinner without comment, and since it was a real dinner with a white tablecloth attached, we sat down. At 9 o'clock, Strickland wanted to go to bed, and I was tired too. Tietjens, who had been lying underneath the table, rose up and swung into the least exposed veranda as soon as her master moved to his own room, which was next to the stately chamber set apart for Tietjens. If a mere wife had wished to sleep out of doors in that pelting rain, it would not have mattered, but Tietjens was a dog, and therefore the better animal. I looked at Strickland, expecting to see him flay her with a whip. He smiled queerly, as a man would smile after telling some unpleasant domestic tragedy. "She's done this ever since I moved in here," he said. "Let her go." The dog was Strickland's dog, so I said nothing, but I felt all that Strickland felt in being made thus light of. Tietjens encamped outside my bedroom window, and storm after storm came up and thundered on the thatch and died away. The lightning spattered the sky as a thrown egg spatters a barn door, but the light was pale blue, not yellow. And looking through my split bamboo blinds, I could see the great dog standing, not sleeping, in the veranda, the hackles alift on her back, and her feet anchored as tensely as the drawn wire ropes of a suspension bridge. In the very short pauses of the thunder, I tried to sleep, but it seemed that someone wanted me very urgently. He, whoever he was trying to call me by name, but his voice was no more than a husky whisper. The thunder ceased, and Tietjens went into the garden and howled at the low moon. Someone tried to open my door, walked about and about through the house, and stood breathing heavily in the verandas. And just when I was falling asleep, I fancied that I heard a wild hammering and clamouring above my head or on the door. I ran into Strickland's room and asked him whether he was ill, and been calling for me. He was lying on his bed, half dressed, a pipe in his mouth. "I thought you'd come," he said. "Have I been walking round the house recently?" I explained that he had been tramping in the dining room and the smoking room and 2 or 3 other places, and he laughed and told me to go back to bed. I went back to bed and slept till morning, but through all my mixed dreams I was sure that I was doing someone an injustice in not attending to his wants. What those wants were I could not tell, but a fluttering, whispering, bolt-fumbling, lurking, loitering someone was reproaching me for my slackness, and half awake I heard the howling of Tietjens in the garden and the threshing of the rain. I lived in that house for 3 days. Strickland went to his office daily, leaving me alone for 8 or 10 hours with Tietjens for my only companion. As long as the full light lasted, I was comfortable, and so was Tietjens. But in the twilight, she and I moved into the back veranda and cuddled each other for company. We were alone in the house, but none the less it was much too fully occupied by a tenant with whom I did not wish to interfere. I never saw him, but I could see the curtains between the rooms quivering where he had just passed through. I could hear the chairs creaking as the bamboos sprung under the weight that had just quitted them, and I could feel, when I went to get a book from the dining room, that someone was waiting in the shadows of the front veranda till I should have gone away. Tietjens made the twilight more interesting by glaring into the darkened rooms with every hair erect, and following the motions of something that I could not see. She never entered the rooms, but her eyes moved interestingly, and that was quite sufficient. Only when my servant came to trim the lamps and make all light and habitable would she come in with me and spend her time sitting on her haunches, watching an invisible extra man as he moved about behind my shoulder. Dogs are cheerful companions. I explained to Strickland, gently as might be, that I would go over to the club and find myself quarters there. I admired his hospitality, was pleased with his guns and rods, but I did not much care for his house and its atmosphere. He heard me out to the end, and then smiled very wearily, but without contempt, for he is a man who understands things. "Stay on," he said, "and see what this thing means. All you have talked about I have known since I took the bungalow. Stay on and wait. Tietjens has left me. Are you going too? I had seen him through one little affair connected with a heathen idol that had brought me to the doors of a lunatic asylum. I had no desire to help him through further experiences. He was a man to whom unpleasantnesses arrived, as do dinners to ordinary people. Therefore, I explained more clearly than ever that I liked him immensely and would be happy to see him in the daylight, but I did not care to sleep under his roof. This was after dinner, when Tietjens had gone out to lie in the veranda. "'Pon my soul, I don't wonder," said Strickland with his eyes on the ceiling cloth. "Look at that!" The tails of 2 brown snakes were hanging between the cloth and the cornice of the wall. They threw long shadows in the lamplight. "If you were afraid of snakes, of course," said Strickland. "I hate and fear snakes, because if you look into the eyes of any snake, you will see that it knows all and more of the mystery of man's fall, that it feels all the contempt that the devil felt when Adam was evicted from Eden. Besides which, its bite is generally fatal, and it twists up trouser legs." "You ought to get your thatch overhauled," I said. "Give me a machine rod and we'll poke 'em down." "They'll hide among the roof beams," said Strickland. "I can't stand snakes overhead. I'm going up into the roof. If I shake 'em down, stand by with a cleaning rod and break their backs." I was not anxious to assist Strickland in this work, but I took the cleaning rod and waited in the dining room while Strickland brought a gardener's chair from the veranda and set it against the side of the room. The snakes' tails drew themselves up and disappeared. We could hear the dry, rushing scuttle of long bodies running over the baggy ceiling cloth. Strickland took a lamp with him, while I tried to make clear to him the danger of hunting roof snakes between a ceiling cloth and a thatch, apart from the deterioration of property caused by ripping out ceiling cloths. "Nonsense," said Strickland. "They're sure to hide near the walls by the cloth. The bricks are too cold for 'em, and the heat of the room is just what they like." He put his hand to the corner of the stuff and ripped it from the cornice. It gave with a great sound of tearing, and Strickland put his head through the opening into the dark angle of the roof beams. I set my teeth and lifted the rod, for I had not the least knowledge of what might descend. Said Strickland. His voice rolled and rumbled in the roof. "There's room for another set of rooms up here, and by Jove, someone's occupying them." "Snakes?" said I from below. "No, it's a buffalo. Hand me up the 2 last joints of the machine rod, and I'll prod it. It's lying on the roof beam." I handed up the rod. "What a nest for owls and serpents! No wonder the snakes live here," said Strickland, climbing farther into the roof. I could see his elbow thrusting with the rod. "Come out of that, whoever you are. Heads below there, it's falling." I saw the ceiling cloth nearly in the centre of the room, bag with a shape that was pressing it downwards and downwards towards the lighted lamp on the table. I snatched the lamp out of danger and stood back. Then the cloth ripped out from the walls, tore, split, swayed, and shot down onto the table, something that I dared not look at, though Strickland had slid down the ladder and was standing by my side. He did not say much, being a man of few words, but he picked up the loose end of the tablecloth and threw it over the remnants on the table. "It strikes me," he said, putting down the lamp, "our friend Imre has come back." "Oh, you would you? There was a movement under the cloth, and a little snake wriggled out, to be back broken by the butt of the machine rod." I was sufficiently sick to make no remarks worth recording. Strickland meditated and helped himself to drinks. The arrangement under the cloth made no more signs of life. "Is it Imre?" I said. Strickland turned back the cloth for a moment and looked. "It is Imre," he said, "and his throat is cut from ear to ear." Then we spoke both together and to ourselves. That's why he whispered about the house. The urchins in the garden began to bay furiously. A little later, her great nose heaved open the dining room door. She snuffed and was still. The tattered ceiling cloth hung down almost to the level of the table, and there was hardly room to move away from the discovery. Tietjens came in and sat down, her teeth barred under her lip, and her forepaws planted. She looked at Strickland. "It's a bad business, old lady," said he. "Men don't climb up into the roofs of their bungalows to die, and they don't fasten up the ceiling cloths behind them. Let's think this out." "Let's think it out somewhere else," I said. "Excellent idea. Turn the lamps out. We'll get into my room." I did not turn the lamps out. I went into Strickland's room first and allowed him to make the darkness. Then he followed me, and we lit tobacco and thought. Strickland thought. I smoked furiously because I was afraid. "Imre is back," said Strickland. "The question is, who killed Imre?" "Don't talk. I've a notion of my own. When I took the bungalow, I took over most of Imre's servants. Imre was guileless and inoffensive, wasn't he?" I agreed, though the heap under the cloth neither looked one thing nor the other. "If I call in all the servants, they will stand fast in a crowd and lie like harrions. What do you suggest?" "Call them in one by one," I said. "They'll run away and give news to all their fellows," said Strickland. "We must segregate them. Do you suppose your servant knows anything about it?" "He may, for aught I know, but I don't think it's likely. He's only been here 2 or 3 days," I answered. "What's your notion?" "I can't quite tell. How the dickens did the man get the wrong side of the ceiling cloth?" There was a heavy coughing outside Strickland's bedroom door. This showed that Bahadur Khan, his body servant, had waked from sleep and wished to put Strickland to bed. "Come in," said Strickland. "It's a very warm night, isn't it?" Bahadur Khan, a great green turbaned 6-foot Mohammedan, said that it was a very warm night, but there was more rain pending, which, by his honour's favour, would bring relief to the country. "It will be so, if God wishes," said Strickland, tugging up his boots. "It is in my mind, Bahadur Khan, that I have worked thee remorselessly for many days, ever since that time when thou first camest into my service. What time was that?" "Has the heaven-born forgotten? It was when Imre Sahib went secretly to Europe without warning given, and I, even I, came into the honoured service of the protector of the poor." "And Imre Sahib went to Europe?" "It is so said amongst those who were his servants." "And thou wilt take service with him when he returns?" "Assuredly, Sahib. He was a good master and cherished his dependents." "That is true. I am very tired, but I go buck shooting tomorrow. Give me the little sharp rifle that I use for the black buck. It is in the case yonder." The man stooped over the case, handed barrels, stock, and fore-end to Strickland, who fitted all together, yawning dolefully. Then he reached down to the gun case, took a solid drawn cartridge, and slipped it into the breech of the .360 Express. "And Imre Sahib has gone to Europe secretly? That is very strange, Bahadur Khan, is it not?" "What do I know of the ways of the white man, heaven-born?" "Very little, truly, but thou shalt know more anon. It has reached me that Imre Sahib has returned from his so long journeyings, and that even now he lies in the next room waiting his servant. Sahib!" The lamplight slid along the barrels of the rifle as they levelled themselves on Bahadur Khan's broad breast. "Go and look," said Strickland. "Take a lamp. Thy master is tired, and he waits thee. Go." The man picked up a lamp and went into the dining room, Strickland following and almost pushing him with the muzzle of the rifle. He looked for a moment at the black depths behind the ceiling cloth, at the writhing snake underfoot, and last a grey glaze settling on his face, at the thing under the tablecloth. Hast thou seen? Said Strickland, after a pause. I have seen. I am clay in the white man's hands. What does the presence do? Hang thee within the month. What else? For killing him? Nay, sir, consider. Walking amongst us his servants, he cast his eye upon my child, who was 4 years old. Him he bewitched, and in 10 days he died of the fever. My child. What said Imre, Saab? He said he was a handsome child, and patted him on the head. Wherefore my child died. Wherefore I killed Imre, Saab, in the twilight, when he come back from the office, and was sleeping. Wherefore I dragged him up into the roof beams, and made all fast behind him. The heaven-born knows all things. I am the servant of the heaven-born. Strickland looked at me above the rifle, and said in the vernacular, Thou art witness to this saying, he has killed. Bahadur Khan stood ashen grey in the light of the one lamp. The need for justification came upon him very swiftly. I am trapped, he said, but the offence was that man's. He cast an evil eye upon my child, and I killed and hid him. Only such as are served by devils. He glared at Tietjens, couched solidly before him. Only such could know what I did. It was clever, but thou should have lashed him to the beam with a rope. Now thou thyself wilt hang by a rope. Orderly! A drowsy policeman answered Strickland's call. He was followed by another, and Tietjens sat wondrous still. Take him to the police station, said Strickland. There is a case toward. Do I hang then? Said Bahadur Khan, making no attempt to escape, and keeping his eyes on the ground. If the sun shines or the water runs, yes, said Strickland. Bahadur Khan stepped back one long pace, quivered, and stood still. The 2 policemen waited further orders. Go, said Strickland. Nay, but I go very swiftly, said Bahadur Khan. Look, I am even now a dead man. He lifted his foot, and to the little toe there clung the head of the half-killed snake, firmly fixed in the agony of death. I come of land holding stock, said Bahadur Khan, rocking where he stood. It were a disgrace to me to go to the public scaffold. Therefore I take this way. Be it remembered that Saab's shirts are correctly enumerated, and that there is an extra piece of soap in his wash basin. My child was bewitched, and I slew the wizard. Why should you seek to slay me with a rope? My honour is saved, and I die. At the end of an hour he died, as they die who are bitten by the little brown karat, and the policeman bore him and the thing under the tablecloth to their appointed places. All were needed to make clear the disappearance of Imre. This, said Strickland very calmly as he climbed into bed, is called the 19th century. Did you hear what that man said? I heard, I answered. Imre made a mistake. Simply and solely not knowing the nature of the Oriental and the coincidence of a little seasonal fever. Bahadur Khan had been with him for 4 years. I shuddered. My own servant had been with me exactly that length of time. When I went over to my own room, I found my man waiting, impassive as a copperhead on a penny, to pull off my boots. What has befallen Bahadur Khan? Said I. He was bitten by a snake and died, and the rest the Saab knows, was the answer. And how much of this matter hast thou known? As much as might be gathered from one coming in the twilight to seek satisfaction. Gently, Saab, let me pull off those boots. I had just settled to the sleep of exhaustion when I heard Strickland shouting from his side of the house. Tietjens has come back to her place. And so she had. The great deerhound was couched stately on her own bedstead, on her own blanket, while in the next room the idle, empty ceiling cloth waggled as it trailed on the table.
Astonishing. Thank you very much indeed. That was really, really good. Ray can hold an audience in the palm of his hand with a musical instrument, I know, but obviously there's another possibility now. Thank you. That was really tremendous. And that will be available to anyone who wants to listen to it as an individual piece on our site. And let me warn you that if you decide you want to be a member of this society, like Ray, and then Johnny Walker contacts you and asks whether you'd contribute something to his 24 hours, what you shouldn't do is give him a list to choose from, because he just says, yes, we'll have all of those. So if you want to hear more of Ray, he'll be back shortly after noon tomorrow, 12:15, I think, tomorrow. And that will be wonderful. Thank you very much indeed for your time. And I'm very pleased indeed to be able to welcome another reader who's going to give us something live. In fact, 3 titles altogether. What Sue Maxwell has done is to offer a fairly long piece first, and then 2 more, which again I hope you'll agree contrast, although the first one is one that's less known, and then the second 2 are amongst Kipling's most quoted pieces in readings like this. Sue's going to give us The Gate of 100 Sorrows first, written when Kipling was not yet 19. One of the problems in keeping track of Kipling's age when he was writing things was that he inconveniently chose to be born on December the 30th. So you do have to be extremely careful when working out how old he was, and that even goes on to when he died. He'd only just reached his 70th birthday when he died in 1936, and more than once online I've seen that he was born in 1865, died in 1936, so he must have been 71. He jolly well wasn't. The Gate of 100 Sorrows, written when he was working for the Civil and Military Gazette in 1884. Sue, please. The Gate of 100 Sorrows.
If I can attain heaven for a pice, why should you be envious? This is an opium smoker's proverb. This is no work of mine. My friend Gabriel Mesquita, the half-caste, spoke it all between moonset and morning 6 weeks before he died, and I took it down from his mouth as he answered my questions. So, it lies between the coppersmith's gully and the pipe-stem seller's quarter, within 100 yards too, as the crow flies, of the Mosque of Wazir Khan. I don't mind telling anyone this much, but I defy him to find the gate, however well he may think he knows the city. You may even go through the very gully it stands in 100 times and be none the wiser. We used to call the gully of the Black Smoke, but its native name is altogether different, of course. A loaded donkey could pass between the walls, and at one point, just before you reach the gate, a bulge house front makes people go along all sideways. It isn't really a gate, though. It's a house. Old Fun Ching had its first 5 years ago. He was a bootmaker in Calcutta. They say that he murdered his wife there when he was drunk. That wasn't why he dropped Bazaar rum and took to the Black Smoke instead. Later on, he came up north and opened the gate as a house where you could get your smoke in peace and quiet. Mind you, it was a pucker, respectable opium house, and not one of those stifling, sweltering Chandu khanas that you find all over the city. No, the old man knew his business thoroughly, and he was most clean for a Chinaman. He was a one-eyed little chap, not much more than 5 feet high, and both his middle fingers were gone. All the same, he was the handiest man at rolling black pills I've ever seen. Never seemed to be touched by the smoke either, and what he took day and night and day, was a caution. I've been at it 5 years, and I can do my fair share of the smoke with anyone, but I was a child to Fun Ching that way. All the same, The old man was keen on his money, very keen, and that's what I can't understand. I heard he'd saved a good deal before he died, but his nephew had got all that now, and the old man's gone back to China to be buried. He kept the big upper room where his customers gathered as neat as a new pin. In one corner used to stand Fun Ching's Joss, almost as ugly as Fun Ching, and there were always sticks burning under his nose, but you never smelt 'em when the pipes were going thick. Opposite the Joss was Fun Ching's coffin. He'd spent a good deal of his savings on that, and whenever a new man came to the gate, he was always introduced to it. It was lacquered black with red and gold writings on it, and I've heard that Fun Ching brought it out all the way from China. I don't know whether that's true or not, but I know that if I came first in the evening, I used to spread my mat just at the foot of it. It was a quiet corner, you see, and a sort of breeze from the gully came in at the window now and then. Besides the mats, there was no other furniture in the room, only the coffin, and the old Joss all green and blue and purple with age and polish. Fun Ching never told us why he called the place the Gate of the 100 Sorrows. He was the only Chinaman I know who used bad-sounding fancy names. Most of them are flowery, as you'll see in Calcutta. We used to find that out for ourselves. Nothing grows on you so much if you're white as the black smoke. A yellow man is made different. Opium doesn't tell on him scarcely at all, but white and black suffer a good deal. Of course, there are some people that the smoke doesn't touch any more than tobacco would at first. They just doze a bit as one would fall asleep naturally, and next morning they're almost fit for work. Now, I was one of that sort when I began, but I've been at it for 5 years pretty steadily, and it's different now. There was an old aunt of mine down Agra way, and she left me a little at her death. About 60 rupees a month secured. 60 isn't much. I can recollect a time, seems hundreds and hundreds of years ago, that I was getting my 300 a month and pickings when I was working on a big timber contract in Calcutta. I didn't stick to that work for long. The black smoke doesn't allow for much other business, and even though I'm very little affected by it as men go, I couldn't do a day's work now to save my life. After all, 60 rupees is what I want. When old Fun Ching was alive, he used to draw the money for me, give me about half to live on. I eat very little, and the rest he kept himself. I was free of the gate at any time of the day and night, and could smoke and sleep there when I liked, so I didn't care. I know the old man made a good thing out of it, but there's no matter. Nothing matters much to me, and besides, the money always came fresh and fresh each month. There were 10 of us met at the gate when the place was first opened. Me and 2 babus from a government office somewhere in Anarkoli, but they got the sack and couldn't pay. No man who has to work in the daylight can do the black smoke for any length of time straight on. A Chinaman that was Fun Ching's nephew, a bizarre woman that got a lot of money somehow, an English loafer, Mac somebody I think, but I've forgotten, that smoked heaps but never seemed to pay anything. They said he'd saved Fun Ching's life at some trial in Calcutta when he was a barrister. Another Eurasian like myself from Madras, a half-caste woman, and a couple of men who said they'd come from the north. I think they must have been Persians or Afghans or something. There are not more than the 5 of us living now, but we come regular. I don't know what happened to the babus, but the bazaar woman, she died after 6 months of the gate, and I think Fun Ching took her bangles and nose ring for himself, but I'm not certain. The Englishman, he drank as well as smoked, and he dropped off. One of the Persians got killed in a row at night by the big well near the mosque a long time ago, and the police shut up the well because they said it was full of foul air. They found him dead at the bottom of it. So you see, there's only me, the Chinaman, the half-caste woman that we call the Mem Sahib. She used to live with Fun Ching, the other Eurasian, and one of the Persians. The Mem Sahib looks very old now. I think she was a young woman when the gate was opened, but we are all old for the matter of that. Hundreds and hundreds of years old. It's very hard to keep count of time in the gate, and besides, time doesn't matter to me. I draw my 60 rupees fresh every month. A very long time ago, when I used to be getting 350 rupees a month and pickings on a big timber contract at Calcutta, I had a wife of sorts, but she's dead now. People said that I'd killed her by taking to the black smoke. Perhaps I did, but it's a long time since that it doesn't matter. Sometimes when I first came to the gate, I used to feel sorry for it, but that's all over and done with long ago, and I draw my 60 rupees fresh each month, and am quite happy. Not drunk happy, you know, but always quiet and soothed and contented. How did I take to it? It began at Calcutta. I used to try it in my own house just to see what it was like. I never went very far, but I think my wife must have died then. Anyhow, I found myself here and got to know Fun Ching. I don't remember rightly how that came about, but he told me of the gate, and I used to go there, and somehow I have never got away from it since. Mind you, though the gate was a respectable place in Fun Ching's time, where you could be comfortable, and not at all like the Chandu Khanas where the blacks go, no, it was clean and quiet and not crowded. Of course, there were others beside us 10 and the man, but we always had a mat apiece, with a wadded woolen headpiece, all covered with black and red dragons and things, just like the coffin in the corner. At the end of one's third pipe, the dragons used to move out and fight. I watched 'em many and many a night through. I used to regulate my smoke that way, and now it takes a dozen pipes to make 'em stir. Besides, they're all torn and dirty like the mats, and old Fun Ching is dead. He died a couple of years ago and gave me the pipe I always use now, a silver one with queer beasts crawling up and down the receiver bottle below the cup. Before that, I think, I used a big bamboo stem with a copper cup, a very small one, and a green jade mouthpiece. It was a little thicker than a walking stick stem and smoked sweet, very sweet. The bamboo seemed to suck up the smoke. Silver doesn't, and I've got to clean it out now and then. That's a great deal of trouble, but I smoke it for the old man's sake. He must have made a good thing out of me, but he always gave me clean mats and pillows and the best stuff you could get anywhere. When he died, his nephew Sin Ling took up the gate, and he called it the Temple of the Three Possessions, but we old ones speak of it as the 100 Sorrows all the same. The nephew does things very shabbily, and I think the Mem Sahib must help him. She lives with him, same as she used to do with the old man. The two let in all sorts of low people, blacks and all, and the black smoke isn't as good as it used to be. I've found burnt bran in my pipe over and over again. The old man would have died if that had happened in his time. Besides, the room is never cleaned, and all the mats are torn and cut at the edges. The coffin is gone to China again, with the old man and 2 ounces of smoke inside, in case he should want them on the way. The Joss doesn't get so many sticks burned under his nose as he used to. That's a sign of ill luck as sure as death. He's all brown too, and no one ever attends to him. That's the Mem Sahib's work, I know, because when the Sin Ling tried to burn gilt paper before him, she said it was waste of money, and if he kept a stick burning very slowly, the Joss wouldn't know the difference. So now we've got the sticks mixed with a lot of glue, and they take half an hour longer to burn and smell stinky. Let alone the smell of the room by itself. No business can get on if they try that sort of thing. The Joss doesn't like it. I can see that. Late at night, sometimes he turns all sorts of queer colours, blue and green and red, just as he used to do when old Fun Ching was alive, and he rolls his eyes and stamps his feet like a devil. I don't know why I don't leave the place and smoke quietly in a little room of my own in the bazaar. Most like Sin Ling would kill me if I went away. He draws my 60 rupees now, and besides, it's too much trouble, and I've grown to be very fond of the gate. It's not much to look at, not what it used to be in the old man's time, but I couldn't leave it. I've seen so many come and go, and I've seen so many die here on the mats that I should be afraid of dying in the open now. I've seen some things that people would call strange enough, but nothing is strange when you're on the black smoke, except the black smoke, and if it was, it wouldn't matter. Pun Ching used to be very particular about his people, and never got in anyone who'd give trouble by dying messy and such. But the nephew isn't half so careful. He tells everywhere that he keeps a first chop house, never tries to get men in quietly and make them comfortable like Fun Ching did. That's why the gate is getting a little more known than it used to be, among the blacks, of course. The nephew daren't get a white, or for that matter, a mixed skin into the place. He has to keep us three, of course, me and the Memsahib and the other Eurasian. We're fixtures, but he wouldn't give us credit for a pipeful, not for anything. One of these days, I hope, I shall die in the gate. The Persian and the Madras man are terribly shaky now. They've got a boy to light their pipes for them. I always do that myself. Most like I shall see them carried out before me. I don't think I shall ever outlive the Memsahib or Sin Ling. Women last longer than men at the Black Smoke, and Sin Ling has a deal of his old man's blood in him, though he does smoke cheap stuff. The bazaar woman knew what she was doing 2 days before her time, and she died on a clean mat with a nicely wadded pillow, and the old man hung up her pipe just above the joss. He was always fond of her, I fancy, but he took her bangles just the same. I should like to die like the bazaar woman, on a clean, cool mat, with a pipe of good stuff between my lips. When I feel I'm going, I shall ask Sin Ling for them, and he can draw my 60 rupees a month, fresh as long as he pleases. Then I shall lie back, quiet and comfortable, and watch the black and red dragons have their last big fight together, and then, well, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters much to me. Only I wish Sin Ling wouldn't put Bran into the Black Smoke.
Wow. 18 years old, writing like that. And 18-year-old, how did he know so much about it? He'd been back in India only for a couple of years, having finished his private school. Already he knows so much. And what a wonderful contrast with Ray's piece, written just 7 years later, but with so much changing emphasis. Thank you, Sue. Thank you very much indeed for that. If you've signed on to this 24-hour non-stop reading on YouTube, then no doubt you've done it through one of the Facebook sites, either the one for Bateman's or the one for the Kipling Society. And I hope you also noticed that there is Twitter conversation going on about what we're doing. And I hope you've retweeted to circulate the news so that others who want to listen in can do so and thoroughly enjoy being part of something so special. We believe that this might be the very first time that any literary society, or maybe anybody else, has gone for a 24-hour non-stop reading by a variety of readers, choosing their own subjects, their own choices, and with just one person, maybe like me, mixing things up a little to make it diverse. And so with that in mind, what we certainly want to do is to move away from people choosing to die by a snake bite rather than being hanged, and people wanting to die peacefully with the black smoke, and instead move to something much more recognizable. In fact, something, even though it was written in 1885, something we can know regularly and see around us, whether we are the older woman who seems to be able to command so much respect and interest, or the younger woman who is so angry that she is not getting that respect and interest. And so when we move on to my rival, which is a departmental ditties special piece and is very often used in readings. And then on further to his apologies. We've not spoken of Kipling's wonderful writing about animals and for animals. And many people find his apologies immensely moving because they have dogs and they have seen what we see in this poem. So very well done. And yet the contrast here is not only with the serious prose writings before, but also between my rival, which is humans, and and his apologies, which is an animal writing, but also in time. Departmental Ditties 1885 for my rival, where Kipling is writing perhaps something he didn't often do very well from the point of view of a woman, but then right up to 1932 for his apologies. And so if you want to read his apologies, you can read it once again, Collected Poems, Wordsworth Poetry Library. And remember I said, $3.99 in any good bookshop. Sue Maxwell is going to give us my rival and then his apologies.
I go to concert, party, ball. What profit is in these? I sit alone against the wall and strive to look at ease. The incense that is mine by right, they burn before her shrine, and that's because I'm 17 and she is 49. I cannot check my girlish blush. My colour comes and goes. I redden to my fingertips and sometimes to my nose. But she is white where white should be, and red where red should shine. The blush that flies at 17 is fixed at 49. I wish I had her constant cheek. I wish that I could sing all sorts of funny little songs, not quite the proper thing. I'm very gauche and very shy. Her jokes aren't in my line. And worst of all, I'm 17 while she is 49. The young men come, the young men go, each pink and white and neat. She's older than their mothers, but they grovel at her feet. They walk beside her rickshaw wheels. None ever walk by mine. And that's because I'm 17 and she is 49. She rides with half a dozen men. She calls them boys and mashes. I trot along the Mall alone. My prettiest frocks and sashes don't help to fill my programme card. And vainly I repine from 10 to 2 a.m. Ah me, would I were 49. She calls me darling, pet and dear, and sweet retiring maid. I'm always at the back. I know she puts me in the shade. She introduces me to men, cast lovers I opine, for 60 takes to 17, 19 to 49. But even she must older grow and end her dancing days. She can't go on for ever so at concert balls and plays. One ray of priceless hope I see before my steps shine. I just think that she'll be 81 when I am 49.
There has to be a laugh at the end of that. Even if we know it well, it's still so true. Thank you very much indeed.
His apologies. Master, this is thy servant. He is rising 8 weeks old. He is mainly head and tummy. His legs are uncontrolled. But thou hast forgiven his ugliness and settled him on thy knee. Art thou content with thy servant? He is very comfy with thee. Master, behold a sinner. He has committed a wrong. He has defiled our premises through being kept in too long. Wherefore his nose has been rubbed in the dirt, and his self-respect has been bruised. Master, pardon thy servant, and see he is properly lucid. Master, again thy sinner, that was once thy shoe, he has found and taken and carried aside, as fitting matter to chew. Now there is neither blacking nor tongue, and the housemaid has us in tow. Master, remember thy servant is young, and tell her to let him go. Master, extol thy servant, He has met a most worthy foe. There's been fighting all over the shop and into the shop also, till cruel umbrellas parted the strife, or I might have been choking him yet. But thy servant has had the time of his life, and now shall we call on the vet? Master, behold thy servant. Strange children came to play, and because they fought to caress him, thy servant wentest away. But now that the little beasts have gone, he has returned to see, brush with his Sunday collar on, what they have left over from tea. Master, pity thy servant. He is deaf and 3 parts blind. He cannot catch thy commandments. He cannot read thy mind. Oh, leave him not to his loneliness, nor make him the kitten's scorn. He hath had none other God than thee since the year that he was born. Lord, look down on thy servant. Bad things have come to pass. There is no heat in the midday sun, nor health in the wayside grass. His bones are full of an old disease. His torments run and increase. Lord, make haste with thy lightnings, and grant him a quick release.
Once again, this moving piece, profession, he says, very thoroughly. Thank you so much. If you come to Bateman's, you'll have a chance to see some film of Kipling's own dogs here. You can go into the parlour and see where he would allow his dogs to run around from one piece of furniture to the next. He loved his dogs dearly. He wrote very well about them, so that you can buy books completely about dogs, written by Kipling. I've been pushing, rather, the Wordsworth edition, and of course there are very much better quality editions, beautifully bound, and there will be many collectors out there who are listening up for examples of pieces which they might like to find the book for. Well, one in particular I want to talk about for a moment or two before I call on Jim Deeprose. He's going to give us the American Rebellion. But that came from a book called The School History of England, which was published in 1911. In fact, there are 2 titles, because you can also buy the same text in a rather smarter volume, simply called The History of England. And the story here for collectors is, well, quite frankly, rather fun. If you look at your copy of the History of England or the School History of England, you will find that the last of the verses is called The Song of the Machine. And indeed, it's a piece that many people know very well. You may find, in fact, that your copy has The Glory of the Garden after it, depending on how the illustrations have been arranged. But it is the secrets of the machines that I want to draw to your attention. So if you have a copy, is it there in your hand? And if you turn to probably the next to last, in your case, The Secret of the Machines, look at the first verse, the first stanza, and you will find that Kipling is talking about we are taken from the ore bed in the mine, we are melted in the furnace and the pit. You're going to hear this one later. Skip on, go down to the next. Would you call a friend from half across the world? And you'll find that the last line there may say of 30,000 horses and some screws. The point is that Kipling was writing about a vessel called the Mauretania. And he wrote about taking her out the Western Ocean in the stride of 30,000 horses and some screws. And then some person, our modern word is anorak, wrote to Kipling and pointed out that the Mauretania had very much more than 30,000 horses, which embarrassed Kipling enormously. So he called his publishers and arranged to change that 30,000 horses to 70,000 horses. Have you got a copy with 30,000 horses or 70,000 horses? Well, in either case, what you may have is a first edition, because there is this strange position of two first editions of a history of England or a school history of England with different text. But Jim's piece is The American Rebellion, and time now for him to read it for us. Thank you, Jim.
The American Rebellion, 1776. Before. 'Twas not while England's sword unsheathed put half a world to flight, nor while their new-built cities breathed secure behind her might, not while she poured from pole to line treasure and ships and men. These worshippers at freedom's shrine, they did not quit her then. Not till their foes were driven forth by England o'er the main, not till the Frenchmen from the north had gone from shattered Spain, not till the clean-swept oceans showed no hostile flag unrolled, did they remember what they owed to freedom, and were bold. After, the snow lies thick on Valley Forge, the ice on the Delaware, but the poor dead soldiers of King George, they neither know nor care. Not though the earliest primrose break on the sunny side of the lane, and scuffling rookeries awake their England's spring again. They will not stir when the drifts are gone, or the ice melts out the bay, and the men that served with Washington lie as still as they. They will not stir though the Mayflower blows in the moist dark woods of pine, and every rock-strewn pasture shows Malign and Columbine. Each for his land in a fair fight encountered, strove, and died, and the kindly earth that knows no spite covers them side by side. She is too busy to think of war. She has all the world to make gay, and behold, the yearly flowers are where they were in our fathers' day. Golden-rud by the pasture wall, when the columbine is dead, and the sumach leaves that turn in fall, bright as the blood they shed. The French Wars, Napoleonic. The boats of New Haven and Folkestone and Dover, to Dieppe and Boulogne and to Calais cross over, and in each of those runs there is not a square yard where the English and French haven't fought, and fought hard. If the ships that were sunk could be floated once more, they'd stretch like a raft from the shore to the shore, and we'd see as we crossed every pattern and plan of the ships that was built since sea fighting began. There'd be Burmese and brigantines, cutters and sloops, cogged carracks and galleons with gay gilded poots, boys' caravels, ketches, corvettes, and the rest, as thick as regattas from Ramsgate to Brest. But the galleys of Caesar, the squadrons of Sluys, and Nelson's crack frigates are hid from our eyes, where the high 74s of Napoleon's days lie down with Deal luggers and French chassé marais. They'll answer no signal, they rest on the ooze, with their honeycomb guns and their skeleton crews, and racing above them through sunshine or gale, the cross-channel packets come in with the mail. Then the poor seasick passengers, English and French, must open their trunks on the custom house bench, while the officers rummage for smuggled cigars, and nobody thinks of our bloodthirsty wars.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you, Jim. Really, really good again. Thank you. What a contrast, those two. One with real emotion coming through, and the other with great humour. Brilliantly done. Thank you. And how strange to feel that there will be people all over the world at this moment listening to us. If you haven't yet tweeted us and you'd like to do so, then it's at Batemans NT. That's BATEMANSNT. Or you can use John Rad, that's JOHNRAD 99. Either of those will give you the chance also to look through the list that we've given on both the Facebook pages for Batemans and the Kipling Society and spot the particular verse that we should have done that we haven't listed. And we will then promise that by the end of the session, just before 2 o'clock tomorrow, we will do whatever you vote most for. Notice you won't have a chance to vote for if, of course, in 1995 was the nation's favourite. I think since then, Classic FM over here in England have voted it their favourite as well. But we've had enough of if, maybe. We're going to have it later on in our 24 hours, but you're going to be able to vote for something else that you love. And that's something that I certainly love, is 3 and an extra. I only need to give the title and introduce Charles Neve, who is one of the volunteers here at Batemans and has volunteered as well for me, and is going to offer us 3 and an extra.
Kipling was a reporter with the Civil and Military Gazette in Lahore, and as a reporter with the paper, he wrote several short stories that eventually were made into the book called Plain Tales from the Hills. These were based around characters that Kipling met in Shimla, and he well choreographed these characters. And it was one of the favorite occupation of the residents in Shimla to try and identify the various characters that Kipling was portraying. One of the ones that most often was speculated on was a Mrs. Hawksby. And she, in actual fact, was based, as is generally accepted, was based on a friend of Rudyard Kipling's called Isabella Burton. She was twice the age of Kipling, but very friendly with Kipling and became a great philosopher and a guide to Kipling. And this next story is an introduction to Mrs. Hawksby. 3 and an extra. When halter and heel ropes are slipped, do not give chase with sticks, but with gram. It is a Punjabi proverb. After marriage arrives a reaction, sometimes a big, sometimes a little one, but it comes sooner or later and must be tided over by both parties if they desire the rest of their lives to go with the current. In the case of the Cusack Bremils, this reaction did not set in till the 3rd year after the wedding. Bremil was hard to hold at the best of times, but he was a beautiful husband until the baby died and Mrs. Bremil wore black and grew thin and mourned as though the bottom of the universe had fallen out. Perhaps Bremil ought to have comforted her. He tried to do so, but the more he comforted, the more Mrs. Bremil grieved, and consequently, the more uncomfortable grew Bremil. The fact was they both needed a tonic, and they got it. Mrs. Bremil can afford to laugh now, but it was no laughing matter to her at the time. Mrs. Hawksby appeared on the horizon, and where she existed was fair chance of trouble. At Shimla, her by-name was the Stormy Petrel. She had won that title 5 times to my own certain knowledge. She was a little, brown, thin, almost skinny woman with big, rolling violet blue eyes and the sweetest manners in the world. You had only to mention her name at afternoon teas for every woman in the room to rise up and call her not blessed. She was clever, witty, brilliant, and sparkling beyond most of her kind, but possessed of many devils of malice and mischievousness. She could be nice, though, even to her own sex. But that is another story. Bremil went off at score after the baby's death and the general discomfort that followed, and Mrs. Hawksby annexed him. She took no pleasure in hiding her captives. She annexed him publicly and saw that the public saw it. He rode with her and walked with her and talked with her and picnicked with her and tiffined at Pellete's with her, till people put up their eyebrows and said, "Shocking!" Mrs. Bremil stayed at home, turning over the dead baby's frocks and crying into the empty cradle. She did not care to do anything else. But some 8 dear, affectionate lady friends explained the situation at length to her, in case she should miss the cream of it. Mrs. Bremil listened quietly and thanked them for their good offices. She was not as clever as Mrs. Hawksby, but she was no fool. She kept her own counsel and did not speak to Bremil of what she had heard. This is worth remembering. Speaking to or crying over a husband never did any good yet. When Bremil was at home, which was not often, he was more affectionate than usual, and that showed his hand. The affection was forced, partly to soothe his own conscience and partly to soothe Mrs. Bremil. It failed in both regards. Then the A.C. in waiting was commanded by their Excellencies Lord and Lady Lytton to invite Mr. and Mrs. Cusack Bremil to Peterhof on July the 26th at 9:30 p.m. Dancing was placed in the bottom left-hand corner. "I can't go," said Mrs. Bremil. "It is too soon after poor little Florrie. But it need not stop you, Tom." She meant what she said then, and Bremil said that he would go just to put in an appearance. Here he spoke the thing which was not, and Mrs. Bremil knew it. She guessed. A woman's guess is much more accurate than a man's certainty, that he had meant to go from the first and with Mrs. Hawksby. She sat down to think, and the outcome of her thoughts was that the memory of a dead child was worth considerably less than the affections of a living husband. She made her plan and staked her all upon it. In that hour, she discovered that she knew Tom Bremil thoroughly, and this knowledge she acted on. "Tom," said she, "I shall be dining out at the Longmores on the evening of the 26th. You'd better dine at the club." This saved Bremil from making an excuse to get away and dine with Mrs. Hawksby. So he was grateful and felt small and mean at the same time, which was wholesome. Bremmel left the home at 5 for a ride. About 5:30 in the evening, a large leather-covered basket came in from Phelps for Mrs. Bremmel. She was a woman who knew how to dress, and she had not spent a week on designing that dress and having it gored and hemmed and herringboned and tucked and rucked, or whatever the terms are, for nothing. It was a gorgeous dress, slight mourning. I can't describe it, but it was what the Queen calls a creation. A thing that hit you straight between the eyes and made you gasp. She had not much heart for what she was going to do, but as she glanced at the long mirror, she had the satisfaction of knowing that she had never looked so well in her life. She was a large blonde, and when she chose, carried herself superbly. After the dinner at the Longmores, she went on to the dance, a little late, and encountered Bremmel with Mrs. Hawksby on his arm. That made her flush, and as the men crowded round her for dances, she looked magnificent. She filled up all her dances except 3, and those she left blank. Mrs. Hawksby caught her eye once, and she knew it was war, real war between them. She started handicapped in the struggle, for she had ordered Bremmel about just the least little bit in the world too much, and he was beginning to resent it. Moreover, he had never seen his wife look so lovely. He stared at her from doorways and glared at her from passages as she went about with her partners, and the more he stared, the more taken was he. He could scarcely believe that this was the woman with the red eyes and the black stuff gown who used to weep over the eggs at breakfast. Mrs. Hawksby did her best to hold him in play, but after 2 dances, he crossed over to his wife and asked for a dance. "I'm afraid you've come too late, Mr. Bremmel," she said, with her eyes twinkling. Then he begged her to give him a dance, and as a great favour, she allowed him the 5th waltz. Luckily, 5 stood vacant on his programme. They danced it together, and there was a little flutter round the room. Bremmel had a sort of a notion that his wife could dance, but he never knew she danced so divinely. At the end of that waltz, he asked for another, as a favour, not as a right. And Mrs. Bremmel said, "Show me your programme, dear." He showed it as a naughty little schoolboy hands up contraband sweets to a master. There was a fair sprinkling of H on it, besides H at supper. Mrs. Bremmel said nothing, but she smiled contemptuously, ran her pencil through 7 and 9, 2 H's, and returned the card with her own name written above, a pet name that only she and her husband used. Then she shook her finger at him and said, laughing, "Oh, you silly, silly boy." Mrs. Hawksby heard that, and, she owned as much, felt she had the worst of it. Bremmel accepted 7 and 9 gratefully. They danced 7 and sat out 9 in one of the little tents. What Bremmel said and what Mrs. Bremmel did is no concern of anyone. When the band struck up the roast beef of Old England, the two went out into the veranda, and Bremmel began looking for his wife's dandy. This was before the rickshaw days, while she went into the cloakroom. Mrs. Hawksby came up and said, You take me into supper, I think, Mr. Bremmel. Bremmel turned red and looked foolish. I'm going home with my wife, Mrs. Hawksby. I think there has been a little mistake. Being a man, he spoke as though Mrs. Hawksby were entirely responsible. Mrs. Bremmel came out of the cloakroom in a swansdown cloak with a white cloud round her head. She looked radiant, and she had a right to. The couple went off into the darkness together, Bremmel riding very close to the dandy. Then said Mrs. Hawksby to me, she looked a trifle faded and jaded in the lamplight, Take my word for it, the silliest woman can manage a clever man, but it needs a very clever woman to manage a fool. Then we went into supper.
Please, repeat the key line at the end.
Take my word for it.
Oh, no, before that.
No,
the silliest.
But take my word for it, the silliest woman can manage a clever man, but it needs a very clever woman to manage a fool.
Thank you very much indeed. A quotable quote. Brilliantly read. Thank you very much indeed, Charles. That was great. And again, that will be stored away and will be available for people to download as an individual story. And they may even be interested in why I've put some of these things in the places I have. Charles, we earlier had My Rival being read, which of course has the lines for 60 takes to 17, 19 to 49. And
yes.
We're soon going to have a piece which will talk about how Kipling, as a serial fiancé, that's Harry Rickett's description of him, fell in love with Flo Garrard, but she never fell in love with him.
No. We know why too, don't we?
We do. We will talk about that as time goes on. But thank you so much for that.
Okay.
That's wonderful. I'm going to offer a piece in a moment myself because I have a moment or two to spare. But first, we're going to have a recording of the piece that Charles and I have just been talking about, called Blue Roses. And when the girl we were talking of, Flo Garrard, was given notice that this particular poem was written for her, she was very cold indeed about it. I have a quote from her, which I'm going to read first before I actually ask Erin Lutit to read hers for us as we go. So I must be fairly quick. If you happen to read this somewhat murky little story, you're very likely to rather wonder if real people could be quite so stupid and objectionable. Of course, it's difficult to see oneself as others see you. Still, there's something somewhat distorted about it all, and that story does not run through its whole length on lines quite parallel with truth. So the connection with her point is that this complete poem was actually used in an extended story which Kipling had drafted from his relationships with women. And Blue Roses was later collected in Songs from Books, 1912. Blue Roses by Erin Lutit.
Blue roses. Roses red and roses white plucked I for my love's delight. She would none of all my posies, bade me gather her blue roses. Half the world I wandered through, seeking where such flowers grew. Half the world unto my quest answered me with laugh and jest. Home I came at winter tide, but my silly love had died, seeking with her latest breath roses from the arms of death. It may be beyond the grave she shall find what she would have. Mine was but an idle quest, roses white and red are best.
So I'm going to step in, as I said, quickly, because I do have time for that, I think. The implication for me is that in the, what have I got, 5 minutes? I have 5 minutes to myself. I want to read something that contrasts. It seems to me that actually we're being rather too gentle at the moment and romantic. Here's something which has a very sad story, a very bad story behind it. And it's one of my favorites because it still seems to apply. If you already know the poem called Mesopotamia, you'll be nodding your head already. But if not, let me tell you that in 1916, at a place called Kut, there was a British force led by Major General Sir Charles Townshend, and they were captured during a siege, and 7,000 of them surrendered to the Turks. And a British relief force sent out to rescue them failed, and of 2,680 British non-commissioned officers and privates, 1,306 died, and a further 449 were missing, presumed dead. It was a terrible, terrible case, a shameful case, and Kipling wrote about it. They shall not return to us, the resolute, the young, the eager and wholehearted whom we gave, but the men who left them thriftily to die in their own dung, shall they come with years and honour to the grave? They shall not return to us, the strong men coldly slain, in sight of help, denied from day to day. But the men who edged their agonies and chid them in their pain, are they too strong and wise to put away? Our dead shall not return to us while day and night divide, never while the bars of sunset hold. But the idle-minded overlings who quibble while they died, shall they thrust for high employment as of old? Shall we only threaten and be angry for an hour? When the storm is ended, shall we find how softly but how swiftly they have sidled back to power by the favour and contrivance of their kind? Even while they soothe us, while they promise large amends, even while they make a show of fear, do they call upon their debtors and take counsel with their friends to confirm and re-establish each career? Their lives cannot repay us. Their death could not undo the shame that they have laid upon our race. But the slothfulness that wasted and the arrogance that slew, shall we leave it unabated in its place? My word may be too heavy. Please, Claudette, cheer us up enormously with a well-known, justifiably well-known piece, which is very much of Sussex, published in Puck Hill in 1906, and I'm sure you will know this one. Please, Claudette Neville, A Smuggler's Song.
The last time I actually recited this verse was when I was 10 years old for an elocution exam, living in Yorkshire and not realising the history of Sussex at the time. A Smuggler's Song. If you wake at midnight and hear a horse's feet, don't go drawing back the blind or looking in the street. Them that asks no questions isn't told a lie. Watch the wall, my darling, while the gentlemen go by. 25 ponies trotting through the dark, brandy for the parson, baccy for the clerk, laces for a lady, letters for a spy, and watch the wall, my darling, while the gentlemen go by. Running round the wood lump, if you chance to find little barrels roped and tarred, all full of brandy wine, don't you shout to come and look, nor take 'em for your play. Put the brushwood back again, and they'll be gone next day. If you see the stable door setting open wide, if you see a tired horse lying down inside, if your mother mends a coat cut about and tore, if the lining's wet and warm, don't you ask no more. If you meet King George's men dressed in blue and red, you be careful what you say, and mindful what is said. If they call you pretty maid, and chuck you 'neath the chin, don't you tell where no one is, nor yet where no one's been. Knocks and footsteps round the house, whistles after dark, you've no call for running out till the house dogs bark. Trusty's here, and Pincher's here, and see how dumb they lie. They don't fret to follow when the gentlemen go by. If you do as you've been told, likely there's a chance you'll be given a dainty doll, all the way from France, with a cap of Valencine and a velvet hood, a present from the gentleman along o' being good. 25 ponies trotting through the dark, brandy for the parson, baccy for the clerk. Them that ask no questions isn't told a lie. Watch the wall, my darling, while the gentlemen go by.
One of the wonderful poems in Puckerpooch Hill and the Rewards and Fairies, written here at Bateman's, and so much part of this house and the grounds around it. We have visitors who come down and want to see things that are existing in the story. And we can take them and show them things like the place where Wieland's sword was written, the area it was written about, at least. And we've even had someone who came along and wanted to see the fairy ring. Many, many years after that must have died out. Oddly enough, one that is associated with this pair of books, we're going to hear in a moment from John Radcliffe, who is the indefatigable, I think I've used that description of him before, but it's very fair, the indefatigable runner of our website and a million things that go with it. And indeed, he's heavily involved with the social media tweets and everything else that's going on at present. Have you tweeted yet your favourite that we've missed? In Rewards and Fairies, in 1910, the second book of the pair, there is The Way Through the Woods. And some of you who live in England may have seen a programme called Country File, which is extremely popular and deservedly so. And it was down here at Bateman's for one of its number. And one of my good friends performed The Way Through the Woods for them out in the woods near Bateman's. And I had to itch and wriggle and not say, I'm afraid The Way Through the Woods wasn't written here at all. The story behind The Way Through the Woods is well worth telling. So I'm going to include it before we hear from John Radcliffe. It seems that Rudyard Kipling's elder daughter, Josephine, had brought a friend along to the home at the time in Rottingdean. And the friend, taking Kipling to one side when Josephine was busy, told him how she had been down to the New Forest and how she had noticed something very strange and really rather unpleasant. That as she walked through the trees, some of the trees moved in the wind and others didn't. And in fact, she wasn't aware of the wind. It was just that some of the trees moved and others didn't. And she said to Kipling something on the lines of, it seemed all rather ghostly to me. And she went away, and many, many years later, she came across a poem that Kipling had written, and she realized that this was yet another case of Kipling taking just a few words from someone and turning them into something really wonderful. Oddly enough, The Way Through the Woods is one of the few pieces of Kipling's poetry that's been accepted by the examination boards in this country. In other countries, it is one of very many pieces that have been adopted for analysis and discussion and maybe even repetition to the point where children hate them. In this country, The Way Through the Woods is part of GCSE for many children, and they will have examined it as a ghost story. And so John Radcliffe is the perfect person to be offering this to us, a little early for our schedule, but we're hoping to include something extra in a moment or two. So, John Radcliffe, The Way Through the Woods.
Kipling was once talking to a 6-year-old friend of his little daughter, Josephine. She said she loved the open downs, but in the forest she felt scared of ghosts. A little while later, Kipling wrote her this poem. It's called The Way Through the Woods. They shut the road through the woods 70 years ago. Weather and rain have undone it again. And now you would never know there was once a road through the woods before they planted the trees. It is underneath the coppice and heath and the thin anemones. Only the keeper sees that where the ring-dove broods and the badgers roll at ease, there was once a road through the woods. Yet, if you enter the woods of a summer evening late, when the night air cools on the trout-ringed pools, where the otter whistles his mate, they fear not men in the woods, because they see so few. You will hear the beat of a horse's feet, and the swish of a skirt in the dew, steadily cantering through the misty solitudes, as though they perfectly knew the old lost road through the woods. But there is no road through the woods.
But there is no road through. If you're an educationist, you'll know one of the rules is that you tell people what you're going to teach them, you teach them it, and then you tell them again to make sure they've caught on. So now you will clearly know, as I introduced John's piece, and then he said the same, The Way Through the Woods, written about maybe the New Forest, not the woods around Bateman's. I'm sorry to ruin that for those who've enjoyed walking the woods here, and indeed for those who have filmed other people walking the woods here. But it doesn't matter at all. It's a wonderful poem. But one that really does relate to Bateman's grounds and the things that have happened around Bateman's, and you come and trace this poem as you walk around Bateman's estate, is Puck's Song. It's again from Puck of Booked Hill from 1906, and if it's not well known and well used, it certainly should be. Claudette, please, Puck's Song.
Well, having lived in this part of Sussex for 47 years, I can vouch for the fact that it is very true to the area. Puck's Song. See you the dimpled track that runs all hollow through the wheat? Oh, that was where they hauled the guns that smote King Philip's fleet. See you our little mill that clacks so busy by the brook? She has ground her corn and paid her tax ever since the Doomsday Book. See you our stilly woods of oak and the dread ditch beside? Oh, that was where the Saxons broke on the day that Harold died. See you the windy levels spread about the gates of Rye? Oh, that was where the Northmen fled when Alfred's ships came by. See you our pastures wide and lone where the red oxen browse? Oh, there was a city thronged and known ere London boasted a house. And see you, after rain, the trace of mound and ditch and wall? Oh, that was a legion's camping place when Caesar sailed from Gaul. And see you the marks that show and fade like shadows on the downs? Oh, they are the lines the flint men made to guard their wondrous towns. Trackway and camp and city lost, salt marsh where now is corn, old wars, old peace, old arts that cease, and so was England born. She is not any common earth, water or wood or air, but Merlin's Isle of Grandmarie, where you and I will fare.
Beautiful. Thank you very, very much indeed. It's such a pleasure to hear it read well when you know it's a good poem and know that people out there maybe are hearing it for the first time. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And loving it. So buy Puck of Books Hill and Rewards and Fairies. You can buy those now in the new Macmillan edition for £4.99 each. And they have questions and answers in the back as well. They were written for children, maybe, but Kipling famously said they were written in many layers. And so, as an adult, I still enjoy reading and understanding more about history through them. I'm being spoilt here at Great Bateman's by wonderful support from everybody, from Pauline Wall, who's in charge overall, from Gary Enstone, who's about to do his own piece for us, and of course from James McGrath, who's sitting on doing the technical stuff when I think probably his day is over. But I'm going to call on Gary to offer us an extra piece, and he's actually produced a framed piece. I'll just double check it's suitable. Oh my word, yes. What a good one. I'll leave you to introduce him.
Thank you, John. Thank you. So my name is Gary. I'm the House and Collections Manager here at Bateman's, and not only is it my great privilege to work in this fabulous place and look after the legacy of Rudyard and his work, but also I have the great pleasure of living on site, and I live here at Bateman's on the top floor. For many people, that's a great privilege, and it is in many ways a great privilege, and I'm very, very pleased to say that this is my life. However, there are times where being surrounded by the great man and being surrounded by his work does, shall we say, ingrain in the mind in such a way that I do sleep and dream of the man and his work and his words sort of rattling around in my head. One of set phrases, one of those set pieces, comes out of a piece of work that we did a couple of years ago to try and find a piece of film footage of Rudyard Kipling. Now, despite being at the forefront of modern technology in his day, there wasn't a huge amount of film of him, and only one piece that we could find of him actually speaking, and so you could both see his face and hear his voice. That piece, unfortunately, shall we say, is how shall I put this diplomatically, John? One of the least interesting phrases and pieces he's probably ever been involved with. However, it is a very interesting piece, and if you come to Bateman's, you can hear and see his voice on this bit of film footage. We give you a little snippet of his life. Unfortunately, as I say, it is a rather dull speech that Kipling gave in 1935 to the Royal Society, this Canadian Authors Association, to a speech he gave at the Royal Society of Literature in July 1935. As I say, it's a very small piece that was recorded by Pathé, and I'm very glad that they did record it because it gives us that little insight to his life. But if you come to Bateman's, you do hear this little speech, and shall we say that myself and a number of my colleagues from the property have heard this speech once or twice over the last few years, so I can almost say this off by heart, but I do have it in front of me just in case. So I cannot do it in the same way that the great man does it, but I will do it in my own way. I have the honour to speak to you today, to our most welcome fellow craftsmen and craftswomen from Canada. We who use words enjoy a peculiar advantage over our fellows. We cannot tell a lie. However much we may wish to do so, we only of educated men and women cannot tell a lie, in our working hours, of course. For it is with us as with timber. Every knot and shake in a board reveals some disease or injury that overtook the log while it was growing. A gentleman named Jean Pigeon, who once built a frame house for me, not very far from your border, put this in a nutshell. He said, "Everything which a tree has experienced in the forest, she takes with her into the house." That is a law for us all, each in his or her own land. And it's that little piece I've heard probably more than any other Kipling piece over the 10 years I've been here. And in a way, it's not the most exciting of pieces, but in another way, it sort of shows you that actually even the most mundane of speeches, an after-dinner speech that he gave, still has a degree of poetry and a degree of resonance all these years later.
And from it, you're reminded of one of his quoted phrases. There was a while when Kipling was third in all of the books of quotations, behind the Bible and Shakespeare. And his quotable quote was, "Words are, of course, the greatest drug known to mankind." I think that has brought it out very well, even if the words in this case are drugging you to sleep. And I have an opportunity once again to share, because my timing allows it, and once again I want to do something that contrasts well. I performed this on one occasion as a favour to a friend who was doing a talk on soldiery and Kipling's efforts in the Imperial War Graves Commission. And when I'd finished it, a lady of mature years came up to me and in a suitable Surrey voice said, "Are you an actor?" Which put me down nicely. Here we go. The Young British Soldier. I want you to listen to the last verse in particular, because one of my students who went out to Afghanistan came back with a red T-shirt with the last verse printed on it and told me that many of his friends enjoyed wearing them. The last of the stanzas, though. Here we go. When the earth-made recruitee goes out to the east, he acts like a babe, and he drinks like a beast, and he wonders because he is frequent deceased, ere he's fit to serve as a soldier. Serve as a soldier, serve as a soldier, serve as a soldier, soldier of the Queen. Now, all you recruities, what's drafted today, you shut up your egg box and hark to my lay, and I'll sing you a soldier, as far as I may, a soldier what's fit for a soldier, fit for a soldier, soldier of the Queen. First, mind you steer clear of the grog sellers' huts, where they sell you fixed bayonets that rots out your guts. Aye, drink that'd eat the live steel from your butts. And it's bad for the young British soldier. Bad for the soldier. Soldier of the Queen. When the cholera comes, as it will, past a doubt, keep out of the wet. Don't go on the shout, for the sickness gets in as the liquor dies out, and it crumples the young British soldier. Crumples the soldier. Soldier of the Queen. But the worst of your foes is the sun overhead. You must wear your helmet for all that is said. If he finds you uncovered, he'll knock you down dead, and you'll die like a fool of a soldier. Fool of a soldier. Soldier of the Queen. If you're cast for fatigue by a sergeant unkind, don't grouse like a woman, nor crack on, nor blind. Be handy and civil, and then you will find that it's beer for the young British soldier. Beer for the soldier, soldier of the Queen. Now, if you must marry, take care she is old. A troop sergeant's widow's the nicest, I'm told, for beauty won't help if your rations is cold. Nor love ain't enough for a soldier. Enough for a soldier, soldier of the Queen. If your wife should go wrong with a comrade, be loath to shoot when you catch 'em. You'll swing, on my oath, Make him take her and keep her. That's hell for them both. And you're shut of the curse of a soldier. Curse, curse, curse of a soldier. Soldier of the Queen. When first under fire, and you're wishful to duck, don't look nor take heed at the man that is struck. Be thankful you're living, and trust your luck, and march to your front like a soldier. Front, front, front like a soldier. Soldier of the Queen. When half of your bullets fly wide in the ditch, don't call your Martini a cross-eyed old bitch. She's human as you are. You treat her as such, and she'll fight for the young British soldier. Fight, fight, fight for the soldier. Soldier of the Queen. When shaking their bustles like ladies so fine, the guns of the enemy wheel into line. Shoot low at the limbers, and don't mind the shine nor noise, for noise never startles the soldier. Startles the soldier. Soldier of the Queen. If your officer's dead and the sergeants look white, remember it's ruin to run from a fight. So take open order, lie down, sit tight, wait for support like a soldier. Wait, wait, wait like a soldier. Soldier of the Queen. Now imagine a young British soldier of the modern era with this on his t-shirt. When you're wounded and left on Afghanistan's plains, and the women come out to cut up what remains, just roll to your rifle, blow out your brains, and go to your God like a soldier. Go, go, go like a soldier. Soldier of the Queen. I do not apologize for contrasts. Diversity of Kipling, remember? And the lovely diversity to come now, because we have our Danish contributor, Inga Brogger, with the story of Muhammad Din. This dates right back to Plain Tales from the Hills. What a clever title. From 1888. And if you want more detail on this, or on the poem I just read you, or on anything else, go online to kiplingsociety.co.uk, click on Reader's Guide, it's all free, and you can find out lots more about every single one of these pieces. Inga Brogger, the story of Muhammad Din.
My name is Inger Brygger. I'm Danish and have been for quite some time working on a PhD thesis on Rudyard Kipling's short stories for the University of Copenhagen. I'm going to read his short story, The Story of Muhammad Din. The Story of Muhammad Din is one of the shortest short stories that Kipling ever wrote. In fact, my guess is that it is the shortest of his short stories. The story was first published in India when Kipling was just 21 years old. It was republished in Plain Tales from the Hills in 1888. It got a few admiring comments from the London critics, but in 1890 the Cornhill magazine published a parody of the author of the Plain Tales. The parody was published anonymously, was actually written by Barry Payne. It says in the parody, "I am cynical," says our author, "and desperately worldly, and somewhat happy-go-lucky. Yet I, the same man, am interested in children. Witness my story of Tods and my great goodness to Muhammad Din. With all my cynicism, I have a kind heart." Here follows the story of Muhammad Din. I apologize beforehand for mispronunciations, particularly of the Indian words. The story of Muhammad Din. Who is the happy man? He that sees in his own house at home little children crowned with dust, leaping and falling and crying. Muni Chandra, translated by Professor Peterson. The polo ball was an old one, scarred, chipped and dinted. It stood on the mantelpiece among the pipe stems, which Imam Din, Khidmatgar, was cleaning for me. "Does the heaven-born want this ball?" said Imam Din deferentially. The heaven-born set no particular store by it, but of what use was a polo ball to a Khidmatgar? "By your honour's favour, I have a little son. He has seen this ball and desires it to play with. I do not want it for myself. No one would for an instant accuse portly old Imam Din of wanting to play with polo balls. He carried out the battered thing into the veranda, and there followed a hurricane of joyful squeaks, a patter of small feet, and the thud of the ball rolling along the ground. Evidently, the little son had been waiting outside the door to secure his treasure. But how had he managed to see that polo ball? Next day, coming back from office half an hour earlier than usual, I was aware of a small figure in the dining room. A tiny, plump figure in a ridiculously inadequate shirt, which came perhaps halfway down the toppy stomach. It wandered round the room, thumb in mouth, crooning to itself as it took stock of the pictures. Undoubtedly this was the little son. He had no business in my room, of course, but was so deeply absorbed in his discoveries that he never noticed me in the doorway. I stepped into the room and startled him nearly into a fit. He sat down on the ground with a gasp. His eyes opened, and his mouth followed suit. I knew what was coming and fled, followed by a long, dry howl which reached the servants' quarters far more quickly than any command of mine had ever done. In 10 seconds Imam Din was in the dining room. Then despairing sobs arose, and I returned to find Imam Din admonishing the small sinner, who was using most of his shirt as a handkerchief. "This boy," said Imam Din judicially, "is a badmash, a big badmash. He will, without doubt, go to the jail khana for his behaviour." Renewed yells from the penitent, and an elaborate apology to myself from Imam Din. "Tell the baby," said I, "that the Sahib is not angry, and take him away." Imam Din conveyed my forgiveness to the offender, who had now gathered all his shirt round his neck stringwise, and the yell subsided into a sob. The two set off for the door. "His name," said Imam Din, as though the name were part of the crime, "is Muhammadin, and he is a badmash." Freed from present danger, Muhammadin turned round in his father's arms and said gravely, "It is true that my name is Muhammadin Tahib, but I am not a badmash. I am a man." From that day dated my acquaintance with Muhammadin. Never again did he come into my dining room, but on the neutral ground of the garden we greeted each other with much state, though our conversation was confined to "Talam Tahib" from his side and "Salam Muhammadin" from mine. Daily on my return from office, the little white shirt and the fat little body used to rise from the shade of the creeper-covered trellis where they had been hid, and daily I checked my horsehair that my salutation might not be slurred over or given unseemly. Muhammadin never had any companions. He used to trot about the compound in and out of the castor oil bushes on mysterious errands of his own. One day I stumbled upon some of his handiwork far down the grounds. He had half buried the polo ball in dust, and stuck 6 shriveled old marigold flowers in a circle round it. Outside that circle again was a rude square, traced out in bits of red brick alternating with fragments of broken china, the whole bounded by a little bank of dust. The waterman from the well curb put in a plea for the small architect, saying it was only the play of a baby and did not much disfigure my garden. Heaven knows that I had no intention of touching the child's work then or later, but that evening a stroll through the garden brought me unawares full on it, so that I trampled before I knew marigold heads, dust bank, and fragments of broken soap dish into confusion past all hope of mending. Next morning I came upon Muhammadin crying softly to himself over the ruin I had wrought. Someone had cruelly told him that the Sahib was very angry with him for spoiling the garden, and had scattered his rubbish, using bad language the while. Muhammadin laboured for an hour at effacing every trace of the dust bank and pottery fragments, and it was with a tearful and apologetic face that he said, "Talam Tahib," when I came home from office. A hasty inquiry resulted in Imam Din informing Muhammadin that, by my singular favour he was permitted to disport himself as he pleased. Whereat the child took heart, and fell to tracing the ground plan of an edifice which was to eclipse the marigold polar ball creation. For some months the chubby little eccentricity revolved in his humble orbit, among the castor oil bushes and in the dust, always fashioning magnificent palaces from stale flowers thrown away by the bearer, smooth water-worn pebbles, bits of broken glass and feathers pulled, I fancy, for my fowls, always alone and always crooning to himself. A gaily spotted seashell was dropped one day close to the last of his little buildings, and I looked that Mohammedan should build something more than ordinarily splendid on the strength of it. Nor was I disappointed. He meditated for the better part of an hour, and his cruising rose to a jubilant song. Then he began tracing in the dust. It would certainly be a wondrous palace, this one, for it was 2 yards long and a yard broad in ground plan, but the palace was never completed. Next day there was no Mohammedan at the head of the carrier's drive, and no Thalam Thahib to welcome my return. I had grown accustomed to the greeting, and its omission troubled me. Next day Imam Din told me that the child was suffering slightly from fever and needed quinine. He got the medicine and an English doctor. "They have no stamina, these brats," said the doctor as he left Imam Din's quarters. A week later, though I would have given much to have avoided it, I met on the road to the Mussulman burying ground Imam Din, accompanied by one other friend, carrying in his arms, wrapped in a white cloth, all that was left of little Mohammedan.
That's wonderful. That's a really good one. And the contrast was there once more. Plain Tales being the first opportunity for some people to meet Kipling's work in this country. And it made his name, amongst all the other things that were coming across from India. But we're moving on to something which is from Pocketbook's Hill again. It may be that we're tending to stay with that area in his life, but this is a splendid example of Kipling being able to trace history in a way which is so memorable. And we have a problem with it. You may remember that in Puck's song, which you heard recently, there is a mention of Trafalgar. But in order to get Trafalgar to fit into the scansion and the rhyming scheme, you have to pronounce it Trafalgar. And of course that would be quite reasonable if you were not English. And so in the same way, we can either title this piece a St. Helena lullaby or a St. Helena lullaby. And it's your choice. Here we have the editor of the Kipling Society Journal, Professor Janet Montefiore, who is a strength for the Society, who has built our already wonderful journal into something which is recognized worldwide as a journal of note and which has real power in many ways, one of which at least is in bringing more members in. If you join the Kipling Society, you can have 4 or 5 copies of the journal when the rest of the world may not see them, because we reserve the right not to publish the contents for 2 years. So join the Society. But for now, Professor Janet Montefiore is just Jan, who is going to give us what I insist on calling the St. Helena lullaby.
My choice is St. Helena's Lullaby, a question and answer ballad about the career of Napoleon Bonaparte. Each stanza is an exchange between a wakeful child whose question begins the verse and his nurse, and her answers close every stanza with a proverbial warning like, "No one thinks of winter when the grass is green." In the final stanza is compassion and reconciliation with an old enemy. The inquisitive child becomes the defeated emperor, lying in his shroud. Here is the poem. How far is St. Helena from a little child at play? What makes you want to wander there with all the world between? Oh, mother, call your son again, or else he'll run away. No one thinks of winter when the grass is green. How far is St. Helena from a fight in Paris street? I haven't time to answer now. The men are falling fast. The guns begin to thunder and the drums begin to beat. If you take the first step, you will take the last. How far is St. Helena from the field of Austerlitz? You couldn't hear me if I told, so loud the cannons roar. But not so far for people who are living by their wits. Gay go up means gay go down the wide world o'er. How far is St. Helena from the Emperor of France? I cannot see, I cannot tell, the crowns they dazzle so. The kings sit down to dinner and the queens stand up to dance. After open weather you may look for snow. How far is St. Helena from the capes of Trafalgar? A longish way, with 10 more years to run. Get south across the water underneath a falling star. What you cannot finish, you must leave undone. How far is St. Helena from the Beresina ice? An ill way, a chill way, the ice begins to crack. But not so far for gentlemen who never took advice. When you can't go forward, you must e'en come back. How far is St. Helena from the field of Waterloo? A near way, a clear way, the ship will take you soon. A pleasant place for gentlemen with little left to do. Morning never tries you till the afternoon. How far from St. Helena to the gate of heaven's grace? That no one knows, and no one ever will. But fold your hands across your heart and cover up your face. And after all your traipsings, child, lie still.
Beautifully done. Thank you, Jan. Thank you very much indeed for that. And we're doing very well with our recorded items. So far, we've used 7 recorded items from across the world, and we have more to come. We're moving on now to another live piece, a long one, a satisfyingly long one, because it's a piece that I love myself. And the background to this, I'm going to approach rather strangely. You will later have the opportunity to hear the entire Just So story, The Butterfly That Stamped, in Ukrainian. We have friends in the Ukraine, in Kiev, who are very, very keen. In fact, there are lots of Eastern Europeans who are keen on Kipling, but in Kiev, they're keen enough to translate his material and publish it. And one could imagine that they would find some of the nationalists, some of the military poetry very attractive, and maybe some of the history would be of interest to them. But how surprising that they chose to translate the whole of Storky and Co. To the extra strangeness that, having been invited out to Kiev to speak at a conference, I was asked privately by someone who knew that I'd been a headmaster just why I found it necessary to beat children. Because quite clearly they had the impression that Storky and Co. was the way British schools are still run. Or maybe some of them are. I do hope not. We're going to call on John Lambert, who is the Honorary Secretary of the Kipling Society, easily the most important person in the entire organisation, the man you contact first when you're going to join, and you are, aren't you? But also the man who deals with a huge range of problems and questions, and, well, he just doesn't know what's going to crop up next. So now he's going to be able to relax for 20 minutes and speak to the world. If you have not yet tweeted to tell your friends and all your followers about what's happening, just think how disappointed they're going to be that you didn't let them know that something unique was going on. We are fairly sure that this is not common, 24 hours non-stop reading of one writer's work, and it may in fact be the first in the world. So let the world know. And now I'm passing over to John Lambert to read from Stalky & Co.
Thank you, John. And if there's any doubt that I'm actually speaking live, this is to the couple that were at the back of the garden earlier on, that saw the guy sitting down way out the way of everybody, and he thought that he could read from the book aloud and practice, and they were his first customers. Hopefully they can now listen to the whole story. I'm going to read from Stalky. This happens to be the first story that was written concerning the adventures and performances of three schoolboys, Stalky, McTurk and Beetle. For some reason or other, it was never put into the book called Stalky & Co. This was made out of the rest of the stories. A certain amount of it, I'm sorry to say, is founded on fact, though that is no recommendation. And the only moral is that I can see in it is that when you, for any reason, happen to get in a tight place, when you have a better chance of coming out of it comfortably if you keep your head than if you get excited and don't stop it instead. And then it was a boy's voice, curiously level and even. Victory said, "We were beastly funks not to help, and I said there were too many chaps in it to suit us. Besides, there's bound to be a mess up somewhere or other, with old Davitri in charge. Wasn't I right, Beetle? And somehow it was a silly biznay bung, though. What'll they do with the beastly cows when they've got them? You can milk a cow, even if she'll stand still. That's all right, but driving 'em about. You're a pig, Beetle. No, I ain't. What is the sense of driving a lot of cows up from the burrows to where is it? They're trying to drive 'em up to Toohey's farmyard at the top of the hill. The empty one, where we smoked last Tuesday. It's a revenge, old Vidley chived. Davitri twice last week for riding these ponies on the burrows, and Davitri is going to lift as many of old Vidley's cattle as he can and plant 'em up on the hill. He'll muck it up, though, with Parsons, Orrin and Howlett helping him. They'll only yell and shout and bunk if they see Vidley. We might have managed it, said McTurk slowly, turning up his collar tight against the rain that swept up from the burrows. His hair was the dark mahogany red that goes with a certain temperament. We should, Cochrane replied with equal confidence, but they've gone into it as far as a sort of a spadger hunt. I've never done anything cattle lifting, but it seems to me that one might just as well be stalky about a thing as not. The smoking vapours of the Atlantic drove in reefs above the boys' heads. Out of the mist to windward, beyond the grey bar of Pebble Ridge, came the unceasing roar of mile-long Atlantic rollers. To leeward, a few stray ponies and cattle, the property of the northern potwallopers and the unwilling playthings of the boys in their leisure hours, showed through the haze. The three boys had halted up by the cattle gate, which marks the limit of cultivation, where the fields came down to burrows from Northern Hill. Beetle, shock-headed and spectacled, drew his nose to and fro along the wet top bar. McTurk shifted one foot to the other, watching the water drain into either print, while Cochrane whistled through his teeth as he leaned against a sod bank, peering into the mist. A grown or insane person might have called the weather vile, but the boys at that school had not yet learnt the national interest in climate. It was a little damp, to be sure, but it was always damp in the Easter term, and sea wet they held. They could not give one a cold under any circumstances. Macintoshes were things to go to church in, but crippled if one had to run at short notice across the heavy country. So they waited serenely in the downpour, glad as their mothers would not have cared to see. "I say, Corky," said Beetle, whitening his spectacles for the 20th time, "if we weren't going to help the Vitre, what are we here for?" "We're going to watch," was the answer. "Keep your eye on your uncle, and he'll pull you through. It's an awful business, driving cattle in open country," said McTurk, who, as the son of an Irish baronet, knew something of these operations. "They'll have to run half over the burrows after 'em. Suppose they're riding Vidlay's ponies. The Vitre sure's to be. He's a dab on a horse. Listen, what a filthy row they're making. They'll be heard for miles. The air filled with whoops and shouts, cries, words of command, and rattle of broken golf clubs, and a clatter of hoofs. 3 cows with their calves came up to the cattle gate at the milch chanter, followed by 4 wild-eyed bullocks and 2 rough-coated ponies. A fat and freckled youth of 15 trotted behind them, riding bareback and brandishing a hedge stake. De Vitre, up in a certain point, was an inventive youth, with a passion for horse exercise that the northern farmers did not encourage. Farmer Vidlay would not understand why a grazing pony likes being galloped about, and once called him a thief, and the insult rankled. Hence the raid. "Come on," he cried over his shoulder. "Open the gate, Cochrane, or they'll cut back again. We've no end of bother to get them, or won't old Vidley be wild?" 3 boys on foot ran up, shooing the cattle in excited and amateur fashion until they headed into the narrow, high-banked Devonshire lane that ran uphill. "Come on, Cochrane, it's the end of a lark," pleaded de Vitre, but Cochrane shook his head. The affair had presented him after dinner that day as a completed scheme in which he might, by favour, play a minor part, and Arthur Lionel Cochrane, number 104, did not care for lieutenancies. "You'll only be collared," he cried, as he shut the gate. "Parsons and Orrin are no good in a row. You'll be collared sure as a gun, de Vitre." "Oh, you're a beastly funk." The speaker was already hidden in the fog. "Hang it all," said McTurk, "it's about the first time we've ever tried a cattle lift at the Col. Let's—" "Not much," said Cochrane firmly. "Keep your eye on your uncle." His word was law in these matters, for experience had taught them that if they manoeuvred without Cochrane, they fell into trouble. "You're wrathy because you didn't think of it first," said Beetle. Cochrane kicked him thrice calmly, neither he nor Beetle changing a muscle the while. "No, I ain't, but it isn't stalky enough for me." Stalky, in their school vocabulary, meant clever, well considered and wily, as applied to plans of action, and stalkiness was the virtue Cochrane toiled after. "Same thing," said McTurk. "You think you're the only stalky chap in the Col." Cochrane kicked him, as he had kicked Beetle, and even Beetle McTurk took the faintest notice. By the etiquette of their friendships, this was no more than a formal notice of dissent from a proposition. "They haven't thrown out any pickets," Cochrane went on. "That school prepared boys for the army. You ought to do that, even for apples. Tooheys farmyard may be full of farm chaps." "'Twasn't last week," said Beetle, "when we smoked in the cart shed place. It's a mile from any house, too." Up went one of Cochrane's light eyebrows. "Oh, Beetle, I am so tired of licking you. Does that mean it's empty now? You ought to have sent a fellow ahead to look. They're simply bound to be collared, and they'll have to bunk if they have to run for it." Parsons has only been here 2 terms. He doesn't know the lie of the country. Orion's a fat ass, and Howlett bunks were from a governor. The Knackler for any native of Devon engaged in agricultural pursuits, as far as one can see. Divitri's the only decent chap in the lot, and I put him up using Toomey's farmyard. Well, keep your hair on, said Beetle. What are you going to do? It's hefty damp here. Let's think a bit. Cochrane whistled between his teeth, presently broke into a swift, short double shuffle. We'll go straight uphill and see what happens to 'em. Cut across the fields and we'll lie up in the hedge where the lane comes in by the barn, where we found that dead hedgehog last term. Come on. He scrambled over the earth bank and dropped onto the rain-soaked plough. It was a steep slope to the brow of the hill where Toohey's farm stood. The boys took no account of stiles or footpaths, just crossing field after field diagonally, and where they found a hedge bursting through it like beagles. The lane lay on their right flank, as they heard much lowing and shouting in the direction. Well, if Divitri isn't collared, said McTurk, kicking off a few pounds of loam against the gatepost, he jolly well ought to be. We'll get collared too if you go on with your nose up like that. Duck, you ass, stalk under the hedge. We can get quite close to the barn, said Cochrane. There's no sense in not doing a thing stalkily while we're about it. They wriggled into the top of an old hollow double hedge less than 30 yards from the big black timbered barn with its square outbuildings. Their 10 minutes' climb had lifted them a couple of 100 feet above the burrows. As the mist parted here and there, they could see its great triangle of sodden green tipped with yellow sand dunes and fringed with white foam, laid out like a blurred map below. The surge along the pebble ridge made a background to the wild noises in the lane. What did I tell you, said Cochrane, peering through the stems of the quickset, which commanded a view of the farmyard. 3 farm chaps getting outdone with pitchforks. It's too late to head off to Vitry. We'll be collared if we show up. Besides, they've heard 'em. They couldn't help hearing. What asses! The natives, brandishing their weapons, talked together, using many times the word "colliger." As the tumult swelled, they disappeared into the various pens and byres. The first of the cattle trotted up to the yard gate, and Vitro felicitated his hand. That's all right, he shouted. Oh, won't old Villidy be wild? Open the gate, Orin, and walk 'em through. They're pretty warm, so you'll be in a minute, murmured McTurk as the raiders hurried into the yard behind the cattle. They've heard a shout of triumph, shrill of yells of despair, saw one Devonian guarding gates with a pitchfork, while the others, alas, captured all 4 boys.
And John Lambert can imagine living those lives, particularly in that part of the world. Thank you very much indeed, John.
Thank you.
You've been down there? You know it well?
Many a time. We go down there every year. It's a wonderful place.
Much change, though, now. The houses along there, they've been converted and improved.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, in theory, 100 years or so. And the whole, the school itself that they often talk about, when I saw it for the first time, fantastic. It was good to walk around the outside, the perimeter, and to sort of really get a sense of being there in the time that Stalky and Co. were there. Very good.
And your wife doesn't mind being dragged round to these places?
No comment.
Yes. I remember us going when we were in a certain Scandinavian country to see the place where Kipling was given his Nobel Prize. and then discovering that the place which I had stood in and had my photograph taken wasn't built until after he got his Nobel Prize. So we hadn't been there at all, really.
Oh gosh, oh gosh.
Somewhere else entirely.
Yeah.
But my wife came along with me. Thank you very much indeed, John. That went extremely well. And wasn't it good to have some Storky in too?
Excellent, thank you.
You are.
Thank you.
Off. Right, thank you. And we have time for an extra, I think, which I want to insert mainly because it has a connection with school in a way, and also because we just don't know who might be listening. It's quite possible, knowing my grandsons, that they're online, and maybe even my son might be listening. And when he was at school, he was set to learn something, and believe it or not, he chose some Kipling. And this was the one he chose. I wonder if he can still do it. It's called Minesweepers, from the 1418 War. It's from Sea Warfare, a book which we've mentioned before. And it's so rhythmic and so easy to learn, my son said originally, that it was very suitable. Minesweepers. Dawn of the foreland, the young flood making jumbled and short and steep, black in the hollows and bright where it's breaking, awkward waters to sweep. Mines reported in the fairway, warn all traffic and detain. Sent up Unity, Clarabelle, Assyrian, Stormcock and Golden Gain. Noon off the foreland, the first ebb making, lumpy and strong in the bite, boom after boom and the Gulf hut shaking and the jackdaws wild with fright, mines located in the fairway. Boats now working up the chain. Sweepers, Unity, Clarabelle, Assyrian, Stormcock and Golden Gain. Dusk off the foreland, the last light going, and the traffic crowding through, and 5 damned trawlers with the sirens blowing, heading the whole review. Sweep completed in the fairway. No more mines remain. Sent back Unity, Clarabelle, Assyrian, Stormcock and Golden Gain. Minesweepers. Yet another quotable quote, another wonderful poem. So a short break for adverts once again. Well, I'm extremely lucky to be sitting in Clary's own study. I said Clary. I meant Carrie. I don't know where Clary came from. Caroline. Yes, she wouldn't approve, I feel. And the National Trust looked after this place so well, with such care and such honesty, that it's amazing that we're allowed to stay here at all. I have a cup of tea here, which if I spill it may do terrible damage. But luckily, the property supervisor is there to hold it for me. But jokes apart, we are very, very grateful indeed to be here. And if you have a chance to come, please do so. I know there are plenty of people in the immediate area of Burwash who come weekly almost and use it as their place to get together for a cup of tea and a bun. But it's much more than that. It's an important place in so many ways and so beautiful. Also beautiful is the Kipling Society. And I have in front of me some samples of the Kipling Society Journal from 2015, which we're shortly going to have bound up and stored away in our library in Haileybury. Haileybury looks after us very well indeed. We have a beautiful room up there where we can store our research library and welcome researchers from all over the world. And also we can make sure that it's available for people online. So if you contact the Kipling Society and join up, then we will help you with whatever you're doing. And we have several books on the stocks at the moment, which we're helping with. And if you decide that you are interested in joining,
then it's as simple as we can possibly make it, because now you can go online and join using PayPal. Indeed, it's now August, and you're beginning to worry about exactly what you can get for the man who has everything, or his wife who has everything and him as well. And that's a possibility, isn't it? We don't necessarily want all grandfathers, but grandfathers are great. What about a Christmas present for grandfather or grandmother or father or mother? Or, of course, what better way to move on into academia than to study Kipling? So the younger ones too, please join them up. We need more members, partly because we do have to spread the message as much as we can. And we've done it wonderfully, I feel, over recent years. Previous chairmen and chairwomen of the society have done that marvelously. And tomorrow I'll be able to read to you the one piece of Kipling which is not Kipling, the one piece which may spoil our chances of setting a world record, because we're going to have one piece which is definitely not Kipling, although it's so good, written by a 10-year-old, that you might easily be mistaken. That was the winner of our Writing Kipling competition this year. If you're a school teacher and you'd like to be involved in next year's competition, then please do contact us. Same address, kiplingsociety.co.uk. Will take you onto a number of places you can get through to us. So we're moving on the timetable. And if you are watching it and just tweeting through to a friend, you might like to let them know that we have a professional reader, again, Erin, who's going to offer us Song of the Wise Children. Kipling wrote this in 1902, and it was collected in 1903 in a collection called The Five Nations. And if you're a collector, you'll recognize that as one of those beautiful Methuen copies, which make such a nice patch on your wall. I have a friend who has recently bought a complete set of the uniform edition because he said it was cheaper than wallpaper. I'm not sure about that. Song of the Wise Children by Erin Lutit. Thank you.
Song of the Wise Children. When the darkened 50s dip to the north, and frost and the fog divide the air, and the day is dead at his breaking forth, sirs, it is bitter beneath the bare. Far to southward they wheel and glance, the million molten spears of morn, the spears of our deliverance, that shine on the house where we were born. Flying fish about our bows, flying sea fires in our wake, this is the road to our Father's house, whither we go for our soul's sake. We have forfeited our birthright, we have forsaken all things meet, we have forgotten the look of light, we have forgotten the scent of heat. They that walk with shaded brows, year by year in a shining land, they be men of our Father's house, they shall receive us and understand. We shall go back by the boltless doors, to the life unaltered our childhood knew, to the naked feet on the cool dark floors, and the high-ceiled rooms that the trade blows through, to the trumpet flowers and the moon beyond, and the tree-toad's chorus drowning all, and the lisp of the split banana frond that talked us to sleep when we were small. The wayside magic, the threshold spells, shall soon undo what the north has done, because of the sights and the sounds and the smells that ran with our youth in the eye of the sun. And earth accepting shall ask no vows, nor the sea our love, nor our lover the sky. When we return to our Father's house, only the English shall wonder why.
I'm not sure if you have views, as I do, about the poetry voice that the BBC uses far too much. You will gather that where Kipling drops an H and I'm reading it aloud, I drop it too. But Erin has no poetry voice. She has a voice which makes us feel what she's reading. We're very lucky to have contributions from her. We're moving on to a rather different piece, coming from Plain Tales from the Hills. And we mentioned before an early piece of writing from Kipling in 1888. The young specialist journalist who had been preparing work at very short notice, sometimes just to fill space on a page, who'd become expert at putting words to their best use in time and space. And so when we come to Cupid's Arrows, which Pamela Morgan has recorded for us, we have a very different approach, I feel. Something which I enjoy enormously, heard over and over again. I think we ought to recognize that we're used to listening to music and to our favorite songs over and over again, but we don't do that with poetry. We don't do it enough. In my car, I have John Donne, and I play that when my wife's not with me, over and over again, because you hear more each time you hear it. So Cupid's Arrows by Pamela Morgan, 5 minutes early, but we're hoping to squeeze in something else later, so we are going to go ahead. Pamela Morgan, Cupid's Arrows from Plain Tales from the Hills.
Rudyard Kipling left school in England when he was 16 and travelled alone back to India to his parents in Lahore. His parents had found him a job as the assistant editor of the local newspaper, the Civil and Military Gazette. He spent 7 years there, during which time he learnt the craft and skill of a newspaperman and reported, amongst other things, from the hill station Simla. Simla was the seat of the government of India in the summer and also of the military. It was also a place of letting your hair down, intrigue and scandal and sadness. And Kipling during this time wrote many short stories which are gathered together under the title of Plain Tales from the Hills. I'm going to read you one of those stories today, which tells you about the social life in Simla. Cupid's Arrows. Once upon a time there lived in Simla a very pretty girl, the daughter of a poor but honest district and sessions judge. She was a good girl, but could not help knowing her power and using it. Her mamma was very anxious about her daughter's future, as all good mammas should be. When a man is a commissioner and a bachelor and has the right of wearing open-work jam-tart jewels in gold and enamel on his clothes, and of going through a door before everyone except a member of council, a lieutenant governor or a viceroy, he is worth marrying. At least that is what ladies say. There was a commissioner in Simla in those days who was and wore and did all I have said. He was a plain man, an ugly man, the ugliest man in Asia with 2 exceptions. His was a face to dream about and try to carve on a pipe head afterwards. His name was Saggart, Bar Saggart, Anthony Bar Saggart, and 6 letters to follow. Departmentally, he was one of the best men in the government of India owned. Socially, he was like unto a blandishing gorilla. When he turned his attentions to Miss Bayton, I believe that Mrs. Bayton wept with delight at the reward Providence had sent her in her old age. Mr. Bayton held his tongue. He was an easy-going man. A commissioner is very rich.
His pay is beyond the dreams of avarice, is so enormous that he can afford to save and scrape in a way that would almost discredit a member of council. Most commissioners are mean, but Bar Saggart was an exception. He entertained royally, he horsed himself well, he gave dances, he was a power in the land, and he behaved as such. Consider that everything I am writing of took place in an almost prehistoric era in the history of British India. Some folk may remember the years before lawn tennis was born, when we all played croquet. There were seasons before that, if you will believe me, when even croquet had not been invented, and archery, which was revived in England in 1844, was as great a pest as lawn tennis is now. People talked learnedly about holding and loosing, steels, reflexed bows, 56-pound bows, backed or self-used bows, as we talk about rallies, volleys, smashes, returns and 16-ounce rackets. Miss Bayton shot divinely over ladies' distance, 60 yards that is, and was acknowledged the best lady archer in Simla. Men called her Diana of Tara Devi. Bar Saggart paid her great attention, and, as I have said, the heart of her mother was uplifted in consequence. Kitty Bayton took matters more calmly. It was pleasant to be singled out by a commissioner with letters after his name, and to fill the hearts of other girls with bad feelings. But there was no denying the fact that Bar Saggart was phenomenally ugly, and all his attempts to adorn himself only made him more grotesque. He was not christened the langur, which means grey ape, for nothing. It was pleasant, Kitty thought, to have him at her feet, but it was better to escape from him and ride with the graceless Cubbon, the man in a dragoon regiment at Umballa, the boy with a handsome face and no prospects. Kitty liked Cubbon more than a little. He never pretended for a moment that he was anything less than head over heels in love with her, for he was an honest boy. So Kitty fled now and again from the stately wooings of Bar Saggart to the company of young Cubbon, and was scolded by her ma in consequence. "But, mother," she said, "Mr. Saggart is is so fearfully ugly, you know." "My dear," said Mrs. Bayton piously, "we cannot be other than an all-ruling Providence has made us. Besides, you will take precedence of your own mother, you know. Think of that and be reasonable." Then Kitty put up her little chin and said irreverent things about precedence and commissioners and matrimony. Mr. Bayton rubbed the top of his head, for he was an easy-going man. Late in the season, when he judged that the time was ripe, Bar Saggart developed a plan which did great credit to his administrative powers. He arranged an archery tournament for ladies, with a most sumptuous diamond-studded bracelet as prize. He drew up his terms skilfully, and everyone saw that the bracelet was a gift to Miss Bayton, the acceptance carrying with it the hand and the heart of Commissioner Bar Saggart. The terms were a St. Leonard's round, 36 shots at 60 yards, under the rules of the Simla Toxophilate Society. All Simla was invited. There were beautifully arranged tea tables under the deodars at Annandale, where the grandstand is now, and alone in its glory, winking in the sun, sat the diamond bracelet in a blue velvet case. Miss Bayton was anxious, almost too anxious, to compete. On the appointed afternoon, all Simla rode down to Annandale to witness the judgment of Paris turned upside down. Kitty rode with young Cubbon, and it was easy to see that the boy was troubled in his mind. Now he must be held innocent of everything that followed. Kitty was pale and nervous, and looked long at the bracelet. Bar Saggart was gorgeously dressed, even more nervous than Kitty, and more hideous than ever. Mrs. Baton smiled condescendingly, as befitted the mother of a potential commissionairess, and the shooting began, all the world standing in a semicircle as the ladies came out one after the other. Nothing is so tedious as an archery competition. They shot and they shot and they kept on shooting till the sun left the valley and little breezes got up under the deodars and people waited for Miss Baton to shoot and win. Cubban was at one horn of the semicircle round the shooters and Bar Saggart at the other. Miss Baton was last on the list. The scoring had been weak and the bracelet with Commissioner Bar Saggart was hers to a certainty. The Commissioner strung her bow with his own sacred hands. She stepped forward, looked at the bracelet, and her first arrow went true to a hair, full into the heart of the gold, counting 9 points. Young Cubban on the left turned white, and his devil prompted Bar Saggart to smile. Now horses used to shy when Bar Saggart smiled. Kitty saw that smile. She looked to her left front, gave an almost imperceptible nod to Cubban, and went on shooting. I wish I could describe the scene that followed. It was out of the ordinary and most improper. Miss Kitty fitted her arrows with immense deliberation so that everyone might see what she was doing. She was a perfect shot, and her 46-pound bow suited her to a nicety. She pinned the wooden legs of the target with great care 4 successive times. She pinned the wooden top of the target once, and all the ladies looked at each other. Then she began some fancy shooting at the white, which if you hit it counts exactly 1 point. She put 5 arrows into the white. It was wonderful archery, but seeing that her business was to make golds and win the bracelet. Bar Saggart turned a delicate green like young watergrass. Next she shot over the target twice, then wide to the left twice, always with the same deliberation, while a chilly hush fell over the company, and Mrs. Baton took out her handkerchief. Then Kitty shot at the ground in front of the target and split several arrows. Then she made a red, or 7 points, just to show what she could do if she liked. And she finished up her amazing performance with some more fancy shooting at the target's supports. Here is her score as it was pricked off. Miss Baton, 1 gold, 1 red, no blue, no black, 5 whites, total hits 7, total points 21. Bar Saggart looked as if the last few arrowheads had been driven into his legs instead of the target's, and the deep stillness was broken by a little snubby, mottled, half-grown girl saying in a shrill voice of triumph, "Then I've won!" Mrs. Baton did her best to bear up, but she wept in the presence of the people. No training could help her through such a disappointment. Kitty unstrung her bow with a vicious jerk and went back to her place, while Bar Saggart was trying to pretend that he enjoyed snapping the bracelet on the snubby girl's raw red wrist. It was an awkward scene, most awkward. Everyone tried to depart in a body and leave Kitty to the mercy of her mamma, but Cubban took her away instead, and the rest isn't worth printing.
Marvellous stuff, yeah. Really such quality of choices. And amazingly, they're not the ones you expect. Over and over again, I'm thinking, I hadn't thought of that one. Yes, that's a good one. And I'm looking through the lists of those volunteering something. Well, volunteering's not the word next, because I've actually... I'm going to bully Gary Enstone into doing one for us, and I want him to do it in a savage voice. Not that I think he's a savage at all, but it's one that some of you will know from Puck and Cook's Hill. It's the one that goes with the Winged Hats, which is the story of how the Vikings come along and roll back the ends of the wall in the north. And so what we have are the Picts, the little people of Scotland, and they're chanting, I think. For those of you who've seen Despicable Me 2 will know what I'm thinking of now. Little people with blue hair and dripping with savagery. That's what you've got to be, Gary. A Pict song.
Rome never looks where she treads, always her heavy hooves fall on our stomachs, our hearts, or our heads, and Rome never heeds when we bawl. Her centuries pass on, that is all, and we gather behind them in hordes and plot to reconquer the wall with only our tongues for our swords. We are the little folk, we, too little to love or to hate. Leave us alone and you'll see how we can drag down the state. We are the worm in the wood. We are the rot in the root. We are the taint in the blood. We are the thorn in the foot. Mistletoe killing an oak. Rats gnawing cables in two. Moths making holes in a cloak. How they would love what they do. Yes, and we little folk too. We are busy as they. Working our works out of view. Watch, and you'll see it some day. We are the little folk, we. Too little to love or to hate. Leave us alone and you'll see how we can drag down the state. We are the worm in the wood. We are the rot in the root. We are the taint in the blood. We are the thorn in the foot. Now indeed, we are not strong, but we know peoples that are. Yes, and we'll guide them along to smash and destroy you in war. We shall be slaves just the same. Yes, we have always been slaves, but you will die of the shame, and then we shall dance on your graves. We are the little folk, we, too little to love or to hate. Leave us alone and you'll see how we can drag down the state. We are the worm in the wood, we are the rot in the root, we are the taint in the blood, and we are the thorn in the foot.
Splendid.
Not very Scottish, though, is it?
But it was heartfelt. I needed that one because I realised I had not advertised all the poetry books I should. I've been advertising one at £3.99 simply to get you out there buying. But if you are a true enthusiast, you'll want Tom Pinney's collection in 3 volumes, the Cambridge Complete. Not only is it complete with every poem that Tom Pinney could find, it also has notes on every change to every poem. So if you were perhaps reciting a Pict song along with Gary, you may have noticed that your version went, "Leave us alone and you'll see how we can drag down the state." And maybe the other version, which mentions the great. And that's 2 totally different things. So Kipling had 2 ideas for that. Dragging down the great is not dragging down the state. And if you're going to use this poem to chant as you march on Parliament, which I suppose you could, you just have to change, the name of our current Prime Minister for Rome. Never looked where she treads. No, I mustn't carry on there. That won't do at all. I'm beginning to show that I'm not thinking about Kipling enough. So we move on now to a piece from the years between 1919, which again was selected by our past Vice President. Did I mention our past Vice President, T.S. Eliot? We do like to drop his name in when we can. He did a choice of Kipling's verse and in the 40s, and he included The Craftsman. So we have John Radcliffe doing The Craftsman for us.
This poem is about where poets and playwrights find their inspiration. It's called The Craftsman. Once, after long-drawn revel at the Mermaid, he, the overbearing Boanerges Johnson, uttered, if half of it were liquor, blessed with the vintage, saying how at an alehouse under Cotswold he had made sure of his very Cleopatra, drunk with enormous salvation-contemning love for a tinker. How, while he hid from Sir Thomas's keepers, crouched in a ditch and drenched by the midnight dews, he had listened to gypsy Juliet rail at the dawning. How at Bankside a boy drowning kittens winced at the business, whereupon the sister, Lady Macbeth, aged 7, thrust him under, somberly scornful. How on a Sabbath, hushed and compassionate, she being known since her birth to the townsfolk, Stratford dredged and delivered from Avon, dripping Ophelia. So, with a thin third finger marrying, dropped to wine dreg, domed on the table, Shakespeare opened his heart till the sunrise entered to hear him. London waked, and he, imperturbable, passed from waking to hurry after shadows, busied upon shows of no earthly importance. Yes, but he knew it.
I'm so proud to be part of this, to be sharing with the world that quality of poetry read that well. Really tremendous. Surely, if you don't know that one, you want to go and find it. Find T.S. Eliot's choice of Kipling's verse, find the years between, go out and spend £200 or so on Tom Binney's complete verse. But read it again and enjoy it as much as you can. And now we're very lucky indeed to have Mike Kipling, the Kipling Society Treasurer, to read Mary Postgate. Now, this is from A Diversity of Creatures in 1917. What Mike has done is to choose several pieces from the very volume that I mentioned, which happened to be the one that gave me the name for today's work. A Diversity of Creatures became, in my mind, A Diversity of Kipling. This is a very difficult piece indeed. Mike, it's all yours.
Thank you, John. Mary Postgate was published in September 1915, the very same month in which Kipling lost his son John Luce. It must therefore have been written before Kipling had that news, and I think shows Kipling's attitude to the Germans even before he had been personally affected. It was originally published under the title How Does Your Garden Grow? The second line, the well-known nursery rhyme, Mary, Mary, quite contrary. So here we go with what Stanley Baldwin's son Oliver described as the wickedest story ever written. Mary Postgate. Of Miss Mary Postgate, Lady McCausland wrote that she was thoroughly conscientious, tidy, companionable, and ladylike. I'm very sorry to part with her, and shall always be interested in her welfare. Miss Fowler engaged her on this recommendation, and to her surprise, for she had had experience of companions, found that it was true. Miss Fowler was nearer 60 than 50 at the time, but though she needed care, she did not exhaust her attendant's vitality. On the contrary, she gave out, stimulatingly and with reminiscences. Her father had been a minor court official in the days when the Great Exhibition of 1851 had just set its seal on civilization made perfect. Some of Miss Fowler's tales, nonetheless, were not always for the young. Mary was not young, and though her speech was as colourless as her eyes or her hair, she was never shocked. She listened unflinchingly to every one, said at the end, "How interesting," or "How shocking," as the case might be, and never again referred to it, for she prided herself on a trained mind which did not dwell on these things. She was, too, a treasure at domestic accounts, for which the village tradesmen with their weekly books loved her not. Otherwise she had no enemies, provoked no jealousy even among the plainest. Neither gossip nor slander had ever been traced to her. She supplied the odd place at the rector's or the doctor's table at half an hour's notice. She was a sort of public aunt to the very many small children of the village street, whose parents, while accepting everything, would have been swift to resent what they called patronage. She served on the village nursing committee as Miss Fowler's nominee when Miss Fowler was crippled by rheumatoid arthritis, and came out of 6 months' fortnightly meetings equally respected by all the cliques. And when fate threw Miss Fowler's nephew, an unlovely orphan of 11, on Miss Fowler's hands, Mary Postgate stood to her share of the business of education, as practised in private and public schools. She checked printed clothes lists and unitemised bills of extras, wrote to head and housemasters, matrons, nurses and doctors, and grieved or rejoiced over half-term reports. Young Wyndham Fowler repaid her in his holidays by calling her gatepost, postie, or packthread, by thumping her between her narrow shoulders, or by chasing her bleating round the garden, her large mouth open, her large nose high in air, at a stiff-necked shamble very like a camel's. Later on, he filled the house with clamour, argument, and harangues as to his personal needs, likes and dislikes, the limitation of you women, reducing Mary to tears of physical fatigue, or, when he chose to be humorous, of helpless laughter. At crises, which multiplied as he grew older, she was his ambassadress and his interpretess to Miss Fowler, who had no large sympathy with the young, a vote in his interests at the councils on his future, his sewing woman, strictly accountable for mislaid boots and garments, always his butt and his slave. And when he decided to become a solicitor and had entered an office in London, when his greeting had changed from "Hello, postie, you old beast," to "Morning, packthread," there came a war which, unlike all wars Mary could remember, did not stay decently outside England and in the newspapers, but intruded on the lives of people whom she knew. As she said to Miss Fowler, it was most vexatious. It took the rector's son, who was going into business with his elder brother. It took the colonel's nephew on the eve of fruit farming in Canada. It took Mrs. Grant's son, who, his mother said, was devoted to the ministry. And very early indeed, it took Wynne Fowler, who announced on a postcard that he had joined the Flying Corps and wanted a cardigan waistcoat. "He must go, and he must have the waistcoat," said Miss Fowler. So Mary got the proper size needles and wool, while Miss Fowler told the men of her establishment, 2 gardeners and an odd man aged 60, that those who could join the army had better do so. The gardeners left. Cheap, the odd man, stayed on and was promoted to the gardener's cottage. The cook, scorning to be limited in luxuries, also left after a spirited scene with Miss Fowler, and took the housemaid with her. Miss Fowler gazetted Nellie, Cheap's 17-year-old daughter, the vacant post. Mrs. Cheap to the rank of cook, with occasional cleaning bouts, and the reduced establishment moved forward smoothly. Wynne demanded an increase in his allowance. Miss Fowler, who always looked facts in the face, said, "He must have it. The chances are he won't live long to draw it, and if 300 makes him happy." Wynne was grateful and came over in his tight-buttoned uniform to say so. His training centre was not 30 miles away, and his talk was so technical that it had to be explained by charts of the various types of machines. He gave Mary such a chart. "And you better study it, Postie," he said. "You'll be seeing a lot of them soon." So Mary studied the chart. But when Wynne next arrived to swell and exalt himself before his womenfolk, she failed badly in cross-examination, and he rated her as in the old days. "You look more or less like a human being," he said in his new service voice. "You must have a brain at some point in your past. What have you done with it? Where do you keep it? Sheep would know more than you do, Postie. You're lamentable. You are less use than an empty tin can, you dowy old cassowary." "Suppose that's how your superior officer talks to you," said Miss Fowler from her chair. "But Postie doesn't mind," Wynne replied. "Do you, Packthread?" "Why, was Wynne saying anything? I shall get this right next time you come. She muttered and knitted her pale brows together, again over the diagrams of Taubes, Farmans, and Zeppelins. In a few weeks, the mere land and sea battles which she read to Miss Fowler after breakfast passed her like idle breath. Her heart and her interest were high in the air with Wynne, who had finished rolling, whatever that might be, and had gone on from a taxi to a machine more or less his own. One morning it circled over their very chimneys, alighted on Vegg's Heath, almost outside the garden gate. The wind came in, blue with cold, shouting for food. He and she drew Miss Fowler's bath chair, as they had often done, along the heath footpath to look at the biplane. Mary observed that it smelt very badly. "Pasty, I believe you think with your nose," said Wynne. "I know you don't with your mind. Now what type's that?" "I'll go and get the chart," said Mary. "You're hopeless. You haven't the mental capacity of a white mouse," he cried, and explained the dials and the sockets for bomb dropping. It was time to mount and ride the wet clouds once more. "Ah," said Mary, the stinking thing flared upward. "Wait till our flying corps gets to work. Wynne says it's much safer than in the trenches." "I wonder," said Miss Fowler. "Tell Cheap to come and tow me home again." "It's all downhill. I can do it," said Mary, "if you put the brake on." She laid her lean self against the pushing bar, and home they trundled. "Now be careful you aren't heated and catch a chill," said overdressed Miss Fowler. "Nothing makes me perspire," said Mary. As she bumped the chair under the porch, she straightened her long back. The exertion had given her colour, and the wind had loosened a wisp of hair across her forehead. Miss Fowler glanced at her. "What do you ever think of, Mary?" she demanded suddenly. "Oh, Wynne says he wants another 3 pairs of stockings, as thick as we can make them." "Yes, but I mean the things that women think about. Here you are, more than 40. 44, said truthful Mary. "Well?" "Well?" Mary offered. Miss Fowler her shoulder as usual. "And you've been with me 10 years now?" "Let's see," said Mary. "Wynne was 11 when he came. He's 20 now, and I came 2 years before that. It must be 11. 11, and you've never told me anything that matters in all that while. Looking back, it seems to me that I've done all the talking. I'm afraid I'm not much of a conversationalist. As Wynne says, I haven't the mind. Let me take your hat." Miss Fowler, moving stiffly from the hip, stamped her rubber-tipped stick on the tiled hall floor. "Mary, aren't you anything except a companion? Would you ever have been anything except a companion?" Mary hung up the garden hat on its proper peg. "No," she said after consideration. "I don't imagine I ever should. But I've no imagination, I'm afraid." She fetched Miss Fowler her 11 o'clock blouse of contract Seville. That was the wet December, when it rained 6 inches to the month, and the women went abroad as little as might be. Wynne's flying chariot visited them several times, and for 2 mornings, he had warned her by postcard, Mary heard the thresh of his propellers at dawn. The second time she ran to the window and stared at the whitening sky. A little blur passed overhead. She lifted her lean arms towards it. That evening at 6 o'clock, there came an announcement in an official envelope. Second Lieutenant W. Fowler had been killed during a trial flight. Death was instantaneous. She read it and carried it to Miss Fowler. "I never expected anything else," said Miss Fowler, "but I'm sorry it happened before he had done anything." The room was whirling round Mary Postgate, but she found herself quite steady in the midst of it. "Yes," she said, "it's a great pity he didn't die in action after he had killed somebody." "He was killed instantly, that's one comfort," Miss Fowler went on. "But Wynne says the shock of a fall kills a man at once, whatever happens to the tanks," quoted Mary. The room was coming to rest now. She heard Miss Fowler say impatiently, "But why can't we cry, Mary?" and herself replying, "There's nothing to cry for. He has done his duty as much as Mrs. Grant's son did." "And when he died, she came and cried all the morning," said Miss Fowler. "This only makes me feel tired, terribly tired. Will you help me to bed, please, Mary? I think I'd like the hot water bottle." So Mary helped her and sat beside, talking of Wynne in his riotous youth. "I believe," said Miss Fowler suddenly, that old people and young people slip from under a stroke like this. Middle-aged feel it most. I expect that's true, said Mary, rising. I'm going to put away the things in his room now. Shall we wear mourning? Certainly not, said Miss Fowler, except, of course, at the funeral. I can't go. You will. I want you to arrange about his being buried here. It's a blessing it didn't happen at Salisbury. Everyone, from the authorities of the Flying Corps to the rector, was most kind and sympathetic. Mary found herself, for the moment, in a world where bodies were in the habit of being dispatched by all sorts of conveyances to all sorts of places. And at the funeral, 2 young men in buttoned-up uniforms stood beside the grave and spoke to her afterwards. You're Miss Postgate, aren't you? Said one. Fowler told me about you. He's a good chap, first-class fellow. Great loss. Great loss, growled his companion. We're awfully sorry. How high did he fall from? Mary whispered. Pretty near 4,000 feet, I should think, didn't he? You were up that day, monkey. All of that, the other child replied. My bar made 3,000, and I wasn't as high as him by a lot. And that's all right, said Mary. Thank you very much. They moved away as Miss Grant flung herself weeping on Mary's flat chest under the lich gate and cried, I know how it feels. I know how it feels. But both his parents are dead, Mary returned as she fended her off. Perhaps they've all met by now, she added, vaguely as she escaped towards the coach. I thought of that too, wailed Mrs. Grant. But then he'll be practically a stranger to them. Quite embarrassing. Mary faithfully reported every detail of the ceremony to Miss Fowler, who, when she described Mrs. Grant's outburst, laughed out loud. Oh, how Wynne would have enjoyed it. He was always utterly unreliable at funerals. Do you remember? And then they talked to him again, each piecing out the other's gaps. And now, said Miss Fowler, we'll pull up the blinds and we'll have a general tidy. It always does us good. Have you seen to Wynne's things? Everything, since he first came, said Mary. He was never destructive, even with his toys. They faced that neat room. It can't be natural not to cry, Mary said at last. I'm so afraid you'll have a reaction. As I told you, we old people slip from under the stroke. It's you I'm afraid for. Have you cried yet? I can't. It only makes me angry with the Germans. That's sheer waste of vitality, said Miss Fowler. You must live till the war's finished. She opened a full wardrobe. Now I've been thinking things over. This is my plan. All his civilian clothes can be given away, Belgian refugees and so on. Mary nodded. Boots, collars and gloves? Yes, we don't need to keep anything except his cap and belt. They came back yesterday with his Flying Corps clothes. Mary pointed to a roll on the little iron bed. Ah, but keep his service things. Someone may be glad of them later. Do you remember his sizes? 5 feet 8.5, 36 inches round the chest. But he told me he'd just put on 1.5 inches. I'll mark it on a label and tie it on his sleeping bag. So that disposes of that, said Miss Fowler, tapping the palm of one hand with the ringed third finger of the other. What a waste it all is. We'll get his old school trunk tomorrow and pack his civilian clothes. And the rest, said Mary, his books and pictures and the games and the toys and the rest. My plan is to burn every single thing, said Miss Fowler, and we shall know where they are and no one can handle them afterwards. What do you think? I think that would be very much the best, said Mary. But there's such a lot of them. We'll burn them in the destructor, said Miss Fowler. This was an open-air furnace for the consumption of refuse. A little circular 4-foot tower of pierced brick over an iron grating. Miss Fowler had noticed the design in a gardening journal years ago and had had it built at the bottom of the garden. It suited her tidy soul, for it saved unsightly rubbish heaps, and the ashes lightened the stiff clay soil. Mary considered for a moment, saw her way clear, and nodded again. They spent the evening putting away well-remembered civilian suits, underclothes that Mary had marked, and the regiments of very gaudy socks and ties. A second trunk was needed, and after that, a little packing case. It was late next day when Cheap and the local carrier lifted them to the cart. The rector luckily knew of a friend some about 5 feet 8.5 inches high, to whom a complete Flying Corps outfit would be most acceptable, and sent his gardener's son down with a barrow to take delivery of it. The cap was hung up in Miss Fowler's bedroom, the belt in Miss Postgate's. for, as Miss Fowler said, they had no desire to make tea party talk of them. That disposes of that, said Miss Fowler. I'll leave the rest to you, Mary. I can't run up and down the garden. You'd better take the big clothes basket and get Nellie to help you. I shall take the wheelbarrow and do it myself, said Mary, and for once in her life closed her mouth. Miss Fowler, in moments of irritation, had called Mary deadly methodical. She put on her oldest waterproof and gardening hat and her ever-slipping galoshes. The weather was on the edge of more rain. She gathered firelighters from the kitchen, half scuttle of coals, and a faggot of brushwood. These she wheeled in the barrow down the mossed paths to the dank little laurel shrubbery, where the destructor stood under the drip of 3 oaks. She climbed the wire fence into the rector's glebe just behind, and from his tenant's rick pulled 2 large armfuls of good hay, which she spread neatly on the fire bars. Next, journey by journey, passing Miss Fowler's white face at the morning room window each time, she brought down in a towel-covered clothes basket on the wheelbarrow London-used Henties, Marriotts, Levers, Stevenson, Baroness Aux's, Garvice's, school books and atlases, unrelated piles of the motorcyclist, the light car, and catalogues of Olympia exhibitions, the remnants of a fleet of sailing ships from 9-penny cutters to a 3-guinea yacht, prep school dressing gown, bats from 3 and 6pence to 24 shillings, cricket and tennis balls, disintegrated steam and clockwork locomotives with their twisted rails, a grey and red tin model of a submarine, a dumb gramophone and cracked records, golf clubs that had to be broken across the knee like his walking sticks, and an assegai, photographs of private and public school cricket and football 11s, and his OTC on the line of march, Kodaks and film rolls, some pewters and 1 real silver cup for boxing competitions and junior hurdles, sheaves of school photographs, Miss Fowler's photograph, her own which she had borne off in fun and, with care she took not to ask, had never returned, a play box with a secret drawer, a load of flannels, belts and jerseys, and a pair of spiked shoes unearthed in the attic, a packet of all the letters that Miss Fowler and she had ever written to him, kept for some absurd reason through all these years, 5-day attempt at a diary, framed pictures of racing motors in full Brooklands career, and load upon load of undistinguishable wreckage of toolboxes, rabbit hutches, electric batteries, tin soldiers, frets or outfits, and jigsaw puzzles. Miss Fowler at the window watched her come and go and said to herself, Mary's an old woman. I never realised it before. After lunch she recommended her to rest. I'm not in the least tired, said Mary. I've got it all arranged. I'm going to the village at 2 o'clock for some paraffin. Nellie hasn't enough and the walk will do me good. She made one last quest round the house before she started, and found that she had overlooked nothing. It began to mist as soon as she had skirted Vegg's Heath, where Wynne used to descend. It seemed to her that she could almost hear the beat of his propellers overhead, but there was nothing to see. She hoisted her umbrella and lunged into the blind wet till she had reached the shelter of the empty village. As she came out of Mr. Kidd's shop with a bottle full of paraffin in her string shopping bag, she met Nurse Eden, the village nurse, and fell into talk with her, as usual, about the village children. They were just parting opposite the Royal Oak when a gun, they fancied, was fired immediately behind the house. It was followed by a child's shriek, dying into a wail. Accident, said Nurse Eden promptly, and dashed through the empty bar, followed by Mary. They found Mrs. Gerrit, the publican's wife, who could only gasp and point to the yard, where a little cart lodge was sliding sideways amid a clatter of tiles. As Eden snatched up a sheet drying before the fire, ran out, lifted something from the ground and flung the sheet round it. The sheet turned scarlet, and half her uniform too, as she bore the load into the kitchen. It was little Edna Gerrit, aged 9, whom Mary had known since her perambulator days. Am I hurted bad? Edna asked, and died between Nurse Eden's dripping hands. The sheet fell aside. For an instant, before she could shut her eyes, Mary saw the ripped and shredded body. It's a wonder she spoke at all, said Nurse Eden. What in God's name was it? A bomb, said Mary. One of the Zeppelins? No, an aeroplane. I thought I heard it on the heath, but I fancied it was one of ours. It must have shut off its engines as it came down. That's why we didn't notice it. The filthy pigs, said Nurse Eden, all white and shaken. See the pickle I'm in. Go and tell Dr. Hennis, Miss Postgate. Nurse looked at the mother, who had dropped face down on the floor. She's only in a fit. Turn her over. Mary heaved Mrs. Gerrit right side up and hurried off to the doctor. When she told her tale, he asked her to sit down in the surgery till he got her something. But I don't need it, I assure you, she said. I don't think it'd be wise to tell Miss Fowler about it to you. Her heart is so irritable in this weather. Dr. Hennis looked at her admiringly as he packed up his bag. No, don't tell anybody till we're sure, he said, and hastened to the Royal Oak while Mary went off with the paraffin. The village behind her was as quiet as usual. The news had not yet spread. She frowned a little to herself, her large nostrils expanded ugly, and from time to time she muttered a phrase which Wynne, who never restrained himself before women folk, had applied to the enemy. Bloody pagans. They are bloody pagans. But, she continued, falling back on the teaching that had made her what she was, one mustn't let one's mind dwell on these things. Before she reached the house, Dr. Hennis, who was also a special constable, overtook her in the car. Miss Postgate, he said, I wanted to tell you that the accident to the Royal Oak was due to Gerrit's stable tumbling down. It's been dangerous for a long time. It ought to have been condemned. I thought I heard an explosion too, said Mary. You might have been mistaken by the beams snapping. I've been looking at them. They were dry rotted through and through. Of course, as they broke, they would make a noise just like a gun. Yes, said Mary politely. Buddha Ledner was playing underneath it, he went on, holding her with his eyes. And that and the tiles cut her to pieces, you see. I saw it, said Mary, shaking her head. I heard it too. Well, we can't be sure. Dr. Hennis changed his tone completely. I know both you and Nurse Eden. I've been speaking to her. Perfectly trustworthy. And I can rely on you not to say anything. Yes, at least. It's no good to stir up people unless... Oh, I never do, anyhow, said Mary. And Dr. Hennis went on to the county town. After all, she told herself, it might just possibly have been the collapse of an old stable that had done all those things to poor little Edna. She was sorry she had ever hinted at other things. Nurse Eden was discretion itself. By the time she reached home, the affair seemed increasingly remote by its very monstrosity. As she came in, Miss Fowler told her that a couple of aeroplanes had passed half an hour ago. I thought I heard them, she replied. I'm going down the garden now. I've got the paraffin. Yes, but what have you got on your boots? They're soaking wet. Change them at once. Not only did Mary obey, but she wrapped the boots in a newspaper and put them into the string bag with the bottle. So armed with the longest kitchen poker, she left. It's raining again, was Miss Fowler's last word, but I know you won't be happy till that's disposed of. It won't take long. I've got everything down there, and I've put the lid on the destructor to keep the wet out. The shrubbery was filling with twilight by the time she had completed her arrangements and sprinkled the sacrificial oil. As she lit the match that would burn her heart to ashes, she heard a groan or a grunt behind the dense Portugal laurels. Cheap, she called impatiently. But Cheap, with his ancient lumbago in his comfortable cottage, would be the last man to profane the sanctuary. Sheep, she concluded, and threw in the fusee. The pyre went up in a roar, and the immediate flame hastened night around her. How Wynne would have loved this, she thought, stepping back from the blaze. By its light, she saw, half hidden behind a laurel, not 5 paces away, a bare-headed man sitting very stiffly at the foot of one of the oaks. A broken branch lay across his lap, one booted leg protruding from beneath it. His head moved ceaselessly from side to side, but his body was as still as a tree's trunk. He was dressed, she moved sideways to look more closely, in a uniform something like Wynne's, the flap buttoned across the chest. For an instant she had some idea that it might be one of the young flying men she had met at the funeral, but their heads were dark and glossy. This man's was as pale as a baby's, and so closely cropped that she could see the disgusting pinky skin beneath. His lips moved. What did you say? Mary moved towards him and stooped. Lady, he muttered, while his hand picked at the dead wet leaves. There was no doubt as to his nationality. It made her so angry that she strode back the destructor, though it was still too hot to use the poker there. Wynne's book seemed to be catching well. She looked up at the oak behind the man. Several of the light upper and 2 or 3 rotten lower branches had been broken and scattered their rubbish on the shrubbery path. On the lowest fork, a helmet with dependent strings showed like a bird's nest in the light of the long tongue flame. Evidently, this person had fallen through the tree. Wynne had told her that it was quite possible for people to fall out of aeroplanes. Wynne told her, too, that trees were useful things to break an aviator's fall, but in this case, the aviator must have broken, or he would have moved from his queer position. He seemed helpless, except for his horrible rolling head. On the other hand, she could see a pistol case at his belt, and Mary loathed pistols. Months ago, after reading certain Belgian reports together, she and Miss Fowler had had dealings with one, a huge revolver with flat-nosed bullets, which latter, Wynne said, were forbidden by the rules of war to be used against civilized enemies. They're good enough for us, Mary, Miss Fowler had replied. Show Mary how it works. And Wynne, laughing at the mere possibility of any such need, had led the craven winking Mary into the rector's disused quarry and had shown her how to fire the terrible machine. Now lay in the top left-hand drawer of her toilet table. A memento not included in the burning. Wynne would be pleased to see how she was not afraid. She slipped up to the house to get it. When she came through the rain, the eyes in the head were alive with expectation. The mouth even tried to smile. But at the sight of the revolver, its corners went down just like Edna Gerrit's. A tear trickled from one eye, and the head rolled from shoulder to shoulder, as though trying to point out something. "Casse, tout casse," it whimpered. "What do you say?" said Mary disgustedly, keeping well to one side, though only the head moved. "Casse," he repeated. "Je me rends, le médecin, doctor." "Nein," she said, bringing all her small German to bear with the big pistol. "Ich habe de tot Kinder gesehen." The head was still. Mary's hand dropped. She had been careful to keep the finger off the trigger for fear of accidents. After a few moments waiting, she returned to the destructor, but the flames were falling and churned up Wynne's charring books with the poker. Again the head groaned for a doctor. "Stop that," said Mary, and stamped her foot. "Stop that, you bloody pagan." The words came quite smoothly and naturally. They were Wynne's own words, and Wynne was a gentleman for whom no consideration on earth would have torn little Edna into those vividly coloured strips and strings. But this thing hunched under the oak tree had done that thing. It was no question of reading horrors out of a newspaper to Miss Fowler. Mary had seen it with her own eyes on the Royal Oak kitchen table. She must not allow her mind to dwell upon it. Now Wynne was dead, and everything connected with him was lumping and rustling and tinkling under her busy poker into the red-black dust and grey leaves of ash. The thing beneath the oak would die too. Mary had seen death more than once. She came of a family that had a knack of dying under, as she told Miss Fowler, most distressing circumstances. She would stay where she was till she was entirely satisfied that it was dead as dear Papa in the late 80s, Aunt Mary in 89, Mamma in 91, Cousin Dick in 95, Lady McCausland's housemaid in 99, Lady McCausland's sister in 1901, Wynne buried 5 days ago, and Edna Gerrit still waiting for decent earth to hide her. As she thought, her underlip caught up by one faded canine, brows knit and nostrils wide, she wielded the poker with lunges that jarred the grating at the bottom, and careful scrapes round the brickwork above. She looked at her wristwatch. It was getting on to 4:30, and the rain was coming down in earnest. Tea would be at 5 if it did not die before that time. She would be soaked and would have to change. Meantime, and this occupied her, Wynne's things were burning well in spite of the hissing wet. And though now and again a book back with a quite distinguishable title would be heaved up out of the mass, the exercise of stoking had given her a glow which seemed to reach the marrow of her bones. She hummed, Mary never had a voice, to herself. She had never believed in all those advanced views, though Miss Fowler herself leaned a little that way, of a woman's work in the world. Now she saw there was much to be said for them. This, for instance, was her work which no man, least of all Dr. Hennis, would ever have done. A man at such a crisis would have been what Wynne called a sportsman, would leave everything to fetch help, and would certainly bring it into the house. Now a woman's business was to make a happy home for a husband and children. Failing these, it was not a thing that one should allow one's mind to dwell upon, but... "Stop it!" Mary cried once more across the shadows. "Nein, I tell you, ich habe de tot Kinder gesehen." But it was a fact. A woman who had missed these things could still be useful, more useful than a man in certain respects. She slumped like a paviour through the settling ash at the secret thrill of it. The rain was damping the fire, but she could feel. It was too dark to see, but her work was done. There was a dull red glow at the bottom of the destructor, not enough to char the wooden lid if she slipped it half over against the driving wet. This arranged, she leaned on the poker and waited, while an increasing rapture laid hold of her. She ceased to think. She gave herself up to feel. Her long pleasure was broken by a sound that she had waited for in agony several times in her life. She leaned forward and listened, smiling. There could be no mistake. She closed her eyes and drank it in. Once it ceased abruptly. "Go on," she murmured half aloud. "That isn't the end." Then the end came very distinctly, in a lull between two rain gusts. Mary Postgate drew her breath short between her teeth and shivered from head to foot. "That's all right," she said contentedly, and went up to the house, where she scandalized the whole routine by taking a luxurious hot bath before tea, and came down looking, as Miss Fowler said when she saw her lying all relaxed on the other sofa, quite handsome.
At the beginning of that piece, I described it as difficult. Sometimes difficult means that the critics are going to find it far more fascinating simply because it's difficult. I think any teacher teaching that piece would love what you've just done, right? So right. And if you could have seen him twitch at the end when he knew that that was the important point. Difficult because there's the implication, some critics suggest, that Mary Postgate actually has an orgasm at the end when she has allowed the aviator, German or French, to die. And how much of Kipling's natural tendency towards revenge and hate is there in that story. Difficult, but also so worthwhile. And we now have it read for us brilliantly, so we can offer that to people in the future. And it means as well that in the future we will have the chance to get some people involved in other things. I wonder whether we could manage a living. Do you think we could?
I think we probably could.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
It's good reward for good children. So if you've been listening to us so far since 2:00, what on earth should you have been doing? That's 6 hours ago. But if you have only just signed on, we ought to explain what we're doing. This is 24 hours of continuous readings from the work only of Rudyard Kipling, apart from one small cheat, which I'm going to do tomorrow, when I will read a pastiche, a version of a Just So story by a young 10-year-old who did brilliantly well in a competition. But, of course, as well as the timetable material, we have from time to time the opportunity for some extras for you. And we have with us Alistair Wilson, who is a well-established member of the Society. Would that be fair, Alistair?
I suppose so, yes. I've been a member for 1 or 2 years.
And Alistair has a special interest in the Kipling limericks. You may not have realised he's done them. But here are, how many do you think we might manage?
Well, it depends how long you like. But Kipling wrote, or they're published in Volume 3 of Tom Pinney's monumental collection of verse, something like 40 limericks altogether. I dare say he wrote rather more, but these ones are all perfectly clean, so that's perfectly okay. At least I think it is. So, right, yeah. There was a young person of Bateman's who was guarded in most of her statements. When they asked, "Where's your pa?" she said, "Out in the car," when he really was there in Bateman's. That was Elsie, his daughter, telling a fib about where her father had got to. There was a young person of Hastings who was given to pickings and tastings, but some sulphur of sodium she picked up in Bodiam upset that young person of Hastings. One more. Okay. One more. Right. There was a young person of Wells who remarked, "Here is something that smells,"
As the canon is out, I haven't a doubt it's the bishop and nobody else.
Oh, that's a little naughty. I don't know the bishop, but yes.
Bishop of Bath and Wells, no, that's right.
We're moving on now to a recording. It's another one by Erin. It's a very short one. In the days when I used to teach classical guitar to beginners, if they were performing for their parents, they were quietly told to perform the little piece they'd spent 6 weeks getting right 3 times, because the parents often wouldn't realise that it had simply been repeated. It gave them the opportunity to spread things out a little. And third, as one of them said, not my suggestion at all, at least one of the 3 is bound to be right. So I'm rather tempted. I'm looking at James McGrath, who handles the technical side of things. I wonder whether we play Erin Ludwig's twice. The love song, straightforward. It's a very short piece indeed, but it is wonderful. From Plain Tales from the Hills, goes with the story Beyond the Pale, and one must imagine the young woman whose husband's gone off to war, and she really rather wants him back because life at home is not all it was. But it's so wonderful in its own right, I can imagine it being the words to the song. Thank you. Erin Lutic, the love song of Hardial.
The love song of Hardial. Lone upon the housetops to the north, I turn and watch the lightning in the sky. The glamour of thy footsteps in the north. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. Below my feet the still bazaar is laid, far, far below the weary camels lie. The camels and the captives of thy raid. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. My father's wife is old and harsh with years, and drudge of all my father's house am I. My bread is sorrow, and my drink is tears. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. The love song of Hardial. Lone upon the housetops to the north, I turn and watch the lightning in the sky. The glamour of thy footsteps in the north. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. Below my feet the still bazaar is laid, far, far below the weary camels lie. The camels and the captives of thy raid. Come back to me, beloved, or I die. My father's wife is old and harsh with years, and drudge of all my father's house am I. My bread is sorrow, and my drink is tears. Come back to me, beloved, or I die.
Beautiful, wonderful. Well, I've timetabled myself a short break here for adverts, once again, to persuade you to join the Kipling Society, to persuade you to read Kipling much more, to read it to your children, to read it to yourself at night, and to know it better. And I perhaps should make sure you know that the Jungle Book film, which we mentioned before, and which is such a worthwhile piece of work, in my view, is going to be duplicated, because Disney and Warner Brothers managed to come up with the same idea at the same time, and couldn't, of course, release at the same time. So Warner Brothers are going to be releasing theirs probably in October of 2018. And so Kipling will be discovered once again. And round we'll go again with all of the columnists who've just found him and thought he'd not been discovered before. That will be great, and we'll have a chance to build on that. Much more important, Alistair, do you have any more limericks?
I do. As I said, there were something like 40 altogether, and well, I can find the right place here. This is one which was written about a friend of theirs, Helen Harding, I think. The villa belongs to one Helen. It isn't exactly her dwelling, but her dolls are inside, and her joy and her pride is attending the children of Helen.
We can hear the people of the world saying, "Give us another one."
Yes, all right. There's a province that's governed on tick, and it's bound to collapse with a click. For what they call finance is the workings of chance, I beg your pardon. Can't see very well, and is making our government stick.
The workings of chance and finance.
Yes, a rather dodgy rhyme, isn't it, one way or the other? Yeah.
It will do. And it brings us nicely to one of the important pieces. Many of you who do know your Kipling will know that the best biography, which we certainly recommend whenever someone is studying Kipling, is Lycett, Andrew Lycett. And Andrew is a past member of council on the Kipling Society and still works with us almost on a daily basis, I think it seems to him. And he's been kind enough to produce a piece for us, a recorded piece. He's chosen something from Something of Myself. If you want to know about Kipling's life, I would not recommend, I don't think anyone would recommend you read Kipling's autobiography, unless you have first read the truths in the biographies which have been written about him so extensively. There are dozens of biographies of Kipling, and there are plenty more really, really good ones, besides Andrew's. Andrew's chosen a section called Working Tools, and I think it will be self-explanatory if we allow him to read it for us. Andrew Lycett, Working Tools.
Hello, I'm Andrew Lycett. As an author, and particularly as the biographer of Kipling, I'm very interested in the way that he went about the business of writing. This is something that he wrote about in his memoir, Something of Myself. That was a book that he wrote in 1935, the last year of his life, and it was published posthumously. We all know that the jokes about how it is not really very much about himself at all. But for a biographer, it's a fascinating document. It's full of information, and one of the things that he does write about is how he went about the business of writing, the techniques, the influences, the processes, etc. So I want to read something from what he wrote about that, which comes in the final chapter of the book, called Working Tools. And that's what I'm going to read to you. I have told what my early surroundings were and how richly they furnished me with material. Also, how rigorously newspaper spaces limited my canvases, and for the reader's sake, prescribed that within these limits must be some sort of beginning, middle, and end. My ordinary reporter, leader, and note writing carried the same lesson, which took me an impatient while to learn. Added to this, I was almost nightly responsible for my output to visible and often brutally voluble critics at the club. They were not concerned with my dreams. They wanted accuracy and interest. But first of all, accuracy. My young head was in a ferment of new things seen and realised at every turn, and that I might in any way keep abreast of the flood, it was necessary that every word should tell, carry, weigh, taste, and if need were, smell. Here the father helped me incomparably by his judicious leaving alone. Make your own experiments, said he. It's the only road. If I helped, I'd hinder. So I made my own experiments and, of course, the viler they were, the more I admired them. Mercifully, the mere act of writing was, and always has been, a physical pleasure to me. This made it easier to throw away anything that did not turn out well, and to practice, as it were, scales. Verse, naturally, came first, and here the mother was at hand, with now and then some shrivelling comment that infuriated me. But, as she said, "There's no mother in poetry, my dear." It was she, indeed, who had collected and privately printed verses written at school up to my 16th year, which I faithfully sent out from the little house of the dear ladies. Later, when the notoriety came, in they broke those people of importance, and the innocent thing came on the market, and Philadelphia lawyers, a breed by itself, wanted to know, because they had paid much money for an old copy, what I remembered about its genesis. They had been first written in a stiff marble-backed manuscript book, the front page of which the father had inset with a scandalous sepia sketch of Tennyson and Browning in procession, and a spectacled schoolboy bringing up the rear. I gave it when I left school to a woman who returned it to me many years later, for which she will take an even higher place in heaven than her natural goodness ensures. And I burnt it, lest it should fall into the hands of those lesser breeds without the copyright law. I forget who started the notion of my writing a series of Anglo-Indian tales, but I remember our council over the naming of the series. They were originally much longer than when they appeared, but the shortening of them, first to my own fancy after rapturous rereadings, and next to the space available, taught me that a tale from which pieces had been raked out is like a fire that has been poked. One does not know that the operation has been performed, but everyone feels the effect. Note, though, that the excise stuff must have been honestly written for inclusion. I found that when, to save trouble, I wrote short, ab initio, much salt went out of the work. This supports the theory of the chimera, which, having bombinated and been removed, is capable of producing secondary causes in vacuo. This leads me to the higher editing. Take of well-ground Indian ink as much as suffices, and a camel hair brush proportionate to the interspaces of your lines. In an auspicious hour, read your final draft, and consider faithfully every paragraph, sentence and word, blacking out where requisite. Let it lie by to drain as long as possible. At the end of that time, reread, and you should find that it will bear a second shortening. Finally, read it aloud alone and at leisure. Maybe a shade more brushwork will then indicate or impose itself. If not, praise Allah and let it go. And when thou hast done, repent not. The shorter the tale, the longer the brushwork, and normally the shorter the lie-by, and vice versa. The longer the tale, the less brush, but the longer lie-by. I've had tales by me for 3 or 5 years, which shorten themselves almost yearly. The magic lies in the brush and the ink. For the pen, when it is writing, can only scratch, and bottled ink is not to compare with the ground Chinese stick. Experto crede. Let us now consider the personal demon of Aristotle and others, of whom it has been truthfully written, though not published. This is the doom of the makers. Their demon lies in their pen. If he be absent or sleeping, they are even as other men. But if he be utterly present, and they swerve not from his behest, the word that he gives shall continue, whether in earnest or jest. Most men, and some most unlikely, keep him under an alias, which varies with their literary or scientific attainments. Mine came to me early, when I sat bewildered among other notions, and said, "Take this and no other." I obeyed and was rewarded. It was a tale in the little Christmas magazine Quartet, which we four wrote together, and it was called The Phantom Rickshaw. Some of it was weak, much was bad and out of key, but it was my first serious attempt to think in another man's skin. After that, I learned to lean on him and recognize the sign of his approach. If I held back, Ananias fashion, anything of myself, even though I had to throw it out afterwards, I paid for it by missing what I then knew the tale lacked. As an instance, many years later, I wrote about a medieval artist, a monastery, and the premature discovery of the microscope. This was the Eye of Allah. Again it went dead under my hand, and for the life of me I could not see why. I put it away and waited. Then, said my demon, and I was meditating something else at the time, treat it as an illuminated manuscript. I had written off on hard black and white decoration, instead of pumicing the whole thing ivory smooth and loading it with thick colour and gilt. Again, in a South African post-Boer War tale called The Captive, which was built up around the phrase "a first-class dress parade for Armageddon," I could not get my lighting into key with the tone of the monologue. The background insisted too much. My demon said at last, "Paint the background first, once for all, as hard as a public house sign, and leave it alone." This done, the rest fell into place with the American accent and outlook of the teller. My demon was with me in the Jungle Books, Kim, and both Puck books, and good care I took to walk delicately, lest he should withdraw. I know that he did not, because when those books were finished, they said to themselves with almost the waterhammer click. I'll read that again. I know that he did not, because when those books were finished, they said so themselves, with almost the waterhammer click of a tap turned off. One of the clauses in our contract was that I should never follow up a success, for by this sin fell Napoleon and a few others. Note here, when your demon is in charge, do not try to think consciously. Drift, wait, and obey. All right, that's the first little section that I want to read. And then just a little bit more from right at the end of the chapter about, I guess it's more about his writing implements. Anyway, here goes, back to Kipling in person. And with what tools did I work in my own mould loft? I had always been choice, not to say coquettish in this respect. In Lahore, for my plain tales, I used a slim octagonal-sided agate penholder with a Waverley nib. It was a gift, and when in an evil hour it snapped, I was much disturbed. Then followed a procession of impersonal hirelings, each with a Waverley, and next a silver penholder with a quill-like curve, which promised well but did not perform. In Villiers Street, I got me an outsize office pewter ink pot, on which I would gouge the names of the tales and books I wrote out of it. But the housemaids of married life polished those titles away, till it grew as faded as a palimpsest. I then abandoned hand-dipped Waverleys. A nib I never changed, and for years wallowed in the pin-pointed stylo and its successor, the fountain, which for me meant Giza pens. In later years, I clung to a slim, smooth black treasure. Jael was her office name, which I picked up in Jerusalem. I tried pump pens with glass insides, but they were of intolerable entrails. For my ink, I demanded the blackest. And had I been in my father's house, as I once was, would have kept an ink boy to grind me Indian ink. All blue blacks were an abomination to my demon, and I never found a bottled vermilion fit to rubricate initials when one hung in the wind waiting. My writing blocks were built for me to an unchanged pattern of large off-white blue sheets, of which I was most wasteful. All this old maidery did not prevent me, when abroad, from buying and using blocks and tackle in any country. With a lead pencil, I ceased to express, probably because I had to use a pencil in reporting. I took very few notes, except of names, dates, and addresses. If a thing didn't stay in my memory, I argued it was hardly worth writing out. But each man has his own method. I rudely drew what I wanted to remember. Like most men who ply one trade in one place for any while, I always kept certain gadgets on my work table, which was 10 foot long from north to south and badly congested. One was a long lacquer canoe-shaped pen tray full of brushes and dead fountains. A wooden box held clips and bands, another, a tin one, pins. Yet another, a bottle slider, kept all manner of unneeded essentials, from emery paper to small screwdrivers. A paperweight, said to have been Warren Hastings, a tiny weighted fur seal and a leather crocodile sat on some of the papers, an inky foot rule and a father of pen wipers, which a much-loved housemaid of ours presented yearly, made up of the main guard of these little fetishes. My treatment of books, which I looked upon as tools of my trade, was popularly regarded as barbarian. Yet I economized on my multitudinous penknives, and it did no harm to my forefingers. There were books which I respected because they were put in locked cases. The others, all the house over, took their chances. Left and right of the table were 2 big globes, on one of which a great airman had once outlined in white paint those air routes to the east and Australia, which were well in use before my death. And that's where he ended both that chapter and his book, Something of Myself. That's where I will end my reading. Thank you very much.
We're enormously honoured to have Andrew Lycett reading that piece for us, a man who really understands how to put a book together and also how to read between the lines, I think. If you have read any of his work, any of his biographies, you'll know just how detailed his study is and how carefully he is about the facts, which might not totally be true about something of myself from one section to another. We have very, very special item next, which we are hoping we'll be able to show as a video. We have a very keen associate of the Kipling Society in Kiev, in the Ukraine, Volodymyr Chernyshchenko. And Volodymyr has done a lot of translation work, has encouraged others to do translation, to set Kipling's poems to music in Ukrainian.
Dear friends, I am happy to join this reading of Kipling works in the Batemans. It is a great honor for me. I'm here in Kiev in Ukraine, unfortunately not in Batemans with you, but I hope reading will join us together. I'm now not in a nominal place, it's a very special place. It is the National Museum of Literature of Ukraine, and this magnificent hall is library of the college that was founded by family Galagan. And in this college, a lot of boys studied in that time when Kipling himself was a schoolboy in the college of Westward Ho. So you can imagine that 150 years ago in Kiev was school for boys and was a library, and far, far from here, young Rudyard Kipling was in his own library of Cornwall Price and reading some fairy stories. I will read you today a story, The Butterfly That Stamped. I will read it from this beautiful book illustrated by Ukrainian artist Volodymyr Shtanko. And this is my translation, but the first translation of this book into Ukrainian appeared almost 100 years ago. But today I'll read you my translation. I will read it in Ukrainian, so you may recognize best beloved phrase «Мої любі». Ось вам казка, мої любі. Нова і причудова, та ще й геть не схожа на інші казки. Оповідь про премудрого правителя Сулеймана ібн Дауда, або по-нашому Соломона Давидовича. Усього про Сулеймана ібн Дауда існує 300 та ще 55 оповідок, але це жодна з них. Не про чайку, яка за наказом Сулеймана ібн Дауда знайшла воду, і не про Одуда, який заслоняв Сулеймана ібн Дауда від пекучого сонця, не про скляну підлогу його палацу, не про наскрізь продірявлений рубін, і навіть не про золоті зливки, подаровані Сулейманові самою Балкіс. Ні, це казка про метелика, який тупнув ніжкою. А тепер тихенько слухайте. Сулейман ібн Дауд був мудрий. Він розумів, що кажуть тварини, птахи, риби та комахи, і про що камені стогнуть глибоко під землею, коли труться боками, і про що шелестять дерева раннього ранку. Він розумів усе й усіх, від попа до клопа. А Балкіс, його найперша цариця, прегарна цариця Балкіс, була майже такою ж розумною, як і він. А ще Сулейман ібн Дауд володів чарами. На середньому пальці правої руки носив він перстень. Коли ж обертав його один раз, з-під землі з'являлися іфрити і джини, готові виконати всі його накази. Коли двічі – феї з небес, щоб служити йому. Коли ж він обертав персня тричі, з'являвся перед ним предужий ангел Азраїлу в бранні водоноса, щоб розповісти йому новини з 3 світів, які називаються нижче, вище і тут. Але Сулейман ібн Дауд не був пихатим. Він дуже рідко хизувався своїми вміннями, а коли таке траплялося, то потім дуже соромився. Якось заманулося йому нагодувати усіх тварин земних. За один день. Але щойно він зібрав для них їжу, як із глибин морських піднявся звір. і з'їв усе, тричі куснувши. Сулейман ібн Дауд дуже здивувався і запитав: «О звіре, хто ти?» «О царю, довгих тобі літ», – відказав звір. «Я найменший із 30 братів, які живуть на морському дні. Ми почули, що ти збираєшся нагодувати усіх тварин земних, і мої брати вислали мене дізнатися, коли ж буде обід». Сулейман ібн Давуд здивувався ще дужче. «О звіре, але ж ти з'їв усю їжу, яку я готував для всіх тварин земних». «Але ж, царю, довгих тобі літ», – відказав звір, – «даруй мені, невже ти справді називаєш це обідом? Там, звідки я прийшов, ми споживаємо вдвічі більше поміж справжніми трапезами». «О звіре!» – вигукнув Сулейман ібн Дауд і упав ниць, ховаючи обличчя. «Я приготував наїдки, щоб показати, який я могутній правитель, а не тому, що справді хотів догодити тваринам. Тепер мені соромно, але це піде мені на користь». Сулейман ібн Дауд був дуже-придуже мудрим чоловіком, любі мої. Відтоді він завжди пам'ятав, що хвалитися негарно. І ось тепер і починається моя казка. Мав Сулейман ібн Дауд силу селенну дружин, цілих 999, не рахуючи найпрекраснішої з них – Балкіс. І усі вони мешкали в велетенському золотому палаці, посеред чудових садів із фонтанами. Чесно кажучи, Сулейман ібн Дауд не хотів мати стількох дружин, але в ті часи у всіх було їх по декілька, а вже цареві годилося мати найбільше, щоб усім одразу було зрозуміло, що він цар. Деякі дружини були досить милі, але інші нестерпні. І нестерпні дружини без кінця сварилися з милими, доки й милі теж не ставали нестерпними, а потім вони усі разом йшли сваритися з Сулейманом ібн Даудом. Одна тільки Балкіс, найпрекрасніша, ніколи не сварилася з ним. Вона дуже його кохала. Сидячи у своїй світлиці в палаці або прогулюючись садами, вона повсякчас співчувала йому. Звісно, якби він вирішив обернути персня і покликати джинів та іфритів, ті негайно перетворили б усіх 999 дружин на мулів, чи на пустельних псів, чи на гранатові зернятка. Тільки Сулейман ібн Дауд боявся знову здатися хвальком. Тому, коли дружини сварилися особливо люто, він просто ховався у найвіддаленішому закутку садів Золотого палацу, нарікаючи на свою долю. А ось так 999 дружин Сулеймана ібн Дауда сваряться, а він від них ховається. Якось, коли всі 999 дружин сварилися вже 3 тижні поспіль, Сулейман ібн Дауд заховався у пошуках миру і спокою у своєму звичному місці. Там, серед апельсинових дерев, він зустрів Балкіс, найпрекраснішу. Вона сумувала, бо ж Сулейман був сам не свій. «О, мій пане, світло зору мого», – промовила вона, – «оберни персня на пальці і покажи цим царицям Єгипту, Месопотамії, Персії та Китаю, який страшний твій гнів». Але Сулейман тільки похитав головою. «О, моя пані, розрадо і підпора моя, пригадуєш того звіра, який вийшов із моря і осоромив мене перед усіма тваринами земними, мов якогось хвалька? А якщо я вихвалятимуся ще й перед царицями Персії, Єгипту, Абісінії та Китаю, просто тому, що вони мене засмучують, то осоромлюся ще дужче. О, мій пане, скарби душі моєї, як же ти вчиниш?» – запитала Балкіс. «О, моя пані, серце мого», – відповів Сулейман, – «я просто залишу свою долю в руках отих 999 королев, які докучають мені своїми сварками». Тож він побрів далі поміж лілей, кан, локви, імбиру, який полонив повітря густими пахощами, доки опинився під своїм улюбленим, величезним камфорним деревом. А Балкіс заховалася поміж високих півників, бамбуку і червоних лілей, якраз з іншого боку камфорного дерева, просто щоб бути поруч із тим, кого щиро кохала. Раптом із дерева злетіло 2 метеликів. Вони сварилися. І Сулейман ібн Дауд почув, як один сказав іншому: «Не розумію, чого ти на мене так напосілася. Хіба ти не знаєш, що досить мені один раз ніжкою тупнути, і увесь Сулейманів і Бендаудів палац разом із садами западеться із громовим гуркотом. Почувши такого хвалька, Сулейман і Бендауд забув про своїх 999 сварливих дружин і зареготав так, що аж листя на дереві затріпотіло. Він поманив метелика пальцем. «Малий, ходи до мене». Метелик страшенно перелякався, але спромігся підлетіти до Сулеймана. Він сів на його долоню і став обмахуватися крильцями. Сулейман і Бендауд нахилився до нього і тихенько прошепотів. «Малий, але ж ти знаєш, що бодай стільки твоїх тупів навіть травинки не пригнуть. То чого ж ти кажеш дружині такі дурниці? Бо ж, очевидно, це твоя дружина». Метелик глянув на Сулеймана і Бендауда, чиї мудрі очі мерехтіли, наче зорі в морозяну ніч. Узяв себе в крильця, задер голівку і відповів. «О, царю, довгих тобі літ, це моя дружина. А ти ж знаєш, які вони, дружини?» Сулейман сховав посмішку в бороду. «Так, трохи знаю, братико». «Якось же треба тримати їх у покорі», – пояснив метелик. «А вона пиляла мене весь ранок. Я сказав так, щоб вона замовкла». «Можливо, це й допоможе», – кивнув Сулейман. «А тепер лети до своєї дружини, братику, а я послухаю, що ти їй казатимеш». Метелик полетів назад до своєї дружини, яка заховалася за листком і вся аж тремтіла. «Він тебе почув», – прошепотіла вона. «Сам Сулейман і Бендауд говорив з тобою». «Говорив зі мною?» – перепитав метелик. «Ну так, а як же? Я на це й розраховував». «І що? Що він казав? Що казав?» «Ну», – поважно обмахуючись крильцями, відповів метелик. «Суворо між нами, моя люба, але, я його не звинувачую, адже палац коштує немало, та й апельсини щойно достигли. Хай там як, а він просив мене не тупати ніжкою, і я пообіцяв, що не буду». «Свідку мій», – зойкнула метеликова дружина, а далі вже сиділа тихо-тихо. А Сулейман і Бендауд тим часом до сліз реготав з метеликового зухвальства. Балкіс, найпригарніша, стояла з іншого боку дерева серед червоних лілей і посміхалася сама до себе, адже вона чула всю розмову. «Якщо я справді мудра, – подумала вона, – то порятую свого пана від отих надокучливих дружин». Вона поманила пальцем і тихенько покликала метеликову дружину. «Мала, ходи до мене». І та підлетіла на білу долоню Балкіс, страшенно налякана. А Балкіс нахилилася до неї і запитала. «Мала, чи ти віриш тому, що сказав твій чоловік?» Метеликова дружина поглянула на Балкіс, очі якої сяяли, як чисті джерела, взяла себе в крильця і відповіла. «О, цариця, довгих тобі літ! Ти ж знаєш, які вони, ці чоловіки». І Балкіс, мудра савська цариця Балкіс, приклала пальця до вуст, щоб приховати посмішку, і сказала. «Знаю, сестричко. Вони лютяться», – вела далі метеликова дружина, обмахуючись крильцями, «через якісь дурниці, а ми мусимо їх заспокоювати. О, царице, вони ніколи не мають на увазі й половини того, що кажуть. Якщо моєму чоловікові приємно думати, ніби я вважаю його здатним знищити Сулейманів і Бендаудів палац одним тупом, то нехай собі. Завтра він, однак, про все це забуде». «Сестричко, твоя правда», – сказала Балкіс. «Але коли він наступного разу вихвалятиметься, слови його на слові. Попроси тупнути і побачимо, що буде. Ми же з тобою знаємо цих чоловіків, так? Йому буде дуже соромно». Метеликова дружина полетіла назад до свого чоловіка. І вже за 5 хвилин вони сварилися ще дужче, ніж раніше. «Не забувай», – горлав метелик, – «не забувай, що станеться, якщо я тупну ніжкою». «Я тобі ані скілечки не вірю», – кричала метеликова дружина. «Але хотілося б на це поглянути. Тупни. Ну просто зараз. Тупни, тупни, тупни». «Я обіцяв Сулейману і Бендауду, що не буду», – затявся метелик. «А я не з тих, хто порушує обіцянки». «А що, коли тупнеш?» – глузувала його дружина. «Адже подай скільки твоїх тупів навіть травинки не пригнуть. Зроби туп, 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 туп». Сулейман і Бендауд сидів під камфорним деревом, чуючи кожне слово, і реготав, аж за боки брався. Він забув уже про своїх цариць, забув навіть про звіра і вихваляння. Він просто сміявся від задоволення. А Балкіс по той бік дерева посміхалася щасливо, адже той, кого вона щиро кохала, радів. Наступної миті метелик, почервонілий і злий, сів в тіні камфорного дерева і сказав Сулейманові: «Вона хоче, щоб я тупнув. Хоче глянути, що тоді станеться, о Сулеймане. А ти ж знаєш, що нічого не станеться. І тепер вона ніколи не віритиме моєму слову, лише глузуватиме з мене до самої смерті». «Ні, братику», – відповів Сулейман ібн Дауд, «вона більше з тебе не глузувати». І він обернув персня на пальці. Заради метелика, а не заради вихваляння. І ого-го, 4 дужих джинів постало з-під землі. «Раби мої», – сказав Сулейман, «коли він, цей пан, який сидить у мене на долоні», а саме на долоні у Сулеймана сидів метелик, «тупне лівою передньою лапкою, то нехай весь мій палац разом із садами западеться з громовим гуркотом. Коли ж він тупне вдруге, нехай усе стане, як було. А тепер, братику», – повернувся він до метелика, «повертайся до дружини і тупни». І метелик полетів назад до своєї дружини, яка й далі кричала на нього: «Зроби це врешті, зроби, туп, туп, туп». Балкіс бачила, як 4 джинів стали у 4 кутках садів із палацом посередині, злегка сплеснула долонями і прошепотіла: «Нарешті Сулейман ібн Дауд зробить заради метелика те, що давно мусив зробити заради себе самого, і налякає нестерпних цариць». І метелик тупнув. Джини підхопили палац і сади на 1000 миль вгору. Загримів грім, спалахнула жахлива блискавка, і нараз запала глупа ніч. Метеликова дружина із плачем заметалася у темряві. «Я більше не буду!» – кричала вона. «Не буду такого казати, тільки зроби, як було! Поверни сади, мій любий, милий чоловіче, я ніколи більше з тобою не сперечатимусь!» Метелик злякався не менше, ніж його дружина, а Сулейман ібн Дауд реготав так нестримно, що минуло кілька хвилин, доки він зміг прошепотіти метеликові: «Тупни вдруге, малий, поверни мені мій палац, о великий чародію». Так, поверни йому палац», – благала метеликова дружина, кружляючи в темряві, наче якась нічна міль. «Поверни палац і більше ніколи не чаклуй так жахливо». «Гаразд, люба», – сміливо, як тільки міг, сказав метелик. «Ти вже побачила, що буває через твої забаганки. Звісно, мені від цього ні холодно, ні тепло, я до такого звик, але заради тебе і Сулеймана ібн Дауда я не проти зробити, як було». І він знову тупнув. Нараз джини повернули палаци сади на місце, навіть не струснувши. Сонце просвічувало крізь темне, зелене апельсинове листя. Водограї били серед рожевих єгипетських лілей, птахи співали, а метеликова дружина сиділа, притулившись до стовбура камфорного дерева, втомлено обмахуючись крильцями і примовляючи: «Я більше не буду, ой-ой-ой, я більше не буду». Сулейман ібн Дауд насміявся так, що ледве міг говорити. Він упав на спину, слабий від реготу, на нього напала гикавка. Він пригрозив малому метеликову пальчиком і промовив: «О, великий чаклуне, навіщо ти повернув мені палац, якщо я, однак, помру від сміху?» У ту мить над садами розлігся страшний вереск. То всі 999 дружин вибігли з палацу, виючи і галасуючи, гукаючи своїх дітей. Вони побігли широкими мармуровими сходами вниз, рядами по 100, а коло водограю на них уже чекала премудра Балкіс. «Що за клопіт, цариці?» – повагом запитала вона. Вони стали, як укопані, такими ж рядами, і в один голос запитали: «Що за клопіт? Живемо ми собі, значить, у золотому палаці, коли це раптом палац зник, а ми усі сидимо у густій і безмовній пітьмі. А коли грім як ударить, джини з ефритами як закружляють, ось що за клопіт, головна цариця, і ми справді заклопотані цим клопотом, бо це найклопітніший клопіт із усіх клопотів, яких ми коли-небудь клопоталися». Тоді Балкіс, найпригарніша Балкіс, щире кохання Сулеймана ібн Дауда, цариця Савська і Еритрейська, володарка Золоторіччя, що на півдні, від Вифлеєму аж до Зимбабве, Балкіс, майже така ж мудра, як сам премудрий Сулейман ібн Дауд, сказала: Нічого страшного, цариці. То метелик засмутився, бо його дружина постійно пиляла його і попросив нашого володаря Сулеймана ібн Дауда навчити її скромності та смиренності, як і годиться дружинам метеликів. Палаци не виривають із корінням, наче цибулю за чуба, заради нікчемних комашиних потреб. Заперечила цариця Єгипту, фараонова донька. Ні, Сулейман ібн Дауд, певно, загинув, і ми чули, як стогне земля і плаче небо за ним. Балкіс, навіть не глянувши на царицю, тільки хитнула головою, закликаючи йти за собою. Ходіть самі глянете. Вони рушили за Балкіс, як були рядами по 100, і прийшли під камфорне дерево. А там, усе ще сміючись, сидів Сулейман ібн Дауд, премудрий Сулейман ібн Дауд, і тримав на обох долонях по метелику. «О, дружино, мого легкокривого брата», – сказав він, – «запам'ятай це, і віднині у всьому догоджай чоловікові, а то що він знову тупне. Йому ж то і без палацу і садів добре, він сам казав, а мені достеменно видатний чаклун змусив зникнути палац самого Сулеймана ібн Дауда, а тепер летіть з миром, малі метелики». Він поцілував їхні крильця, і вони полетіли собі. Тоді всі цариці, окрім Балкіс, найпрекраснішої і дивовижної Балкіс, яка стояла збоку і посміхалася, всі поблідли. Якщо це зробилося через метелика, який засмутився через дружину, сказали вони, то що станеться з нами, коли ми щодня гриземо нашого царя криками та сварками? Вони негайно всі понатягали хусточки, позатуляли роти долонями і навшпиньки побігли до палацу тихенько, наче мишки. Тоді Балкіс, найпрекрасніша, дивовижна Балкіс, пішла поміж червоних лілей до камфорного дерева, поклала Сулейманові руку на плече і промовила. Ось, Сулейман ібн Дауд, його улюблена дружина премудра Балкіс. «О, мій пане, скарби душі моєї, звеселися, бо ми щойно провчили всіх цариць Єгипту і Ефіопії, Абісінії та Персії, Індії та Китаю, та ще так, що надовго стане. О, моя пані, щастя мого смарагде! Коли це сталося? Запитав Сулейман, не зводячи погляду з метеликів. Я тільки й робив, що грався з метеликами, відколи спустився до саду. І він розповів Балкіс, що зробив. А Балкіс, ніжна й найпрекрасніша Балкіс, відповіла: «О, мій пане, життя мого володарю, я сховалася позаду камфорного дерева і все чула. Це я підбурила метеликову дружину попросити свого чоловіка тупнути, бо сподівалася, що заради жарту мій володар створить справді великі чари, а цариці побачать їх і замисляться про свою поведінку». Сулейман ібн Дауд підвівся з-під камфорного дерева і радісно вдарив об поле. «О, моя пані, окрасу моїх днів, знаєш, якби я нашаклував заради гордощів або щоб похизуватися, як це було з обідом для усіх тварин, то неодмінно потім соромився. Але завдяки твоїй мудрості я чаклував заради жарту і щоб допомогти маленькому метелику. І ви лише уявіть, це врятувало мене від сварок моїх нестерпних дружин. Скажи мені тепер, моя пані, серце мого, де ти взялася така мудра?» І цариця Балкіс, висока і гарна, подивилася просто в очі Сулейману ібн Дауду, злегка схиливши голову на бік, геть як метеликова дружина. «По-перше, мій пане, – сказала вона, – я кохаю тебе. А по-друге, я добре знаю, які бувають жінки». Тоді вони пішли до палацу і відтоді зажили щасливо. А правда ж, Балкіс дуже мудро вчинила. The end. Все.
Dobry wieczór, Vladimir. Great congratulations. That was wonderful. We really enjoyed it, and so did lots of people around the world. We were able to keep track of how many people were actually logging on to that. It was incredible. Very good. Very well done. And I'm sorry we didn't do the parallel translation into English. I don't think it would quite have worked. Now, a special treat. We have an extra put in. Now, I'm not going to do much of an introduction to this, except to explain that in earlier times, even before I can remember, it was a sign of a wealthy person that when they were buried, they were put into a shroud made of wool, because wool was expensive material simply to bury in the ground. So Old Mother Laidinwool is literally a mother who has some position in the local society. So we're going to hear about Old Mother Laidinwool, but you've got to introduce yourself.
Well, hello, I'm Isabel. I think I'm the youngest reader because I'm only 17. And yes, I have been given this lovely little poem to read. It shan't be long, but I hope you enjoy it. Okay. Old Mother Laidinwool had nigh 12 months been dead. She heard the hops was doing well, and so popped up her head. For, said she, the lads I've pictured when I was young and fair, they're bound to be hopping, and I'm bound to meet 'em there. Let me up and go, back to the work I know, Lord, back to the work I know, Lord, for it's dark down where I lie, Lord, and it's dark where I lie down. Old Mother Laidinwool, she give her bones a shake, and trotted down the churchyard path as fast as she could make. She met the parson walking, but she says to him, says she, "Oh, don't let no one trouble for a poor old ghost like me." 'Twas all a warm September, and the hops had flourished grand. She saw the folks get into 'em with stockings on their hands, and none of 'em was foreigners, for all which she had known, and Old Mother Laidinwool, she blessed 'em every one. She saw her daughters picking, and their children them beside, and she moved among the babies, and she stilled them when they cried. She saw their clothes was bought, not begged, and they was clean and fat, and Old Mother Laidinwool, she thanked the Lord for that. Old Mother Laidinwool, she waited on all day, until it came too dark to see, and people went away, until it came too dark to see, and lights began to show, and Old Mother Laidinwool, she hadn't where to go. Old Mother Laidinwool, she gave her bones a shake, and trotted back to the churchyard mould as fast as she could make. She went where she was bidden, and there laid down her ghost. And the Lord have mercy on you in the day you need it most. Let me in again, out of the wetting rain, Lord, out of the wetting rain, Lord, for it's best as you shall say, my Lord, and it's best as you shall say.
Excellent ending. Well done. My word. We ought to make sure that people know that that was rehearsed over the last few minutes, I think. So
About an hour and a half.
Oh, excellent. And you obviously understand the point of the poem as well, which comes across so easily. Yes. Very good indeed. I wish we could do more of those. Maybe if you're available.
I'm available,
Right.
as long as I get a bit of rehearsal time.
Certainly there. Coming on that. We're going to go on, though, considerably. We have quite a bit of time before our next timetable piece, which is the Bridge Builders. So we wondered whether we would do two contrasting pieces about what Kipling saw as the land around him and what was most important to him. Of course, he adopted this part of England and saw it as what it is, the Weald and the marsh and the down country. But he does admit to two different views. So we'll have a go at giving you both views. Alistair, would you like to take the first one?
Right. The first one is The Run of the Downs. Kipling moved to Rottingdean in early 1897 and lived there for 5 years before he came to Bateman. And he particularly loved the South Downs running from Beachy Head right across westward to Butser and the Hampshire borders. And this is what he wrote about the run of the Downs. The Weald is good, the Downs are best. I'll give you the run of them, east to west. Beachy Head and Window Hill, they were once and they are still. Pearl, Mount Caban and Mount Harry go back as far as sums will carry. Ditchling, Beacon and Chankbury Ring, they have looked on many a thing, and what those two have missed between 'em, I reckon truly Hill has seen 'em. Hyden, Bignor and Dumpton Down knew old England before the Crown. Lynchdown, Treyford and Sunwood knew old England before the flood. And when you end on the Hampshire side, butts as old as time and tide. The downs are sheep, the weald is corn, you be glad you be Sussex born.
Splendid. Thank you very much indeed. So from that one, what did you gather was his favourite of the three?
Oh, goodness knows. Yeah. I think actually basically he liked the eastern end because that was where he walked with his family and various friends mostly. So that's going to be down the sort of Window Hill and Firle behind Lewes and Mount Cavan, that end.
And that fits very well with the end of the other poem that I'm going to do, which was published in Dymchurch, with Dymchurch Flit in Public Bookshelf in 06. And it's called a three-part song. I will admit there's a slight element of cheating here because we have this again later, but as a song, and it's much easier to follow, I think, here. I'll do my best anyway. A three-part song. I'm just in love with all these three, the weald and the marsh and the down country, nor I don't know which I love the most, the weald or the marsh or the white chalk coast. I buried my heart in a ferny hill, twixt a little low shore and a great high gill. Oh, hopvine yeller and wood smoke blue, I reckon you'll keep her middlin' true. I've loosed my mind for to out and run on a marsh that was old when kings begun. Oh, Romney Level and Brenzett Reeds, I reckon you know what my mind needs. I've given my soul to the Southdown grass, and sheep bells tinkle where you pass. Oh, Firle and Ditchling and sails at sea, I reckon you keep my soul for me. Sort of piece when you go along to a particular part of this part of England and you find yourself quoting it. I know when we go to Rye and we walk along the top of what is a very beautiful small town and look down from the heights on the levels stretching away, I have been known to quote the piece of the poem you heard earlier, until my wife punches me on the arm again. So I won't do it now. Now we ought to move on, and we will go on to the next piece, which is down as 9 o'clock. It's a splendid piece of Kipling's writing, The Bridge Builders, in the Illustrated London News in 1893, and the Society has a copy. This was brought out as a new piece, and then later on collected into the volume called The Day's Work. So this dates back to 1893 and collected in 1898. The Bridge Builders is going to be read for us once again by John Radcliffe. So we're looking forward to this enormously. John Radcliffe, The Bridge Builders.
And this is from The Bridge Builders, the story of a great bridge across the Ganges. Finlayson, CE, sat in his trolley on a construction line that ran along one of the main revetments, the huge stone-faced banks that flared away north and south for 3 miles on either side of the river, and permitted himself to think of the end. With its approaches, his work was 1 mile and 3/4 in length, a lattice girder bridge, trussed with the Finlayson truss, standing on 27 brick piers. Each one of those piers was 24 feet in diameter, capped with red Agra stone and sunk 80 feet below the shifting sand of the Ganges bed. Above them was a railway, 15 feet broad. Above that again a cart road of 18 feet, flanked with footpaths. At either end rose towers of red brick, loopholed for musketry and pierced for big guns. The ramp of the road was being pushed forward to their haunches. The raw earth ends were crawling and alive with hundreds upon hundreds of tiny asses climbing out of the yawning borrow pit below with sackfuls of stuff. And the hot afternoon air was filled with the noise of hooves, the rattle of the driver's sticks, and the swish and roll down of the dirt. The river was very low, and on the dazzling white sand between the three centre piers stood squat cribs of railway sleepers, filled within and daubed without with mud, to support the last of the girders, as those were riveted up. In the little deep water left by the drought, an overhead crane travelled to and fro along its spile pier, jerking sections of iron into place, snorting and backing and grunting as an elephant grunts in the timber yard. Riveters by the hundred swarmed about the lattice sidework, and the iron roof of the railway line hung from invisible staging under the bellies of the girders, clustered round the throats of the piers, and rode on the overhang of the footpath stanchions. Their fire pots and the spurts of flame that answered each hammer stroke, showing no more than pale yellow in the sun's glare. East and west and north and south, the construction trains rattled and shrieked up and down the embankments, the piled trucks of brown and white stone banging behind them, till the sideboards were unpinned, and with a roar and a grumble, a few thousand tons more material was flung out to hold the river in place.
Enough of a taste of the bridge builders to want to go away and read the entire story, I'm absolutely sure. And if you knew it already, I'm sure you'll agree with me that John chose an excellent piece as a sample. Such power in the writing and such extra meaning behind almost every word. And talking of meaning behind every word, we've got a moment or two, so I'm going to drag forward Alistair Wilson again, who's going to offer us 3 more of those tasty limericks.
Right. There was an old lady of Margate who fired a gun at a target, but a person behind said, "I am not inclined to be killed by the trippers of Margate." There was a young woman of Bree who said, "None of this fromage for me. My pa's in the trade, and I've seen the stuff made, and to eat it is fellow to see." Or say, whichever it is. Yeah, right. There was a young person of Oldham, and this isn't dirty, so it's all right. There was a young person of Oldham who altered his tales as he told them. When his friends said how mean, he replied, "All serene," and that's all about that he told them.
It's like one of those pub games where you try to match it with something else, but this is nothing like that at all. This is a very, very good poem indeed, and we're passing it over to Mike Kipling. Mike, all yours.
Thank you. I'm going to read the poem Helen All Alone. That was published in A Diversity of Creatures as well in 1917, and it follows the story In the Same Boat, which was originally published in 1911, and the poem is essentially a summary of that story, so I'll outline the story first. Conroy, a wealthy, physically powerful young man, is haunted by terrifying recurrent dreams. He knows when they are coming and is powerless to stave them off. He takes strong drugs to try to escape them, but this only dulls the pain and leaves him a poisoned and debilitated state. Through his doctor, he's introduced to Miss Henschel, who is having much the same experience. At the suggestion of their doctors, the two take train journeys together, make friends, and help each other through the crisis time, avoiding the use of drugs. They find that through this mutual help they can escape their horrors. Then they discover that their mothers had terrifying experiences while pregnant with them, which as adults they are reliving in their dreams. This knowledge frees them, they are healed and go their separate ways, understanding that neither could live with a partner who understood what they had previously endured. Helen All Alone. There was darkness under heaven for an hour's space, darkness that we knew was given us for a special grace. Sun and moon and stars were hid, God had left his throne. When Helen came to me, she did, Helen all alone. Side by side, because our fate damned us ere our birth, we stole out of limbo gate, looking for the earth. Hand in pulling hand, amid fear no dreams have known. Helen ran with me, she did, Helen all alone. When the horror passing speech hunted us along, each laid hold on each, and each found the other strong. In the teeth of things forbid and reason overthrown, Helen stood by me, she did, Helen all alone. When at last we heard the fires dull and die away, when at last our linked desires dragged us up to day, when at last our souls were rid of what that night had shown, Helen passed from me, she did, Helen all alone. Let her go and find a mate, as I will find a bride, knowing naught of limbo gate, or who are penned inside. There is knowledge, God forbid, more than one should own. So Helen went from me, she did. Oh, my soul, be glad she did, Helen all alone.
We're leaving those pauses each time because we are absorbing the material, and it's so well done. Thank you, Mike. Really thoroughly good. We're moving on to something different, which is the point of the diversity of Kipling. But before we do, there was one piece which one of the staff here at Bateman's was hoping to do and was unable to do. So for her, for Louise, here's the 1,000th Man. It really something of the same line, I think, as Helen All Alone, but far more direct. It comes in the 1910 book Rewards and Fairies, and it's along with Simple Simon, which is a story outlining a career almost cut short. One man in 1,000, Solomon says, will stick more close than a brother, and it's worthwhile seeking him half your days if you find him before the other. 999 depend on what the world sees in you. But the 1,000th man will stand your friend with the whole round world again you. 'Tis neither promise, nor prayer, nor show will settle the finding for 'ee. 999 of them go for your looks or your art or your glory. But if he finds you and you find him, the rest of the world don't matter. For the 1,000th man will sink or swim with you in any water. You can use his purse with no more talk than he uses yours for his spendings, and laugh and meet in your daily walk as though there had been no lendings. 999 of them call for silver and gold in their dealings. For the 1,000th man, he worth them all, because you can show him your feelings. His wrong's your wrong, and his right's your right, in season or out of season. Stand up and back it in all men's sight, with that for your only reason. 999 can't hide the shame or mocking or laughter, but the 1,000th man will stand by your side to the gallows foot and after. So, impromptu one, and now one well rehearsed. Tom Pinney has produced 6 volumes of Kipling's writing, Kipling's letters. They're extraordinarily expensive, but well worth finding. But you don't need to go out and buy today, because Sue Bobbins is here with a selection which she's called Dear Mrs. Balestier. Did you notice earlier we had someone who correctly read that name Balestier, because it's recorded that it was spoken in the French fashion. So all the times you've heard Balestier, well, I think they were wrong. Balestier. And we're just going to ask Sue to choose some of the letters written to Mrs. Balestier, to his mother-in-law.
Thank you. Rudyard Kipling and his American wife, Carrie, maintained regular contact with Carrie's mother, Anna Smith Balestier, in America from the time of their marriage in 1892 until her death in 1919. Quite often the letters were written by Rudyard himself. For the first 5 years of their marriage they lived in Vermont, and his letters reflect his continuing interest and the context they maintained with Carrie's homeland and the fellow Americans. The first letter I have chosen was written in 1901. At that time, they were renting a house called the Elms in Rottingdean, East Sussex, but were looking to move to a more permanent home. They had already seen Bateman's, but it was not available to buy at that time. Living nearby in Rottingdean were Rudyard's Aunt Georgie and Uncle Burne Jones, pre-Raphaelite painter. The Kiplings had 3 children. Their eldest child, Josephine, had sadly died aged 6 in 1899, following whooping cough and pneumonia caught during a family trip to America. Carrie, at this time in 1901, had been told earlier she must have an operation, but now a course of treatment might well avoid surgery, and plans were being made for a short break away for the children whilst this took place. The children's nurse Lucy and Miss Parker, their secretary, had been employed for some time by the Kiplings to help care for their children. Elsie, now aged 5, and John, now aged 4. Rudyard was always a fan of motor cars, and his description of his current car, which he calls Coffin Jane, gives a clear picture of the problems for early motorists. Rudyard's parents had returned to England once his father retired in the 1890s, after 28 years living and working in India, and had settled in Tisbury near Salisbury. Rudyard visited them regularly. He mentions a trip to London to visit his Aunt Louisa and her husband Alfred Baldwin, parents of Rudyard's cousin Stanley, later to become Prime Minister of Great Britain. Rudyard's description of a trip to the House of Commons is an interesting comment on the politics of the time. All of Rudyard's letters to his mother-in-law are full of humour and concern and admiration for Carrie, pride and affection for his family, and lively comments on the life around him. Overall, a rare insight into the private life of a very public figure. The Elms, Rottingdean, Sussex, July the 5th, 1901. Dear Mother, Carrie is being busy this day helping to cut out a dressing gown for Elsie, fighting our landlord about the bathroom floor which was rotted, and trying to find out what the deuce Pliny Cowles of the Equitable has done with one of her cheques. She bids me write you the news. The news is motor, nothing but motor, and now I believe in a personal devil. You won't know Brighton or Brighton seafront, so you will never understand the joy of breaking down for lack of fuel under the eyes of 5,000 Brighton hackmen and about 2 million trippers. We were taking Aunt Georgie for a little run but it's no use talking. We had to run her or crawl her, the locomobile, to the repair shops. This happened on Wednesday. She has just come out with all her innards rejuvenated and for the time being goes like a dream. Carrie and I are going out this evening to test her, as we have an appointment with the Strachys of the Spectator tomorrow on the north edge of Sussex. They run down from Merridown in Surrey to Hancross, where we meet, and I pray that Coffin Jane won't disgrace herself. I don't know whether Carrie gave you any details of our trip to Crowborough, about 25 miles north of here. Coffin Jane lay down on a hill and dissolved into clouds of steam and oil and water. She did everything vile that a motor could do, and we wearily tramped the roads till we found a cottage and a kind Irishman who fed us on chicken and ham sandwiches and beer, and was an angel unto us. We came back by train from Crowborough. Altogether it was an awful day, but at least Carrie found at Crowborough a little old lady in a little new cottage who said she would be glad to take in the kiddies for 2.5 guineas a week, whilst Carrie rested. She was recommended to us by a friend who had lodged with her for a year. The house is small but scrupulously clean, and the kids with Lucy and Miss Parker will have it all to themselves. Crowborough is a huge straggling village amongst heather, gorse and pine, 700 feet above the sea, where the air is dry and strong. The kids go up there for a fortnight, about the 15th or 16th of this month, and they are already much interested in the change. Carrie lies up at Rottingdean in charge of the nurse. I pity that nurse, who will give her massage. She is to be fed up, in bed for a week, and as her heart's desire is to sit in the garden, I think she will kick a little. The mere knowledge she is not to be scraped about and messed about by doctors, but is simply to rest and be needed, has done her a world of good already. She is much easier and less worried than she has been, and if she would only extend the time of her retreat to a month, I'd be quite happy. I go away to Tisbury to see my people, and then with the fleet on its manoeuvres about the 12th or 13th. I shall be away for a fortnight or 3 weeks at least, and the fact of having a man out of the house will do her good. You have no notion what a sweet and winning little woman your Carrie has grown into. Her face gets more beautiful year by year, and her character deepens and broadens most marvellously with every demand on it. She is as near an angel, of a decent human sort, as they make 'em, but that damnable Puritan conscience which she has inherited from her New England forebears makes her take life too blamed seriously. However, she is much more reasonable in that direction than she was. She spends her leisure in rubbing salt and cayenne pepper into the committee of the Victorian League, and sends Lady Jersey, its president, telegrams of a rude and uncompromising nature. The Victorian League is a political organisation, and Carrie is as good a deal of a politician. I don't despair of seeing her write manifestos yet. It is a warm day. People are talking of the heat wave coming over from New York. So the children are doing their lessons in the garden, in blue print frocks under the shade of our fig tree. They are arranging flowers. Carrie has just called me into the bedroom to watch them from the window. You never saw a sweeter picture. I take them down to the beach every morning, and we look into our little meadow to see the bunnies. I hope ere long to send you a kodak of John swinging his bunny by the ears. They are greatly interested in seeing the hens and the chickies go to bed at a proper hour. I am glad I am not a chicken when John starts after one with a stick. Last Monday, Carrie and I went up to town to Aunt Louise, Mrs. Baldwin, and stayed at their flat nearly opposite Kensington Palace Hotel. The rooms are very large but dirty, I think, and the rent, $3,000, includes the service of housemaid, plate, linen, glasses, and electric light. There is a kitchen on the top floor and a restaurant at the bottom, but the passages are dead dark. We dined with Uncle Alfred at the House of Commons, and had among the company Wolfe of Harland and Wolff, the big shipbuilders, a most interesting, dry, little German Englishman, whom Carrie got along with like a house on fire. Justin Brains told me all about Earl Russell's approaching prosecution for bigamy. He married an American after getting a Montana or Dakota divorce, and now he is to be tried by the House of Lords. First time this has happened for about 40 years. Also there was a most interesting pair, a brother and a sister called Smith, children of great friends of the Baldwins. Their mother was an Agnew, an American. Now the children have come into great wealth, taken a house in Grosvenor Square where they live with another brother, and are rather like babes in the wood, smothered in banknotes. The boy was almost English, has a university education, and all the rest of it. But the girl was wholly and delightfully American, and both Carrie and I were sorry we could not get any long talk with her. The rest of the party were old stodges with white hair and highly respectable vestments. The dining room was like an oven, but we had our coffee on the terrace above the Thames. Somehow or other, and nobody expected it, there was a row in the house. The Irish were excited about something, and made the most trivial questions matter for a division. Result was that division bells were ringing in the middle every 5 minutes, and unhappy MPs were jumping up, off away from their meals and hurrying away to the lobby to vote. We got home about 11, an awful hour for us, and next day Carrie went and did some shopping, and I went to my club. That reminds me, the other day at the Athenaeum, I came across a Reverend Holiness with a purple waistcoat, who introduced himself as Monsignor Doane, and a great friend of the Nortons. We had a long American talk together. On her way to the station, Victoria, to meet me at the 3:40 train to Brighton, Carrie's handsome cab horse fell opposite the Knightsbridge spouts. She was not shot out, she got out quickly, or so she tells me, but she was a great deal shaken. I have never quite liked her riding in hansoms, and now hope she may abandon that practice. I think that is all the news. If the motor stands up to it, we're going down to Salisbury to see a house that has taken our fancy. Norrington is its name. I dare say Carrie has told you all about it. We leave on Tuesday and shall make 2 days of the 90-mile run, halting at Peterborough and Winchester. I then go on to Tisbury, and Carrie comes back by rail for her rest. Our garden is rather a sight now, with the sweet peas and pansies and roses. Tell Miss Keyes we much wish she could see it. And now I will take this letter in to Carrie and see if there's anything I have omitted. Our lives are very peaceful, except when the motor kicked up. I have rewritten my jungle play, and some theatrical big folks seem to think a lot of it. I jog on with my pen and ink work as of old, and if Carrie could only get back her old strength, I'd be as happy as a boatload of kings. I leave a page over leaf for Carrie to sprawl her sentiments on. Ever your loving son. The second letter is written on the 26th of June, 1902. On the 24th of June, there had been a public announcement that Edward, who was going to be crowned Edward VII, was suffering from appendicitis and must undergo an immediate operation. The coronation, scheduled for the 26th of June, was postponed. The Elms, 26th of June. Dear Mother, I had intended, as Carrie asked, to write to you about our visit to the Strachys, but the amazing irony of fate that seems to lie in wait for kings has put our own little business into the background. Yesterday, practically our first real day of summer, Richard Harris Harding and his wife came down from town to lunch with us, arriving at 1 p.m. train. They reported London a most marvellous spectacle and described the crowd strolling around looking at the decorations. Whilst we were having coffee on the lawn afterwards, John strolled across, in reply to some casual remarks, said, "Oh, there won't be any coronation. The king is in his bed, Ada told me." I thought it was a flight of his young fancy and said nothing. Later I went across the green to get the motor to take the guests to the station. I saw Aunt Georgie in a fly, and from her learned the first news of what had happened. The only thing I compare the general effect to was being on a gigantic motor car with all the brakes suddenly applied at once. Even the brutal weather had relented, and we assumed, poor mortals that we were, that the coronation was a thing practically assured. And then the blow came. I only hope to goodness the old man will pull through and get crowned at last. Of course, in our little village, the practical effects of the thing are very small. All flags, of course, were hauled down at once, and all sports stopped. The little telephone boy who got me some confirmation news from Brighton was blubbering, and it looked as though a grey sponge had been passed over the face of all the people. We had had some little talking and laughing in the streets, and in a wink it ceased till we could hear almost the still sea on the beach. To the lake the land seems stunned. We are hanging on the bulletins. They report, but you know the news just as well as we do. Perhaps even more detail. Amazingly, prodigious are the only words for it. It's like a thing out of some medieval tale of great kings stricken down at the very footstep of their thrones. What can one say? On Saturday, Carrie and I, to return to calmer things, went to Guildford to spend the weekend with Joe Strachey, the editor of The Spectator, at his delightfully quaint house at Merrowdown. It took us about 3 hours to get there by train, it being a cross-country run not more than 40 miles, but I had picked up a bit of cold fishing down at Tisbury, so I did not go in the motor. Altogether, it was a very pleasant visit, fatted English comfort of the sort they know how to make in England. Big bedrooms, velvet-footed menials, superb rooms, and a lovely garden. They have done a deal to their place within the last 2 years. On Sunday arrived Alfred Helmsworth, the proprietor of the Daily Mail, in his racing Mercedes. She is a 45 horsepower, costs $10,000, and goes 75 miles an hour on level ground. I wanted to try her, but my cold wouldn't let me, so Carrie took a turn of a few miles. I don't know where she went, but I do know they came back up Merrydown, a rise that horses have to walk up, at 45 miles an hour. Carrie says she liked it, that there was no sensation like it. I can quite imagine that would be true. On Monday morning we came down from Guildford in our own humble little motor, which after the giants amongst whom we had moved felt very like a perambulator. However, it carried us quietly and noiselessly from Guildford to Rockingham, 50 miles, without a single accident or delay. We were enormously pleased as the day was fine and warm, and a modest 10 miles an hour came as a relief after the rattling charging motors that had called at the Strachys all through the Sunday. Then, as usual, we found great arrears of work waiting for us, which Carrie is now wrestling. Your loving son. Final letter to Anna is the 4th of July, 1902, and I shall read a few extracts from it. Dear Mother, Carrie bids me tell you that she has your letter of the 21st of June, and that she most heartily sympathises with you about your wet weather, though of course it's a much more serious problem for you than for us, who are used to it. I am sorry that you don't like the name of the new house, but since they have called it Bateman since AD 1634, it's not for the likes of us to make a change. I mean to try and send you a photo of the outside by this post, which you may keep. It is of the east or principal front. The south faces the garden, which runs down to the river. I have some photos taken specially for you. This reminds me that Carrie has not told you of the lovely ancient silvery grey timbered dovecote that forms the top of one of the dome-shaped outhouses. It was originally a kiln for drying hops, what is locally called an oast house, and the dovecote comes at the very top of it. The effect is exceeding quaint. Our substitute motor has at last gone up to London, and we expect our repaired and repainted and re-engined locomobile of 10 horsepower down in its place tomorrow. We can only hope the wretched thing can condescend to stand up after all the worry and expense that has been lavished on it. We had a tragedy in the hen house 2 nights ago when a brute of a rat drove a tunnel, which must have cost half a week's work, into the back of the house, came out under the roosting places and slew, for sheer lust of killing, no less than 12 half-grown pullets. Martin has been going round with a gun ever since, but that rat knows too much. It's a blow to our poultry-raising plans. Our strawberries have been the strong point of our garden. We get as much as 5 pounds weight at a time, and we have enough berries coming on for the next 3 weeks. Elsie has lost another tooth. At least it was loose yesterday, and last night her mummy took it out. It makes Bird lift in the most adorable fashion, and she's rather proud of the gap in her mouth. She grows sweeter every month, that kid. John has been in the habit of chanting his remarks to well-known tunes. He comes out into weird song at the least provocation, and I asked him why he did it this morning, and he replied that it was to prevent him stammering. He had heard one of my remarks about singing as the thing you feel you are going to stammer. I never thought he'd have the perseverance enough to apply the cure. There was a big bonfire on the hill the other night, part of the coronation festivities, which are dribbling along in a half-hearted style. The kids, wrapped in blankets, watched it from out of our bedroom window and were much impressed. I really don't think there's anything else to tell you. We're going up to town on Monday, in the motor we hope, but I dare say the thing will break down for the day, as my cousin comes up for election at the Athenaeum, and Carrie is having him to lunch at her club, he being our architect for the alterations we are making to the outhouses at Bateman's. Now I will conclude, but I will leave a blank page in case Carrie wishes to write some more. Your loving son.
I feel concerned that if anybody writes about me in the future, they'll discover I hardly wrote anything to my mother-in-law ever. And I loved her dearly. Didn't he write well? Thank you, Sue, because what you've done is select material that really paints a picture for us. Thank you.
Finally,
please.
This is a letter to his daughter Elsie. I've chosen this one because it's just after John has gone into the Irish Guards. and it's September 1914. Elsie had left on the 18th of September to stay with some friends in Perthshire. Her mother wrote to Anna that Elsie has been working so hard and been so upset by the war, and went away sad for the loss of another friend, news of whose death was in the morning paper, killed in action. She says very soon she won't know any man who is alive. And this letter is from Kipling to Elsie, and it's from Burwash, September 28, 1914. He's addressed it to the Hon. Miss Lofter-Brassey, Castle Driver, Niblicks, Northbunker. But the idea of you as a hard-bitten golfer, oh my best beloved, fills me with amazement. I don't somehow seem to see you swinging your fat self round after the stroke, following through, keeping your eye on the ball, and all the rest of it. But if it's going to really take hold of you, it will be great fun. You'll have to join the Burwash Golf Club and play with the Chamberlains. Words can't say how pleased I am that you're having a good time. Just like you. First, must I go? Next, I don't want to go. Tell me to come home as soon as possible. Then, please may I stay longer? Yeah. We too greatly wish we could come up, but it's over long journey for a very short time, and frankly I'm not up to it. You know I'm not much given to lying abed, except in the mornings, but I was abed for 4 full days with a mixture of neuralgia, toothache, and a temperature, at which I was in great indignation. Mummy was more different sorts of an angel to me than she had ever been before, and you can guess how much that meant. Now I am dressed indeed, but rocky, and Saturday came John in full canicles by the 5:44. He is very much become the uniform, as you Scotch would say. It was a change, John, in many respects, but all delightful. The grave and serious John, with an adorable smile and many stories of his men, notably Beggy, his mad Irish servant, whose idea of cleaning John's room is to keep a broom about, as an earnest, I suppose, of what he might do. The Irish guides, I gather, are racially and incurably mad, which of course suits John down to the ground. For goodness sake, try and get some of his stories out of him, notably of the drunken men trying to kiss sentries when the sentries present arms. He meant to write to you yesterday. He left at 6:30, but he didn't. I am immensely pleased with our boy. The old spirit of carping and criticism has changed into a sort of calm, judicial attitude. Evidently he gets on well with his men. He talks to them when he can, which is one of the great secrets of command. He speaks well of the food at mess, almost as good as Brown's, he says, and I think he is growing. We had a perfectly lovely day together, broken by occasional grunts of "wish to the devil Fitz was here," which indeed we all did. Though I am sorry for your disappointment, Mummy and I both feel he will appreciate you more when you meet. Please forgive this abominable handwriting, but the pen feels strange to me as an oar after all these days. We talked and we talked and we talked, this grown-up man of the world and I. Mother is trying to arrange a meeting between you, John, and I at Brown's on Saturday, but we mustn't be disappointed if it doesn't come off, because he never knows 5 minutes beforehand what he can do or when he can be spared. When he came down to us on Saturday, for example, he had to change all his train because, though he knew he was free, he had to go to the adjutant to report that he was leaving, and he was engaged with prisoners. The Irish Guard have rather a given to prisoners, not an ounce of vice in 'em, even when they are drunk, says John, but quite mad. He mimics their dialects perfectly. And now I will stop. No one will be more pleased that you have had this lovely time than we will be. But there's work, madam, shirts and socks, madam, to be undertaken. The fame of your socks has spread. Mummy's order for 9 pairs with shirts has brought her a fresh order from the same troop. The modest man who says he's rather thin, 5'10" and 22 inches from elbow to wrist, or else it's shoulder. I enclose a copy of his letter, which Mother asked me to send to you. A whole heart full of love from us both, and best remembrances and heartiest thanks to Mrs. Lowe. Ever your own Daddy.
That particular letter, I remember using parts of it. I remember the full canonicals.
Yeah.
It's describing John. Yes. very important letter because it measures the change in their attitudes, their relationship.
Yes.
Beautiful. So well chosen.
Thank
But
you.
of course it will be so. Bobbins, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Well, we have a moment or two.
If I may, just one reflection on one of the
Yes,
letters
certainly.
there, which Sue just read to us. The last letter but one, when they were talking about moving into Bateman's, in Carrie's diaries, or what's left of Carrie's diaries, she recorded it as being chaos and black night, and also that the foreman of the removal men had been drunk. So quite clearly, it was a perhaps normal, I don't quite know, having experienced the same thing recently myself. Anyway, it wasn't an easy experience for them.
Now, there is another letter from Kipling to Ambrose, who was the architect, complaining of the fact that the workmen were lazy and the work wasn't good and it wasn't finished. Nothing changes.
Not even the complaining.
No.
No. Alistair, would you like to offer that one at the moment, or shall I do? I'll do mine.
Which one do you
we
want?
have to fill in a little bit of time
Yeah.
before we have Bronwyn Sadler's How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin, which we're looking forward to enormously. So,
well, how much time would you like to fill in?
what we'll do is we'll share out the work a little as we go, I think, there. So
I'd quite like to do that natural theology, or do you think that's too much?
No, I think that's
Okay.
fine. Yes, please.
Well, this is a poem called Natural Theology. I haven't got anything here which tells me exactly when it was written, but it would have been in the late 1890s, I think. Primitive. I ate my fill of a whale that died and stranded after a month at sea. There is a pain in my inside. Why have the gods afflicted me? Wow, I am purged till I am a wraith. Wow, I am sick till I cannot see. Where is the sense in religion and faith? Because the gods have afflicted me. Pagan. How can the skin of a rat or mouse hold anything more than a harmless flea? The burning plague has taken my household. Why have the gods afflicted me? All my kith and kin are deceased, though they were as good could be. I will out and batter the family priest because the gods have afflicted me. Medieval. My privy and well drain into each other after the custom of christendy. Fleavers and fluxes are wasting my mother. Why has the Lord afflicted me? The saints are helpless for all I offer, so are the clergy I used to fee. Henceforward I keep my cash in the coffer because the Lord has afflicted me. Material. I run 800 hens to the acre. They die by dozens mysteriously. I am more than doubtful concerning my maker. Why has the Lord afflicted me? What a return for all my endeavour not to mention the LSD. I am an atheist now and forever because the God has afflicted me. Progressive. Money spent on an army or fleet is homicidal lunacy. My son has been killed in the Mons retreat. Why is the Lord afflicting me? Why are murder, pillage and arson and rape allowed by the deity? I will write to the Times deriding our parson because the God has afflicted me. We had a kettle, we let it leak. Our not preparing it made it worse. We haven't had any tea for a week. The bottom is out of the universe. This was none of the good Lord's pleasure, for the spirit he breathed in man is free. But what comes after is measure for measure, and not a God that afflicteth thee. As was the sowing, so the reaping is now and evermore shall be. Thou art delivered to thine own keeping, only thyself has afflicted thee.
Thank you so much, Alistair. On the spot, perfect. Thank you very much. I can fill the 2 minutes until we are due to have our recorded piece from Bronwyn with a recap on our advertising. It may well be that some people whose sun has just risen are now joining us, and people who have found they cannot sleep are joining us. So let me remind you that this is members of the Kipling Society, members of staff from Bateman's, and many, many volunteers from Bateman's,
and family members as well, all joining in to do 24 hours of continuous readings from Kipling's prose and poetry. Our reasons are firstly to advance the understanding and interest of the world in Kipling's work, to make people realize just how much there is that they've not tried out themselves, and to encourage them to find out more. We're encouraging people in another way by offering them the opportunity to find out more about things they already like by going on to our website, kiplingsociety.co.uk, where there is an extensive set of notes about all of the prose and almost all of the verse. And you'll find there's kind of notes that help you understand better, give you more insight into the background on the poetry, and particularly with some of the verse, enable you to make connections between them. But one of the popular sets of readings for us has certainly been the Just So stories, which of course were published in 1902. And we have a couple of those from Bronwyn Sadler, who is a member of the Society. And the first one she has is How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin. As I said, published in the Just So stories, and you'll, looking ahead, see that there are more than one more Just So story to come. Indeed, in my mention of what we were doing, in my description of what we were doing to Radio Sussex yesterday, I made it clear that one of the things to attract listeners will certainly be hearing examples of Kipling's work that they don't know already. Now, that's a fairly dramatic statement to make because we have some real experts out there. But I'm hoping that one which I'm going to be reading later will be one that very few people even knew existed as a story, a Just So story that you'd not heard. But here's a story perhaps you really do, and you'll enjoy it again enormously. Bronwyn Sadler reads How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin.
I am Mrs. Bronwyn Sadler, and I live in a Kent village, Headcorn. I have been for some years a member and also a lecturer for the Kent History Federation. I do a number of lectures, including 2 on India. And now I'm going to read from the Just So stories, How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin. Once upon a time, on an uninhabited island on the shores of the Red Sea, there lived a Parsee, from whose hat the rays of the sun were reflected in more than oriental splendour. And the Parsee lived by the Red Sea with nothing but his hat and his knife and his cooking stove, of a kind you must particularly never touch. And one day he took flour and water and currants and plums and sugar and things, and made himself one cake, which was 2 feet across and 3 feet thick. It was indeed a superior comestible, that's magic, and he put it on the stove because he was allowed to cook on the stove, and he baked it until it was all done brown and smelt most sentimental. But just as he was going to eat it, there came down from the beach, from the altogether uninhabited interior, one rhinoceros with a horn on his nose, 2 piggy eyes and few manners. In those days the rhinoceros's skin fitted him quite tight. There were no wrinkles in it anywhere. He looked exactly like a Noah's Ark rhinoceros, but of course much bigger. All the same, he had no manners then, and he has no manners now, and he never will have any manners. He said, "Ow!" and the Parsee left that cake and climbed to the top of a palm tree with nothing on but his hat, from which the rays of the sun were always reflected in more than oriental splendour. And the rhinoceros upset the oil stove with his nose, and the cake rolled on the sand, and he spiked that cake with the horn of his nose, and he ate it. And he went away waving his tail to the desolate and exclusively uninhabited interior, which abuts on the islands of Manzadaran, Socotra, and the promontories of the larger equinox. Then the Parsee came down from his palm tree and put the stove on its legs and recited the following sloka, which, as you have not heard, I will now proceed to relate. Them that takes cakes which the Parsee man bakes makes dreadful mistakes. And there was a great deal more in that than you would think, because 5 weeks later there was a heat wave in the Red Sea, and everybody took off all the clothes they had. The Parsee took off his hat, but the rhinoceros took off his skin and carried it over his shoulder as he came down to the beach to bathe. In those days it buttoned underneath with 3 buttons and looked like a waterproof. He said nothing whatever about the Parsee's cake because he had eaten it all, and he never had any manners then, since, or henceforward. He waddled straight into the water and blew bubbles through his nose, leaving his skin on the beach. Presently the Parsee came by and found the skin, and he smiled one smile that ran all round his face 2 times. Then he danced 3 times round the skin and rubbed his hands. Then he went to his camp and filled his hat with cake crumbs, for the Parsee never ate anything but cake and never swept out his camp. He took that skin and he shook that skin and he scrubbed that skin and he rubbed that skin, just as full of old, dry, stale, tickly cake crumbs and some burned currants as it could possibly hold. Then he climbed to the top of his palm tree and waited for the rhinoceros to come out of the water and put it on. And the rhinoceros did. He buttoned it up with the 3 buttons and it tickled like cake crumbs in bed. Then he wanted to scratch, but that made it worse. And he lay down on the sands and rolled and rolled and rolled, and every time he rolled the cake crumbs tickled him worse and worse and worse. Then he ran to the palm tree and rubbed and rubbed and rubbed himself against it. He rubbed so much and so hard that he rubbed his skin into a great fold over his shoulders and another fold underneath, where the buttons used to be, but he'd rubbed the buttons off. And he rubbed some more folds over his legs, and it spoiled his temper, but it didn't make the least difference to the cake crumbs. They were inside his skin and they tickled. So he went home very angry indeed and horribly scratchy. And from that day to this, every rhinoceros has great folds in his skin and a very bad temper, all on account of the cake crumbs inside. But the Parsee came down from his palm tree, wearing his hat, from which the rays of the sun were reflected in more than oriental splendour, packed up his cooking stove, and went away in the direction of Orotavo, Amygdala, and the upland meadows of Anantarivo, and the marshes of Sonaput.
Indeed, there are going to be people who stayed up to hear that. I certainly have, and that was very good indeed. And we look forward to another one from you later. But for now, I'm going to follow up Alastair's previous piece, in which he had Kipling being serious about the way in which people complain and about the way in which people organize their lives and the way in which people really, well, don't seem to see what history is teaching us. So this is one from 1919. It refers to a series of measures which he would have been interested in because he was a member of the Sussex Archaeological Society. So he would have known about the kind of measures that we nowadays really rather more think of to do with archaeology. And the title, The Gods of the Copybook Headings, is about history in a way too. The Gods of the Copybook Headings. As I pass through my incarnations, in every age and race, I make my proper prostrations to the gods of the marketplace. Peering through reverent fingers,
I watch them flourish and fall, and the gods of the copybook headings, I notice, outlast them all. We were living in trees when they met us. They showed us, each in turn, that water would certainly wet us, as fire would certainly burn. But we found them lacking in uplift, vision, and breadth of mind. And so we left them to teach the gorillas, while we followed the march of mankind. We moved as the spirit listed. They never altered their pace, being neither cloud nor wind-born like the gods of the marketplace, but they always caught up with our progress, and presently word would come that a tribe had been wiped off its ice field, or the lights had gone out in Rome. With the hopes that our world is built on, they were utterly out of touch. They denied that the moon was Stilton. They denied she was even Dutch. They denied that wishes were horses. They denied that a pig had wings. So we worship the gods of the market, who promise these beautiful things. When the Cambrian measures were forming, they promised perpetual peace. They swore if we gave them our weapons, that the wars of the tribes would cease. But when we disarmed, they sold us and delivered us bound to our foes. And the gods of the copybook headings said, "Stick to the devil, you know." On the first Firminian sandstone, we were promised the fuller life, which started by loving our neighbours and ended by loving his wife, till our women had no more children and the men lost reason and faith. And the gods of the copybook headings said, "The wages of sin is death." In the Carboniferous epoch, we were promised abundance for all by robbing selected Peter to pay for collective Paul. But though we had plenty of money, there was nothing our money could buy. And the gods of the copybook headings said, "If you don't work, you die." Then the gods of the market tumbled, and their smooth-tongued wizards withdrew. And the hearts of the meanest were humbled and began to believe it was true that all is not gold that glitters, and two make four. And the gods of the copybook headings limped up to explain it once more. As it will be in the future, it was at the birth of man. There are only 4 things certain since social progress began: that the dog returns to his vomit, and the sow returns to her mire, and the burnt fool's bandaged finger goes wobbling back to the fire. And that after this is accomplished, and the brave new world begins, when all men are paid for existing, and no man must pay for his sins, as surely as water will wet us, as surely as fire will burn, the gods of the copybook headings with terror and slaughter return.